What if Harry Potter was raised by Anubis in Egyptian underworld? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Anubis in Egyptian underworld? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The weight of a feather. The heart hit the scales and the dead man screamed. Harry watched from his usual spot behind the 42 pillars, crouched in the shadows where the jackal-headed guards couldn't see him. He was supposed to be studying the Book of Coming Forth by day, memorizing the negative confessions, being a dutiful son. Instead he'd snuck into the Hall of Two Truths for the 1100th time because watching his father work was infinitely more interesting than reading about it. The soul on trial had been a merchant. Harry could tell from the way the man kept glancing around, calculating exits, assessing value. Probably spent his whole life weighing gold and grain. Now his own heart sat on the scales, and the feather of Ma'at was winning. "I never cheated anyone," the merchant babbled. "I gave fair prices. I honored the gods. I made offerings at every festival. You let your brother starve." Anubis's voice filled the hall without rising above a murmur. That was the thing about his father. He never yelled. Never needed to. Winter of your 43rd year. He came to your door with his children. You had grain enough for 20 families. You turned him away. He owed me money. From years before, he borrowed and never, his daughter died that spring. Anubis gestured, and the scales tipped further. The heart was heavy, so heavy. You attended her funeral. You wore mourning colors. You wept. The merchant's ghost went pale. Paler. Transparent at the edges. I didn't. I couldn't have known. You knew. Harry leaned forward, pressing against the cool stone pillar. This was the part he both loved and dreaded. The moment of judgment. The instant where his father's golden eyes would weigh everything a person had ever been, everything they'd ever done or failed to do, and decide. Anubis raised his hand. "Wait." The merchant fell to his knees. "Please. I'll do anything. I'll make it right. Let me go back, just for a day. I'll give everything I have to the poor. You cannot go back." Anubis's jackal ears tilted forward slightly. "That is not how death works. That is not how anything works. You had a lifetime to make it right. You chose gold over blood. You chose comfort over compassion. You chose yourself, every single time. But I loved my family. I provided for them. You provided things." Anubis stepped closer to the scales, his shadow stretching across the merchant like a burial shroud. "Your wife longed for kindness. You gave her jewelry. Your son wanted your time. You gave him tutors. Your daughter asked for your blessing to marry a poor scholar. You locked her in her room for a month until she agreed to wed a man 3 times her age with a profitable shipping business." The merchant's mouth opened and closed. No more excuses came. Harry had seen this before. The moment when the dead stopped fighting. When they looked back at their lives with eyes finally unclouded by self-justification and saw what they'd actually been. Some of them found peace in that moment. Some of them broke. This one broke. "I was afraid," the merchant whispered. "Always afraid. Of being poor again. Of losing everything. Of being nothing. I thought if I just had enough, I'd finally feel safe." "Did you?" "No." The word cracked in the middle. "No. I never felt safe. Not for one single day." Anubis stood motionless for a long moment. The hall was silent except for the soft hiss of torches that burned without consuming themselves. Then Harry's father did something unexpected. He sat down, not on his throne of black basalt that dominated the far end of the hall. Just, on the floor. Cross-legged, like Harry sat when they ate dinner together in the small chamber behind the weighing room. The merchant stared at him, confused beyond words. Tell me about your brother, Anubis said. What? Your brother? The one you turned away. What was he like as a child? The merchant's ghostly form flickered. I don't, why do you? Because I am going to judge your heart. Because that heart contains everything you ever were, including the boy who once had a brother. I would know that boy before I decide what becomes of the man. Harry held his breath. His father didn't usually do this. Most judgments were quick, efficient. The scales didn't lie, after all. The feather knew. But sometimes, on rare occasions, Anubis would slow down. Would ask questions. Would let the dead remember who they'd been before life twisted them into who they became. The merchant started talking. He talked about growing up poor in a village near Memphis. About his brother teaching him to swim in the Nile, holding him up until he found his own buoyancy. About the fever that killed their parents when he was 12 and his brother was 8, leaving them orphaned and starving. About stealing bread from temple offerings and running through market streets with guardsmen shouting behind them and laughing because they were alive and together and nothing else mattered. That he talked about getting his first job with a trader. About working 18-hour days loading and unloading cargo. About sending money home to his brother even when he barely had enough to eat himself. About the pride he felt when he finally had his own stall, his own goods, his own name painted on a sign. That he talked about how the money changed things. How the fear crept in. How he started seeing threats everywhere, competitors trying to undercut him, partners trying to cheat him, family trying to leech off his success. How he built walls. Higher and higher walls. He came to my door, the merchant said, his voice barely audible now. My brother. With snow in his beard and his children shivering behind him. And I looked at him and I saw a threat. Someone who would take what I'd built. Someone who would drag me back down into the poverty we'd escaped. I didn't see him. I didn't see my brother who taught me to swim. I just saw another hand reaching for my gold. The scales shivered, Harry blinked. The heart was rising. Just slightly. Just enough. If you could speak to him now, Anubis said. What would you say? I'd say I'm sorry. The merchant was weeping now, tears that fell and vanished before they hit the floor. I'd say I forgot. I forgot who I was. I forgot who we were. I'd say that all the gold in the world wasn't worth one dinner at his table, one evening watching his children play, one moment of being brothers again instead of strangers. I'd say I wasted it. I wasted all of it. I was so afraid of losing everything that I threw away the only things that mattered. The scales balanced, not perfectly. The heart was still heavier than the feather. But it was close now. So close, Anubis rose gracefully to his feet. His golden eyes reflected the torch flames, turning them into something that looked almost like warmth. You cannot go back. You cannot undo what was done. Your brother died cursing your name, and his children scattered to the winds, and your own family buried you with all the gold you hoarded and then fought over it for years. That is the truth of your life. That is what you built. The merchant nodded, accepting it. Waiting for the jaws. But you were not always what you became. Anubis gestured, and the scales lifted into the air, floating between them. There was a boy who loved his brother. There was a young man who shared his bread with the hungry. There was a moment, many moments, when you could have turned back. You didn't. That failure is yours to carry. But the capacity for that choice was also yours. You had goodness in you. You simply forgot. What happens now? The merchant asked. Amit? At the mention of her name, Harry felt movement in the shadows behind him. A massive shape stirred, yawning wide enough to swallow a horse. Amit had been sleeping through the judgment, as she often did when the outcome seemed obvious. But she was awake now, her crocodile eyes gleaming in the darkness. Not yet. Anubis waved his hand, and a doorway appeared in the far wall of the hall, not the door to the lake of fire, not the passage to the eternal fields, but something Harry had never seen before. It looked like a river. A dark river flowing endlessly into mist. You will walk the long way. You will carry your deeds with you. Every person you wronged, you will meet again, and you will feel what they felt. Every kindness you denied, you will experience from the other side. It will take as long as it takes. At the end, if anything remains, you may try the scales again. The merchant stared at the doorway. And if nothing remains? Then you will have paid your debt. Anubis's voice was almost gentle. Either way, you will be free of what you were. That is more than most can hope for. The merchant walked toward the river door. He paused at the threshold, looking back. The boy who loved his brother. Is he still in there somewhere? In my heart. Would you be here, weeping for your failures, if he weren't? Something that might have been hope flickered across the merchant's ghostly face. Then he stepped into the mist, and the doorway closed behind him, and the Hall of Two Truths was empty except for Anubis and the scales and the eternal flames, and Harry, who had been spotted approximately 8 seconds after he'd arrived and was now trying very hard to pretend he hadn't been. You may come out now, Anubis said without turning around. Harry sighed and stepped out from behind the pillar. Amit padded out of the shadows behind him, her hippo haunches bumping against his shoulder in greeting. He scratched behind her crocodile ears absently, a gesture so familiar he didn't even think about it anymore. I was studying, he tried. You were watching. Anubis turned to face him, and the severity of the judge softened into something that looked almost human. Almost fatherly. You always watch. Even when you were barely old enough to walk, you would crawl in here and sit behind the pillars and watch. What do you see, Harry, when you watch me work? Harry considered the question seriously. His father never asked things he didn't want real answers to. I see you trying to be fair. Even when it's hard. Even when the person doesn't deserve it. No one deserves fairness. Anubis walked toward him, his jackal feet clicking softly on the stone floor. That is what makes it fair. If it were earned, it would be something else entirely. Payment, perhaps. Reward. Fairness is given because it should be given, not because it has been earned. Do you understand? I think so. Harry frowned. But the merchant. He was bad. He let his brother die. He hurt his family. Why didn't you just let Amit eat his heart? Amit perked up at the suggestion, hopeful. Because I am not here to punish. Anubis crouched down, bringing his golden eyes level with Harry's green ones. I am here to judge. To weigh. To find the truth of what a soul has been and determine what it may become. Punishment without purpose is just cruelty wearing a mask. The long way is not punishment. It is education. The merchant will learn, in a way he never could have learned while living, exactly what his choices cost. That knowledge will either destroy him or transform him. Either way, justice will be served. What's the difference between justice and punishment? Punishment ends. Anubis placed his hand on Harry's head, a gesture of affection that still felt strange coming from the god of the dead, even after 11 years. Justice transforms. Punishment wants the wrongdoer to suffer. Justice wants them to understand. Do you see? Harry nodded slowly. He'd spent his whole life in the underworld, surrounded by death and judgment and the endless procession of souls seeking their final rest. But his father still found ways to surprise him. Still found new things to teach. Speaking of transformation. Anubis straightened up, and something in his posture shifted. Became more formal. More careful. There is something we need to discuss. Did I do something wrong? Harry's mind raced through the past few days. He'd snuck into the hall, but he always did that. He'd fed Amit extra treats from the temple offerings, but she'd looked hungry. He'd practiced speaking to the wandering dead in the fields of reeds even though he wasn't supposed to interact with judged souls, but, you have done nothing wrong. Anubis reached into his robes and pulled out something Harry had never seen before, a letter. Actual paper, yellowed and creased, sealed with red wax. This arrived for you. A letter? Here. Harry took it carefully, half expecting it to crumble or burst into flames. Nothing from the mortal world came to the Duat without Anubis's permission. Nothing living had business with the dead. How? An owl. Anubis's tone suggested he found the whole thing mildly offensive. It flew through one of the gates last night. Took 3 jackals and a minor deity to catch it. Remarkably persistent creature. It refused to leave until it had delivered its message to you specifically. Harry turned the letter over. The seal showed a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. His name was written on the front in emerald green ink Dumar. H. Potter, the room behind the weighing hall. The Duat, they know where I sleep? Harry asked. Apparently. Anubis did not sound pleased about this. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. He read it once, then again, then a third time because surely he'd misunderstood something. It's a school, he said finally. A school for magic. They want me to attend. Yes. In the mortal world. Yes. For 7 years. So I am told. Harry looked up at his father. Anubis's face was unreadable, which usually meant he was feeling something he didn't want to show. You knew about this. You knew they'd send for me. I knew it was possible. Anubis walked to the massive doors of the hall and pushed them open, revealing the twilight expanse of the Duat beyond, endless desert under a sky full of stars that were actually souls waiting to be born, the distant gleam of the lake of fire, the shadows of pyramids that existed here before they were ever built in the mortal world. I had hoped, but no. I always knew this day might come. You are not dead, Harry. You never were. You don't belong here. This is my home. The words came out sharper than Harry intended. I was raised here. You're my father. Amit is my, whatever Amit is. The Duat is all I've ever known. How can you say I don't belong? Anubis was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. Come with me. There is something I should have shown you years ago. They walked through the Duat together, Amit trailing behind them like an extremely dangerous shadow. Past the fields of reeds where the worthy dead spent eternity in peaceful contentment. Past the lake of fire where the truly evil burned forever. Past the great temple of Osiris where the lord of the underworld held court with gods and heroes of ages past. Anubis led Harry to a place he'd never been before, a small chamber hidden in the base of the oldest pyramid, sealed with magic that made Harry's teeth ache. I have not entered this room in 11 years, Anubis said. Not since the night I found you. Found me? Harry's heart was pounding. He'd always known he wasn't Anubis's biological son, hard to miss, what with the jackal head and the divine immortality and all. But his father had never talked about where he came from. When Harry asked, Anubis would simply say, "You are my son now. That is what matters." And Harry, who had never felt unloved or unwanted, had eventually stopped asking. Anubis pressed his palm against the sealed door. The magic recognized him and parted like water, revealing a chamber barely larger than Harry's bedroom. Inside, preserved perfectly by divine power, were the remains of a life Harry had never known. A baby blanket, singed at the edges but still soft. A photograph that moved, actually moved, showing a young couple waving and laughing, the woman's red hair catching the light, the man's glasses slightly askew. A wand, dark wood, lying on a stone pedestal like a sacred artifact. And in the corner, a bassinet, still stained with something dark, blood, Harry realized. That's blood. 11 years ago, Anubis began, his voice carrying the weight of memory. I felt something impossible. A death that wasn't a death. A soul that touched the Duat and then pulled back. And then, moments later, a living child falling through the void between worlds, landing in my realm as if dropped there by fate itself. Harry stared at the photograph. The woman, his mother, had his eyes. Exactly his eyes. Green as spring leaves, bright with joy and life. You were clutching something when I found you. Anubis moved to the bassinet, looking down at the bloodstains. A fragment of soul, torn from its anchor, lodged in your own spirit like a splinter. I'd never seen anything like it. A piece of one soul, attached to another, both living and dying at once. You were, an impossibility. A paradox. A living child bound to death magic, carrying the weight of a broken soul, somehow surviving what should have destroyed you instantly. The scar. Harry touched his forehead. The lightning bolt mark had been there as long as he could remember. That's where it was. Is. Anubis corrected. It's still there. I couldn't remove it without killing you, and I found that I didn't want you to die. You were so small. So alive. So impossibly, defiantly alive in a realm of the dead. You laughed when Amit licked your face. You pulled on my ears and babbled nonsense and slept in my arms like you belonged there. Harry felt something hot behind his eyes. He'd never heard his father talk like this. Never heard this much emotion in his voice. I tried to find where you came from. Anubis picked up the photograph gently, handing it to Harry. It took time. The British magical community is remarkably insular, and their death records are poorly maintained. But eventually I learned the truth. Your parents were James and Lily Potter. They were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort on the night you arrived here. He tried to kill you, too. The curse should have worked. By all logic, by all magic, by every law of life and death I know, you should have died. Instead, the curse rebounded, destroyed his body, and tore a piece of his soul free. That piece attached itself to you. And you fell through the veil between worlds, landing in the arms of a god who had never once considered becoming a father. Voldemort. Harry tested the name. It felt strange on his tongue. Wrong. He's the one who killed your parents. Tried to kill you. Shattered his own soul through repeated acts of murder until he was more monster than man. Anubis's voice hardened. I have judged many evil souls, Harry. Tyrants and torturers and those who betrayed everything good in pursuit of power. But I have never encountered anyone who violated the sanctity of the soul as thoroughly as Tom Riddle. What he did to himself, what he tried to do to you, it defies description. Is he dead? If his body was destroyed, no. Anubis met Harry's eyes squarely. His soul never came to me. Which means some part of him, somewhere, still anchors to the mortal world. The fragments he tore from himself keep him bound between life and death, unable to pass on, unable to truly live. He exists. Waiting. Plotting, perhaps, to return. Harry looked down at the photograph again. His mother was waving more enthusiastically now, as if trying to get his attention. His father was making silly faces. Why didn't you tell me before? Because you were a child. Because knowing the truth would have burdened you with a destiny you didn't choose. Because I wanted you to grow up free of the expectations and prophecies and political machinations of the mortal magical world. Anubis paused. Because I wanted you to be my son first, and the boy who lived second. The what? That's what they call you. In Britain. The boy who survived the unsurvivable curse. The boy who defeated the Dark Lord. You're famous, Harry. A legend. A symbol of hope. Anubis's tone suggested he found this deeply irritating. They have no idea where you've been for the last 11 years. They assumed you were hidden somewhere, being raised by mortal relatives. They've been waiting for you to return. Harry sat down heavily on the chamber floor. Amit immediately curled around him, her massive body warm and solid and comforting. He buried his fingers in her fur, the parts that had fur, and tried to process everything he'd just learned that he had parents. Dead parents, murdered parents, but parents. He had a name that meant something in a world he'd never seen. He had an enemy, a dark wizard so evil that even Anubis, who had judged millions of souls, spoke of him with disgust. He had a piece of that enemy's soul stuck in his head, and he had a choice. "The letter," he said slowly. "The school. That's them, isn't it? The British wizards. They want me to come back. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Anubis nodded. "It's where your parents went. Where most British magical children go, actually. They've been sending letters for months, apparently. This is simply the first one that found its way through to the Duat. What do you want me to do?" Anubis was quiet for a long moment. When he answered, his voice was heavy with something that might have been loss. "I want you to stay. I want to keep you here, safe in the land of the dead, where no dark wizard can touch you, where you can spend eternity learning and growing and being my son. I want to close the gates and never let the mortal world find you again." Harry's heart clenched. "But that's not what you're going to tell me to do." "No." Anubis crouched down beside him, eye level. "Because you are alive, Harry. Against all odds, against all logic, against everything the Duat represents, you are alive. And living things need the world of the living. They need sunlight and friendship and growth and change. They need to learn and struggle and fail and succeed. They need to fall in love and get their hearts broken and make mistakes and fix them. They need to live. And as much as I love you, and I do love you, more than I thought a god could love a mortal, I cannot give you that. Not here. Not in the realm of the dead. So you want me to go? I want you to choose." Anubis stood up, offering his hand to pull Harry to his feet. "The Duat will always be your home. I will always be your father. But your mother and father, your birth parents, died so that you could live. I think you owe it to them, and to yourself, to find out what that means." Harry took his father's hand. Let himself be pulled up. Looked around the small chamber one more time, at the photograph of parents he'd never known, at the wand waiting for him, at the bassinet where his mortal life had ended and his impossible life had begun. "Tell me about them," he said. My other parents. What do you know?" Anubis smiled. It was a strange expression on a jackal's face, but Harry had grown up seeing it and it always meant warmth. "Let's go home. I'll tell you everything I've learned. And then, if you decide to go to this school, we'll need to prepare you for the mortal world. I suspect it will be different from what you're used to." "Different how?" "For one thing, they don't typically let people bring soul-eating monsters to class." Amit made an offended noise. Harry laughed despite everything, despite the revelations and the emotions and the weight of 11 years of secrets suddenly coming to light. He laughed because his father was making jokes, because Amit was pouting, because even in the middle of the Duat, surrounded by death, he could still feel joy. Maybe that was what being alive meant. 3 weeks later, Harry stood in the middle of Diagon Alley, trying very hard to look like he belonged there. It wasn't working. The problem wasn't his clothes. Anubis had provided suitable mortal garments, simple black robes that wouldn't stand out. The problem wasn't his face, though several people had done double takes at the lightning scar on his forehead. The problem was that Harry had spent 11 years learning to see death in everything, and the mortal world was loud. Not loud in terms of sound, though it was that too, people chattering and laughing and calling out to each other, shop bells ringing, children shrieking with excitement, owls hooting from the emporium up the street. No, it was loud in a way only Harry could perceive. Every person he passed was broadcasting their mortality at him like a beacon. He could see the faint shimmer of their souls beneath their skin. He could sense the weight of their choices, the accumulation of their deeds, the eventual judgments that awaited them. That woman haggling over cauldron prices had cheated on her husband 3 times but donated half her income to orphanages. That old man browsing the apothecary had killed someone 40 years ago in what might have been an accident but he'd never quite been sure. That child tugging on her mother's robes had never done anything worse than steal a biscuit before dinner, and her soul shone like a tiny star. Harry walked through the crowd, buffeted by a constant stream of information he'd never asked for and didn't know how to turn off. In the do-it, he'd learned to read souls as naturally as breathing. Here, in a world full of living people, that skill was overwhelming that he ducked into a quiet alcove beside a shop selling something called Slug and Jigger's Apothecary, and pressed his hands against his temples, trying to center himself. Anubis had taught him mat-ion techniques. Had spent hours helping him practice filtering out the noise. But theory and practice were different things, and nothing had prepared Harry for the sheer density of life in the mortal world. "You all right there?" Harry looked up. A boy about his age was standing at the mouth of the alcove, red-haired and freckled and looking at him with casual concern. His soul was, remarkably uncomplicated. Good intentions, petty jealousies, desperate desire to stand out from his many siblings, deep loyalty to family. Nothing dark. Nothing heavy. Just a normal kid who'd noticed someone having a hard time and stopped to check. "Yeah." Harry straightened up, trying to compose himself. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just, overwhelmed. First time in Diagon Alley. First time." The boy's eyes went wide. "Blimey, really? Where've you been, living under a rock?" "Something like that." Harry managed a smile. "I'm Harry. Ron. Ron Weasley." The boy stuck out his hand, and Harry shook it. The contact was grounding, physical, real, alive in a way that made the soul noise fade slightly into the background. "You starting Hogwarts this year too?" "That's the plan." "Brilliant. Me too. Most of my brothers have already gone through, so I've heard loads about it. Fred and George are third years, absolute menaces, and Percy's a fifth-year prefect which he will not shut up about." Ron rolled his eyes with the exasperation of someone who had suffered through many dinner-table lectures about responsibility and proper behavior. "Where are your parents? You shouldn't be wandering around alone if you don't know the place." "My father had business elsewhere." This was technically true. Anubis had escorted Harry to the entrance of the leaky pub and then vanished, claiming that a god of death walking through a mortal shopping district would cause unnecessary complications. He'd left Harry with a list of supplies, a pouch of gold coins that seemed to refill itself when he wasn't looking, and strict instructions to meet back at the pub entrance in 4 hours. "My mum's around here somewhere." Ron craned his neck, scanning the crowd. "She's probably still at the second-hand robe shop. We've got a bit of a budget situation, 5 kids at Hogwarts at once and all that. Come on, you can shop with us if you want. It's better than wandering around alone looking like you've seen a ghost." Harry almost laughed. He'd seen thousands of ghosts. Millions. He'd had breakfast with ghosts. He'd helped his father judge ghosts. Ghosts weren't even remotely scary compared to, say, Amit before her morning feeding, but Ron didn't know any of that, and Harry found that he liked the idea of shopping with a normal family. Of pretending, just for a few hours, that he was a normal kid about to start a normal school, instead of the son of a death god carrying a fragment of a dark wizard's soul in his forehead. "Sure," he said. "Lead the way." The next hour was an education in mortality. Ron's mother, Molly Weasley, was a short, plump woman who radiated fierce love and barely contained chaos. Her soul was a complicated knot of devotion and worry and iron determination, the kind of soul that came from raising 7 children on not enough money and refusing to let any of them fail. She'd welcomed Harry into their group without hesitation, immediately fussing over his too thin frame and insisting he join them for a snack at Fortescue's ice cream parlor. "Your skin and bones, dear," she said, pushing a towering sundae across the table toward him. "Don't they feed you where you come from? My father's not much of a cook." Also true. Anubis didn't eat. The food Harry had grown up on was prepared by temple servants who had been dead for 3,000 years and didn't have the best grasp on modern nutrition. "Well, you'll fix that at Hogwarts." The feasts are legendary. Ron was attacking his own sundae with the enthusiasm of someone who didn't often get treats. Mountains of food. Literally mountains. The house elves in the kitchen can make anything. House elves. They're like servants. But magical. They love working, it's weird. Ron shrugged like this was perfectly normal and not at all strange. Harry filed that away for later consideration and focused on his ice cream. It was good. Really good. Cold and sweet and creamy in a way that the eternally preserved foods of the Duet had never quite managed. He closed his eyes and let himself just experience it, trying to ignore the constant background hum of souls and mortality pressing against his awareness. Harry. Ron's voice cut through his focus. You've got your eyes closed. Is the ice cream that good or are you doing some kind of Matt-ion thing? Both. Harry opened his eyes and grinned. Sorry. I'm just not used to crowds. Where I grew up, it was really quiet. I'm still adjusting. Where did you grow up? Molly asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. I don't think I caught that. Harry hesitated. Anubis had prepared a cover story, something about being raised in isolation by a private tutor, but looking at Molly Weasley's honest, open face, he found he didn't want to lie. Not completely. Somewhere very far away, he said finally. Somewhere most people have never heard of. My father found me when I was a baby, after my birth parents died, and he raised me in his home. This is my first time in Britain. First time in the regular magical world, really. Molly's expression softened. You poor dear. Growing up without parents, without other children around, you must have been so lonely. Harry thought about Amit, curled around him every night like a massive, terrifying security blanket. About Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, who had taught him to read hieroglyphics in Greek and Latin and a dozen dead languages. About the wandering souls in the fields of reeds who had told him stories of their lives, their loves, their regrets. About Anubis, patient and eternal, always there when Harry needed him. I wasn't lonely, he said. I had family. Just, not the usual kind. Before Molly could ask more questions, a commotion at the parlor entrance drew everyone's attention. A woman with honey-brown hair and a practical demeanor was making her way through the tables, a girl about Harry's age trailing behind her. The girl had a massive quantity of bushy brown hair, an armload of books she was clearly struggling to carry, and the brightest, most curious soul Harry had ever seen, practically vibrating with questions, with the need to know everything about everything. Excuse me, the woman said, approaching their table. I'm so sorry to bother you, but you're clearly a wizarding family, and we're a bit lost. My daughter just received her Hogwarts letter, and we're muggles, non-magical people, I mean, and we have no idea where to find half of these supplies. Molly immediately shifted into helpful mother mode. Of course, dear, of course. Sit down, both of you, we'll help you sort everything out. It's terribly confusing the first time, isn't it? I remember when my oldest, Bill, got his letter, and we'd been magical all our lives but still felt overwhelmed. Here, let me see your list. The girl dropped into the chair next to Harry with obvious relief, her books landing on the table with a thump that made Ron wince. I'm Hermione, she said, not waiting for an introduction. Hermione Granger. I've already read all the first-year textbooks, of course, I got them as soon as we got the letter, I wanted to be prepared, and I have so many questions. Like, the history of magic seems incredibly biased toward European traditions, but surely there are magical communities all over the world. And the theory of transfiguration seems to contradict basic principles of conservation of mass, so there must be some kind of energy exchange happening that the textbooks don't explain, and Hermione, her mother said gently. Breathe. Hermione stopped talking, took a visible breath, and then looked at Harry with slightly embarrassed determination. Sorry. I ramble when I'm nervous. New situations, new people, you know. I get it. Harry smiled. He liked her immediately, not because of her bright soul, though that helped, but because she reminded him of himself when Thoth started explaining the mathematical principles underlying reality, and Harry would pepper him with questions until the god's feathers literally ruffled with overstimulation. "I'm Harry. And I have the same questions about conservation of mass, actually." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Really? You've thought about it too?" "Because I was thinking, if matter can be transformed into energy and vice versa, then maybe magical transformation operates on a similar principle, converting the difference in mass into ambient magical energy that then disperses into the environment, which would explain why performing multiple high-level transfigurations in succession is described as exhausting. The wizard is essentially processing larger and larger amounts of energy conversion. That would also explain why transfiguration is supposedly more difficult on objects with greater mass differential," Harry said, leaning forward. "If you're converting a mouse into a horse, that's a lot more energy than converting a mouse into a slightly larger mouse." "Exactly." Hermione was practically bouncing. "And if the energy disperses into the environment, that might explain ley lines and magical hotspots, places where centuries of magical practice have saturated the area with residual transformation energy, blimey." Ron was staring at both of them like they'd started speaking in tongues. "You two are going to be insufferable at school, aren't you?" "Probably," Harry admitted cheerfully. The rest of the shopping trip was significantly more enjoyable with Hermione along. She had questions about everything, which gave Harry an excuse to ask questions too without seeming strange. Why did wands choose wizards? How did the moving photographs work? What was the economic basis of the wizarding world, and did they really use gold coins, and if so, what about inflation? Ron trailed along behind them, occasionally contributing useful practical knowledge. His family had been wizards for generations, so he knew things about how the world actually worked that the books left out, and frequently rolling his eyes at their theoretical tangents. They bought their supplies together, cauldrons and scales and telescopes and robes. Harry got fitted at Madame Malkin's, where another boy was already being measured. This one was pale and pointed and had a soul like polished silver, cold, hard, but not evil. Just, carefully constructed. Defensive. The soul of someone who'd learned early that showing vulnerability was dangerous. "Hogwarts too?" the boy asked, looking at Harry with an evaluating gaze. "Yeah. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He said it like the name should mean something. Like Harry should be impressed. "Harry Potter." Draco's evaluating look sharpened into something much more intense. "Potter? As in the Harry Potter? I guess." Harry really wished people would stop reacting to his name like that. "I mean, it's the only name I've got." "Where have you been?" Draco stepped closer, his fitting apparently forgotten. "Everyone's been wondering. The boy who lived, vanished for a decade, and now you just show up in Diagon Alley like nothing happened." "I was being raised. By my father. Somewhere else." "But your father's dead." "James Potter died the same night, my adoptive father." Harry met Draco's eyes squarely. "He found me after the attack. Took me in. Raised me. I'm only finding out about all this British Wizarding World stuff now." Draco's expression cycled through several emotions too fast to track: surprise, calculation, something that might have been envy. "So you don't know anything? About the war, about your family's position, about anything?" "I know some things." Harry thought about Anubis's lessons on mortal magical history, hastily crammed into 3 weeks of preparation. "I know Voldemort killed my parents. I know people think I somehow defeated him as a baby, which doesn't make much sense but seems to be what everyone believes. I know the Potters were an old pure-blood family, and the Malfoys are too, and there's probably a lot of politics I don't understand yet." An understatement. But Draco seemed almost impressed. "Most people flinch when they hear the Dark Lord's name, you know. They call him you-know-who. I know exactly who he is." Harry's voice went flat without him meaning it to. "I know what he did. I know what he is. I'm not afraid of his name. I'm not afraid of him at all. Something flickered in Draco's silvery soul. Interest, maybe. Respect, possibly. Or just the recognition of someone who wasn't going to be easily manipulated. We should talk more at Hogwarts, Draco said finally. You're not what I expected. Neither are you. Harry wasn't sure if that was true, he hadn't known what to expect from anyone, but it seemed like the right thing to say. Draco nodded once, sharp and formal, and then Madame Malkin was calling him back to finish his fitting, and Harry was left to wonder what exactly he'd just gotten himself into. The wand shop was last, Ollivander's was narrow and dusty and packed floor to ceiling with long thin boxes. The moment Harry stepped inside, he felt watched. Not by Ollivander himself, though the pale-eyed old man was certainly studying him with unnerving intensity. No, the wands themselves were watching. Thousands of them, each containing a core of magical material, each waiting for the right person to claim it, and Harry, who had grown up surrounded by objects imbued with divine power, who had learned to sense magical resonance before he learned to tie his shoes, could feel every single one of them. Harry Potter, Ollivander breathed, emerging from between the shelves like a ghost manifesting from shadow. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. Your mother came to me when she was 11 years old. Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father preferred mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A bit more power, a bit less finesse. And then there was the other wand, the other wand. Ollivander's pale eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. On his scar. The wand that gave you that mark, Mr. Potter. You, 13½ inches, phoenix feather core. I sold that wand to Tom Riddle 50 years ago. I remember thinking, even then, that it would do great things. Terrible things, perhaps, but great. Harry's scar prickled. Not painfully, but noticeably. Like the fragment of soul embedded there recognized its creator's name. Let's find your wand, shall we? Ollivander began pulling boxes from shelves, moving with an energy that belied his age. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand and waved it. Nothing happened. No, definitely not. Here, maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches. Quite whippy. Another wave. A nearby shelf rattled slightly, but there was no connection, no resonance. Tricky customer. Not to worry, we'll find your match. They went through wand after wand after wand. Harry lost count somewhere around 30. Some of them sparked weakly. Some of them did nothing at all. One of them actually screamed when he touched it, a high thin sound that made Ollivander's eyebrows climb toward his hairline. Curious, the wandmaker murmured. Very curious. You seem to be rejecting them, Mr. Potter. Not the other way around. The wands want to bond with you. You're the one saying no. Harry frowned. He hadn't been conscious of refusing anything. But now that Ollivander mentioned it, each wand had felt wrong, somehow. Too bright. Too alive. Like they were trying to impose their nature on him rather than complement his own. Maybe I need something different, he said slowly. Something that's been somewhere. Experienced something. Ollivander stared at him for a long moment. Then, very slowly, a smile spread across his face. Wait here. He disappeared into the depths of the shop. Harry heard him rummaging around, muttering to himself, climbing what sounded like a ladder. When he returned, he was carrying a box that looked significantly older than the others, covered in dust and cobwebs. This wand has never chosen anyone, Ollivander said, placing the box on the counter with something approaching reverence. I made it 60 years ago, in a moment of inspiration I've never quite been able to explain. The wood is blackthorn, harvested from a tree that grew in a graveyard. The core is the whisker of a nundu, a creature so deadly that its breath brings death to entire villages. I've offered it to 732 customers over the years. It refused every single one. I began to think I'd made a mistake. That I'd created something that shouldn't exist. He opened the box. The wand inside was dark, almost black, with a subtle grain that seemed to shift in the light. It was 12 inches long, slightly curved, and utterly silent to Harry's magical senses. Where the other wands had broadcast their presence, their eagerness, their desire to connect, this one simply waited. Patient. Eternal. Familiar. Harry picked it up. The wand sang, not out loud. The sound was entirely inside Harry's head, a resonance that started in his chest and spread through his whole body. The wand knew him. Recognized him. Not as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but as someone who had walked in the land of the dead and returned. Someone who understood endings. Someone who didn't fear what waited in the dark. Golden light erupted from the wand's tip. But it wasn't the cheerful spark that most wands produced. It was the light of setting suns, of final moments, of doorways between one state of being and the next. Beautiful. Terrible. Inevitable. Ollivander stepped back, his pale eyes wide. Extraordinary, he whispered. Absolutely extraordinary. The wand of endings, finally finding its beginning. Harry ran his fingers along the dark wood. It felt right in a way nothing in the mortal world had felt right so far. Like a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. How much? He asked. 7 galleons. Ollivander's voice was still hushed. But Mr. Potter, I must tell you, that wand has a temper. It will serve you faithfully, but it will not tolerate misuse. It's not a weapon for petty cruelty or pointless destruction. It demands purpose. I understand. Harry met the wandmaker's eyes. Purpose is something I've got plenty of. He paid for the wand, tucked it into his robes, and walked out into the late afternoon sunlight of Diagon Alley. Hermione and the Weasleys were waiting for him outside, loaded down with bags and packages. Get everything sorted? Molly asked. Yeah. Harry patted the pocket where his wand rested. I think I'm ready. The night before September 1st, Harry stood in the weighing hall one last time. The scales were empty. No souls waited for judgment. The torches burned low, casting long shadows across the endless pillars. Anubis stood beside his throne, but he wasn't sitting in it. He was looking at Harry with an expression that, on a human face, might have been called wistful. You don't have to go, Anubis said. I know I encouraged it, but you can still change your mind. The mortal world will survive without you. Prophecies have been wrong before. What prophecy? Harry asked sharply. You never mentioned a prophecy. Anubis waved his hand dismissively. There's always a prophecy. Mortals love prophecies. This one apparently predicts that you're the only one who can defeat Voldemort permanently. Something about neither being able to live while the other survives. The specifics are tedious and probably metaphorical. Probably metaphorical. Harry laughed despite himself. You're terrible at warnings, you know that. I prefer to think of it as fostering independence. But Anubis's golden eyes were soft. You've grown so much, Harry. From the impossible baby who shouldn't have existed to this. A young man ready to take on the world. Both worlds, really. I'm proud of you. I hope you know that. Harry crossed the hall and hugged his father. Anubis went stiff for a moment. Physical affection was not something that came naturally to the god of the dead, but then his arms came up and wrapped around Harry, pulling him close. His fur was warm. He smelled like myrrh and old stone and something indefinable that meant home. I'll come back, Harry said against his father's chest. This isn't goodbye. It's just a field trip. A 7-year field trip. Anubis's voice was dry. During which you'll face a dark wizard, navigate mortal politics, and probably get into at least 17 life-threatening situations because you inherited your birth parents' talent for trouble. 17 seems low. I was being optimistic. They stood there for a long moment, holding on to each other in the ancient hall where millions of souls had been judged. Then Amit padded out of the shadows and butted her massive head against Harry's hip, demanding her own goodbye. Take care of him, Harry told her, scratching behind her ears one last time. Don't let him brood too much while I'm gone. Amit made a sound that might have been agreement or might have been a complaint about being left behind. Harry chose to interpret it positively. The train leaves at 11, Anubis said, stepping back and composing himself. I've arranged transportation. And Harry, the fragment in your scar. It's dormant, but it's not gone. Be careful. Don't let anyone manipulate you through it, and don't be afraid to come home if you need help. I will. Harry picked up his trunk, already packed with everything he'd need for his first year at Hogwarts. Father. Thank you. For everything. For finding me, raising me, teaching me. For being my dad when you didn't have to be. Anubis's jackal ears tilted forward, his equivalent of a smile. It was the easiest choice I ever made. Now go. Become who you were meant to be. And remember, death is not an ending. It's just a transition. Whatever happens, whatever you face, you will always have a home here. You will always be my son. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Then he walked through the door that Anubis opened for him, a portal between worlds, between realms, between the life he'd known and the life waiting for him. That he stepped out onto platform 9 3/4 at exactly 10:30 in the morning on September 1st, the Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the light streaming through the station's glass ceiling. Families milled around, saying goodbyes, loading trunks, shouting last-minute reminders. Owls hooted. Cats yowled. A toad made a determined bid for freedom and was recaptured by a round-faced boy who looked like he'd been chasing it for a while. Harry took a deep breath. The living world was loud and bright and overwhelming. But somewhere in that chaos, he could feel it, the subtle presence of death, woven through everything. The mortality of every person on the platform, ticking away second by second. The ghosts that lingered at the edges of perception, watching the students depart. The weight of endings that existed in every beginning. That he was Harry Potter Anpu, son of Anubis. Raised in the land of the dead. Carrying a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in his forehead and a wand that sang of endings in his pocket. That he was ready. Harry. Over here. Ron was waving frantically from beside a compartment door, Hermione already visible through the window with a book open on her lap. They'd saved him a seat. His first real friends in the world of the living, waiting for him like it was the most natural thing in the world. Harry smiled, a real smile, the kind he hadn't felt since leaving the Duet, and walked toward them. The train whistle blew. His new life was beginning, and somewhere, in a place that wasn't quite anywhere, the scales of Ma'at trembled. The feather shifted. The balance, so carefully maintained for millennia, began, slowly, imperceptibly, to tip. Something was coming, something that would test everything Harry had learned about life, death, and the thin line between them. But that was a problem for another chapter. Chapter 2, The Living Castle. The compartment door slid shut behind Harry, and for exactly 3 seconds, everything was peaceful. Then the train lurched forward. Hermione's book flew out of her hands, Ron's rat escaped from his pocket, and a loud explosion echoed from somewhere further down the corridor, followed by cheering and what sounded like a teacher shouting. Fred and George, Ron said, not even looking up from chasing his rat under the seats. Guaranteed. They probably smuggled fireworks again. Harry settled into the seat across from Hermione, his trunk already stowed in the overhead rack. Through the window, he watched platform 9 3/4 slide away, families waving, younger siblings running alongside the train until they couldn't keep up anymore. The mortality of the moment pressed against him, parents saying goodbye to children they might not see for months, the bittersweet ache of separation, the tiny deaths that made up the rhythm of living. That he blinked and forced himself to focus on the physical world. The souls would always be there. He didn't have to watch them constantly. Got him. Ron emerged from under the seat, clutching a fat gray rat that looked deeply unimpressed with existence. This is Scabbers. He's rubbish, honestly. Sleeps all the time, barely moves. Percy had him for years before passing him down to me. Harry looked at the rat looked back at Harry, something cold slithered down Harry's spine. Ron, he said slowly, keeping his voice carefully neutral, how long has your family had that rat? Dunno. Forever. Percy got him when he started Hogwarts, and that was ages ago. Why? Harry studied the rat more closely. On the surface, it looked like exactly what Ron said, an old, tired, unremarkable pet. But beneath the surface, in the space where Harry could see the truth of things, the rat had a human soul, not a rat's soul that had somehow become human-like. An actual human soul, crammed into a rat's body, twisted and compressed and hiding. The soul was gray and slippery and absolutely drenched in guilt, the kind of bone-deep guilt that came from betrayal so profound it had fundamentally altered who a person was. Harry had seen a lot of souls in the Duat. This one was among the worst. Just curious, he said, filing the information away for later. He couldn't exactly explain to Ron that his family pet was secretly a human being with the soul of a traitor. Not without revealing things about himself he wasn't ready to share. He seems unusual. He's a rat. Ron shrugged and stuffed Scabbers back in his pocket. Nothing unusual about him. Now, Harry, you've got to tell us, where've you actually been all these years? Hermione and I were talking about it after you left the alley, and nothing makes sense. You said your adoptive father raised you somewhere far away, but you know about magical theory and you speak Latin. Yes, I noticed you reading those signs in the apothecary, and you're weird about death. Weird about death? Harry raised an eyebrow. You looked at the shrunken heads in Knockturn Alley like they were old friends, Hermione said, not looking up from retrieving her book. You didn't flinch. You didn't even blink. Most people find death disturbing, Harry. You looked comfortable. Harry considered his options. He could lie, make up a story about being raised by a reclusive wizard somewhere remote, feed them just enough truth to satisfy their curiosity. That was what Anubis had recommended. Blend in. Don't reveal too much too fast. But these were his friends. His first real friends. And they were already suspicious. My father is a god, he said. Ron choked on air. Hermione's book hit the floor again. Not the Christian one, Harry clarified. Egyptian. Anubis. God of the dead, guide of souls, lord of the underworld. He found me the night Voldemort killed my parents and took me to the Duat to raise as his own. I've spent the last 11 years living in the Egyptian underworld, learning to judge souls and speak to the dead and navigate the realm of the departed. That's why death doesn't bother me. I grew up surrounded by it. Silence stretched through the compartment. The train clattered along the tracks. Outside, the English countryside was giving way to wilder, emptier land. You're having us on, Ron said finally. You have to be. I'm not. Anubis isn't real. He's a myth. A story ancient Egyptians told because they didn't understand. Where do you think myths come from? Harry met Ron's eyes steadily. The gods are real, Ron. Not all of them, and not exactly the way the old stories describe them, but they exist. They've existed since before humans had words for them. Anubis took me in, raised me, taught me everything I know. He's my father in every way that matters. Prove it, Hermione said. Harry looked at her. She was leaning forward, her expression not skeptical but intensely focused. The expression of someone who had just been presented with a hypothesis and wanted to test it. How? Do something godly. Or death-related. Something that proves you're telling the truth. Harry thought about it. He could show them his eyes, the way they shifted to gold when he used his inherited powers. He could call up the death site and describe their souls to them, though that seemed invasive. He could. The compartment door slid open and a pale, translucent figure floated through, dressed in the outdated clothes of a man who died several centuries ago. A ghost, the first Harry had seen since arriving in Britain, though he'd felt others at the edges of his perception. "Oh my," the ghost said, catching sight of Harry. "Oh my, oh my. What have we here?" "Sir Nicholas." Ron brightened. "You're a Gryffindor ghost, aren't you? My brothers told me about you. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, at your service." The ghost swept into an elaborate bow, then turned his attention back to Harry with an intensity that made Ron's greeting seem like an afterthought. "But you, young man. You're different. There's something about you. Something I haven't felt since," the ghost trailed off, floating closer to Harry. His translucent eyes were wide with something that looked almost like fear. "Since when?" Harry asked quietly. "Since I died." Sir Nicholas's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. "The moment of my death, there was a presence. A guide. Someone who walked with me from the living world to, wherever I was supposed to go. But I refused. I was afraid, you see. Afraid of what came next. So I stayed. And that presence, it felt like you feel now." Harry nodded slowly. "You were supposed to be judged. Your heart was supposed to be weighed against the feather of Maat. But you refused, so you're stuck here. Neither dead nor alive. Neither judged nor forgiven." Sir Nicholas stared at him. "How do you know that?" "Because I'm his son." Harry let a flicker of gold flash through his eyes, just for a second, just enough to show the truth. "Anubis. The one who tried to guide you. He's my father." The ghost made a sound that might have been a gasp if ghosts needed to breathe. He drifted backward, passing through the compartment door without seeming to notice. "Impossible," he whispered. You can't be, is there something wrong with the way I exist?" "No. No, it's not that, it's just. I've been waiting." Sir Nicholas's translucent form seemed to solidify slightly, as if he were concentrating hard on being present. "Waiting for centuries. Hoping that someday I'd have the courage to move on. But I never knew how. I never knew if it was still possible, after refusing for so long." Harry felt something shift in his chest. This was the work he'd been raised for. The purpose Anubis had trained him toward. Not judging souls, that wasn't his role, not yet, but helping them. Guiding them. Being the bridge between the living and the dead that he'd always been meant to be. "It's still possible," he said. "It's always possible. The path doesn't close just because you didn't take it the first time. But you have to want it. You have to be ready to face whatever comes next. And if I'm not ready, then you keep waiting. There's no shame in that." "But..." Harry hesitated. "The longer you wait, the harder it gets. Not because the door closes, but because you build up more reasons to stay. More attachments. More fear. If you ever want to move on, don't wait until you're ready. Wait until you're willing to find out if you can be." Sir Nicholas floated in silence for a long moment. Then, very slowly, he smiled. "You know, I think I like you, young man. I'll be watching your career at Hogwarts with great interest." He turned to Ron and Hermione, who were both staring with expressions of complete shock. "You found yourselves quite the remarkable friend, you two. Take care of him. He's going to need people like you in the days ahead." Then he floated away, passing through the walls of the train as if they weren't there. The compartment was very quiet. "So," Hermione said finally. "Anubis. Egyptian god of the dead. That's your father?" "Yes. And you grew up in the Underworld?" "The actual, literal Underworld?" "Yes. And you can communicate with ghosts and guide them to the afterlife?" "Sort of. I'm not fully trained yet. But yes, basically." Hermione picked up her book, looked at it, and set it back down. I have so many questions that I don't even know where to start. The feather thing, Ron said, his voice slightly strangled. What did you mean about hearts being weighed against a feather? Because that sounds really disturbing and I feel like I should be concerned about it. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it, Ron's expression was so perfectly horrified, so utterly out of his depth, that the laugh just bubbled up and escaped. Don't worry. It's not as bad as it sounds. I'll explain everything. We've got a whole train ride ahead of us. So he explained that he told them about the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, the realm of the dead, the place where souls went to be judged after their bodies failed. He told them about the Hall of Two Truths and the 42 Pillars and the Scales of Ma'at. He told them about Anubis, ancient and patient and surprisingly warm once you got past the jackal head and the whole god of death thing. He told them about Amit, and Ron turned slightly green and Hermione asked 17 follow-up questions about the metaphysical implications of a creature that consumed souls that he told them about growing up surrounded by the dead, learning to see souls, learning to understand the weight of choices and the truth of hearts. He told them about the night Voldemort killed his parents, about falling through the void between worlds, about being found by a god who decided to become a father. He didn't tell them everything. He didn't mention the Horcrux in his scar, that was too dangerous, too personal, and he wasn't sure how to explain it anyway. He didn't tell them about the rat in Ron's pocket, though he wanted to. And he didn't tell them about the feeling of wrongness he'd sensed ever since entering the mortal world, the subtle unbalancing of Ma'at, the suggestion that something bigger was moving in the shadows, but he told them enough. By the time the trolley which came by with sweets, Ron had moved from terrified to fascinated, peppering Harry with questions about what famous dead people he'd met. Hermione had filled 3 pages of a notebook with observations and follow-up research topics. And Harry felt, for the first time since leaving the Duat, like he might actually have a place in this strange living world. Cauldron cakes, the trolley which asked, smiling warmly at the 3 of them. Pumpkin pasties. Chocolate frogs. Harry bought enough of everything for all 3 of them. The gold Anubis had given him seemed bottomless, and besides, sharing food was important. Even in the underworld, even among the dead, breaking bread together meant something. They were halfway through a mountain of sweets when the compartment doors slid open again. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 larger boys who looked like they'd been hired more for intimidation than intelligence. His silver-bright soul was tightly controlled, carefully arranged, but Harry could see the curiosity burning underneath. So it's true, Draco said. Harry Potter on the Hogwarts Express. And keeping company with a Weasley, I see. And... He glanced at Hermione with barely concealed disdain. Who are you? Hermione Granger. She met his gaze without flinching. Muggle-born. First in my family to have magic. Is that going to be a problem? Draco's lip curled. Some wizarding families are better than others. You do well to learn that early. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. And you think you're the right sort? Harry asked quietly. Draco turned to him, his expression calculating. I think I'm the sort who understands how the world works. The Malfoys have been influential in wizarding Britain for generations. We have connections, power, resources. Being my friend would open doors for you, Potter. You're famous, but you clearly don't understand our world. I could help with that. You could. Harry stood up, meeting Draco's eyes. But you won't. Because you're not actually offering friendship, Draco. You're offering an alliance. A transaction. You want to be associated with the boy who lived because it helps your family's reputation. You want to keep me away from people you consider beneath you because you've been taught that blood determines worth. Draco's carefully controlled expression flickered. I can see souls. Harry let a hint of gold creep into his eyes. I can see the truth of what people are underneath all the masks and performances. And do you know what I see when I look at you? The 2 larger boys shifted uncomfortably. Draco stood very still. I see someone who's been told his whole life that he's special because of who his parents are. I see someone who's afraid that without that, he might not be special at all. I see someone who looks at people like Hermione and sees a threat, because if a Muggleborn can be just as talented as a pureblood, then everything you've been taught is a lie. Harry stepped closer. Draco didn't back away, but his silver soul shimmered with something that might have been fear. I'm not going to be your strategic alliance, Draco. I'm not going to help you maintain a hierarchy that values people based on accidents of birth. But I'm also not going to be your enemy. Not unless you choose that. Because here's the thing about souls, they can change. The person you are right now doesn't have to be the person you are forever. Your heart doesn't have to be weighed against the choices your parents made for you. You can choose differently. Silence hung in the compartment. Draco stared at Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, his two companions hurrying to keep up. Blimey, Ron breathed. You told him off like it was nothing. It wasn't nothing. Harry sat back down, suddenly tired. Using his abilities, even just to read souls and let his eyes shift, took energy. He's not a bad person. Not yet. But he's been raised to value all the wrong things, and if nobody ever challenges him on it, he'll become exactly what his parents want him to be. I was trying to give him a choice. By terrifying him with gold eyes and vague threats about his soul. Was there a better approach? Ron considered this. Honestly? Probably not. The Malfoys are, well, they were big supporters of you-know-who back in the day. They claimed they were under mind control, but nobody really believes that. Draco's been raised to think he's better than everyone, especially Muggleborns. A normal conversation wasn't going to get through to him. I didn't know any of that, Hermione said softly. The blood purity stuff. It's not in the textbooks. It wouldn't be. Ron's voice was bitter. The textbooks are written by people who don't want to talk about it. But it's real. Some pureblood families think magical blood should be kept pure, only marry other magical folk, look down on Muggleborns, treat half-bloods as lesser. It's rubbish, but it's powerful rubbish. The kind of rubbish that gets people killed. Voldemort believed in it, Harry said. That's what Anubis told me. The whole reason he started his war was blood purity. He wanted to eliminate everyone who didn't meet his standards. Yeah. Ron shuddered. My parents were in the Order, the group that fought against him. They lost a lot of friends. Relatives. It was bad. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, processing. Then she squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. Well. I suppose I'll just have to prove them wrong, won't I? Be the best witch in our year. Show them that blood doesn't determine talent. That's the spirit. Harry grinned at her. And you won't be alone. We're in this together, the three of us. Whatever comes. Ron raised a chocolate frog in mock toast. To the weirdest friendship group Hogwarts has ever seen. A pureblood, a Muggleborn, and the son of an Egyptian death god. They're not going to know what hit them. They laughed, and the tension of the encounter with Draco dissolved into warmth and camaraderie. Outside, the sky was darkening toward evening, the train carrying them ever closer to their destination. Harry looked out the window and saw, in the distance, the first glimpse of castle towers against the twilight sky. Almost there. The Great Hall was impossible. Harry had grown up in the Duat, surrounded by monuments built by gods and temples that defied mortal geometry. He'd walked through the Hall of Two Truths, where the ceiling was literally made of stars and the floor shifted to match the state of each soul being judged. He'd seen wonders that would make mortal architects weep with inadequacy. But Hogwarts was something else entirely. The castle was alive, not in the metaphorical sense that mortal buildings sometimes felt lived in or full of history. Hogwarts was genuinely, magically, fundamentally alive. Harry could feel it the moment they passed through the front gates. a vast consciousness, ancient and patient and deeply curious, reaching out to touch each student who entered its walls. The stone itself pulsed with accumulated magic. The staircases moved because the castle wanted them to move. The portraits whispered because they were extensions of Hogwarts's own memory, and the ghosts, there were ghosts everywhere, not just Sir Nicholas, who floated past with a respectful nod toward Harry. Dozens of ghosts, maybe hundreds, drifting through walls and hovering near tables and watching the new students with expressions ranging from benevolent welcome to distant melancholy. Most of them were content, souls who had chosen to stay for reasons that made sense to them, who had found peace in their liminal existence. But some, Harry's eyes were drawn to a translucent woman floating near the Ravenclaw table. Her soul was different from the others. Darker. Weighed down with guilt so profound it was visible even through the barrier between life and death. She caught Harry looking at her and flinched away, vanishing through the wall. He filed that away for later too. There were mysteries everywhere in this castle. He couldn't investigate them all at once. First years, this way please. A stern-looking woman in emerald green robes was gathering the new students near a side door. Professor McGonagall, according to the whispering upperclassmen. Deputy Headmistress. Head of Gryffindor House. Not someone to cross, Harry studied her soul as they walked past. Fierce loyalty. Iron discipline. Deep wells of compassion carefully hidden beneath professionalism. She'd lost people she loved and built walls around her heart, but she still cared, about her students, about the school, about doing the right thing even when it was hard. He liked her immediately. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool, I will place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses. McGonagall held up a battered, ancient hat that looked like it had been dragged through several centuries of hard use. Abbott, Hannah. A nervous girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward and sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on her head. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, Hufflepuff. The table on the far right erupted in cheers. Hannah practically ran to join them, relief evident on her face. The sorting continued. Names were called, the hat deliberated, houses were assigned. Harry watched with interest, trying to figure out the pattern. The hat seemed to be reading something in each student, not their souls, exactly, but something related. Their potential, maybe. Their deepest values. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with her shoulders squared and her chin raised, the picture of determined courage despite the way her hands were trembling slightly. The hat settled on her head and sat there for nearly a minute, seemingly engaged in intense deliberation. Finally, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed and hurried to the Gryffindor table, sliding into a seat and immediately starting to take notes on her new surroundings. Harry grinned. Of course she was taking notes. She'd probably have the entire castle mapped within a week. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, Slytherin. He smirked and sauntered to the Slytherin table, settling in among the other green and silver students like he'd been born there. Which, in a sense, he had been. More names. More sortings. The crowd of first years thinned steadily. Potter, Harry. The entire great hall went silent. Harry could feel every eye in the room turning toward him as he walked to the stool. The scrutiny was physical, almost painful, hundreds of souls pressing against his awareness, all of them burning with curiosity and expectation and hope and fear and a dozen other emotions he couldn't begin to sort through. The boy who lived. The savior of the wizarding world. The symbol of victory against darkness. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. And everything went quiet. Well, said a voice in his mind. This is unexpected. Harry startled slightly. The hat could talk. Directly into his thoughts. Of course I can talk. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years. I've gotten quite good at it. The voice was dry, amused, and slightly exasperated. But you, Mr. Potter, are unlike anything I've ever encountered. Your mind is, how do I put this, not entirely mortal. I was raised in the Underworld, Harry thought back. By Anubis. Does that matter for the sorting? It matters for everything. The hat's presence shifted through Harry's consciousness, examining, evaluating. Let me see, courage, certainly. You walked into the mortal world knowing nothing about it, ready to face whatever came. Loyalty too, your bonds with your friends are already stronger than you realize. Cunning, definitely. You handled young Malfoy quite skillfully on the train. And intelligence, oh my, yes. The things you know. The things you've seen. You could excel in any house, then how do you choose? Usually, I ask what the student wants. But with you. The hat paused. Tell me, Mr. Potter. What do you value most? Not what you're good at. Not what others expect. What matters to you, in the deepest part of your heart? Harry thought about it. Really thought that he thought about the merchant in the Hall of Two Truths, breaking down as he faced the truth of his own choices. He thought about his father, sitting on the floor to talk to a dead man instead of simply rendering judgment. He thought about Sir Nicholas, centuries of fear holding him back from the peace he craved. That he thought about what he wanted to do with his life. Not what destiny demanded. Not what prophecy expected. What he wanted. That I want to help, he thought finally. I want to use what I know, what I can see, to help people face the things they're afraid of. To help them become who they're supposed to be. Not by judging them or condemning them, but by showing them the truth and trusting them to do the right thing with it. Interesting. The hat's voice was warm now, approving. You know, Helga Hufflepuff would have loved you. That dedication to helping others, that fundamental belief in redemption, but no. You're too willing to act, too ready to fight when fighting is necessary. Not Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, then. You have knowledge that would make their greatest scholars weep with envy. But knowledge for its own sake doesn't drive you. You want to use what you know, not just accumulate it. Not Ravenclaw. Slytherin could use you. That cunning, that willingness to manipulate when necessary, that understanding of power and how to wield it. You do well there. But your ambition isn't for yourself. You don't want power for power's sake. Not Slytherin, which leaves, Gryffindor. The hat shouted the word to the entire hall, and the Gryffindor table exploded. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, who Harry had heard about but not yet met, started a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter," that spread through the entire table. Percy Weasley, the prefect, was beaming with official satisfaction. Hermione was waving frantically, pointing to an empty seat beside her. Harry took off the hat and walked to join his house study. As he sat down, the hat's voice echoed one last time in his mind, "Good luck, son of Anubis. You're going to need it." The feast was spectacular, but Harry barely tasted it. His attention kept drifting to the head table, where the professor sat watching the students. Most of them were exactly what he'd expected, competent, professional, more or less decent souls doing a difficult job. But two of them stood out. The first was a large man with a magnificent purple turban and a nervous demeanor. Professor Quirrell, according to the whispered introductions passed down the table. Defense against the dark arts teacher. His soul was wrong. Fragmented. Like someone had taken a mostly normal person and stuffed something else inside them, something that didn't fit, something that was constantly struggling to get out, and underneath that fragmentation, buried so deep that Harry almost missed it, was a presence he recognized, the same taint that lived in his scar. The same broken, twisted essence, Voldemort. Harry's hand twitched toward his forehead. The Horcrux in his scar seemed to pulse in recognition, responding to its creator's proximity. How was that possible? Voldemort was supposed to be dead, or at least disembodied, according to Anubis. How could he be possessing a Hogwarts professor? He forced himself to look away before Quirrell noticed his attention. This was important information. Vital information. But he couldn't act on it yet, not without understanding more about what was happening. The second professor who caught his attention was harder to read. Severus Snape sat at the far end of the table, his black robes and lank black hair making him look like a shadow given form. His soul was a maze of contradictions, guilt and love and hatred and loyalty and regret, all tangled together in a knot so complex that Harry couldn't begin to untangle it. There was darkness in him, real darkness, the kind that came from having done terrible things. But there was also light, a fierce, burning love that had survived whatever horrors he'd experienced and still shaped everything he did. As Harry watched, Snape's gaze found him across the hall. Their eyes met. Pain, Harry gasped as his scar flared, sharp and sudden. Not the same pain as when he'd looked at Quirrell, this was different, reflected, like an echo of an echo. Snape's soul was connected to the Horcrux somehow. Not directly, but through a chain of association that Harry couldn't quite trace. Snape looked away first, his expression unreadable. "You all right?" Ron asked through a mouthful of roast chicken. "You've gone pale." "Fine." Harry forced himself to focus on his plate. "Just, taking everything in. It's a lot. Tell me about it. I grew up magical and I still feel overwhelmed every time I come here." The feast continued. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, an old man with a long silver beard and eyes that twinkled with carefully manufactured benevolence, gave a short speech welcoming the students and warning them away from a forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. The prefects eventually led the first years toward their dormitories, winding through moving staircases and past portraits that actually talked back. Harry let himself be carried along with the crowd, but his mind was elsewhere. Voldemort was here. In the castle. Possessing a teacher, and there was something on the 3rd floor corridor that Dumbledore wanted to protect. These two facts were almost certainly connected. Harry didn't believe in coincidence, not after growing up in a realm where causality was a suggestion and fate was a real, measurable force. That he needed more information. He needed to understand what was happening before he could act, but first, he needed to survive his first night in the Gryffindor dormitory without accidentally revealing his powers to his roommates. One thing at a time. Sleep did not come easily. The Gryffindor first-year boys' dormitory was comfortable enough, warm beds, soft pillows, heavy curtains that could block out light. But Harry was used to sleeping in the duet, where the silence was absolute and the darkness was friendly and Amit's warm bulk was always pressed against his side. Here, surrounded by snoring boys and the creaking of an ancient castle settling into night, he felt exposed. Around midnight, he gave up trying to sleep and slipped out of bed. The common room was empty except for the crackling fire and a 7th-year student who had fallen asleep over her potions homework. Harry moved past her silently, guided by instincts honed in the realm of the dead, and found the portrait hole. "Where do you think you're going?" the fat lady demanded, her painted eyes narrowing. "Just a walk. I can't sleep. Curfew is at 10 o'clock for first years." "You're not supposed to be. I'll be back before anyone notices." Harry let a hint of power creep into his voice, not a compulsion, just the weight of someone who had grown up among gods and expected to be taken seriously. "Please." The fat lady huffed but swung open. "Don't blame me if you get caught. And if you run into Peeves, you're on your own." Harry stepped into the corridor beyond. Hogwarts at night was a different creature than Hogwarts during the day. The torches had dimmed to embers, casting long shadows across the stone floors. The portraits were mostly asleep, though a few night owls watched him pass with curious eyes. The castle's consciousness was drowsy, its attention turned inward, dreaming whatever dreams ancient magical buildings dreamed, and the ghosts were out in force. Harry felt them before he saw them, dozens of spectral presences drifting through the walls and floors, going about their eternal business without regard for the living world. Most of them ignored him. A few turned to look, sensing something unusual, but didn't approach. He let his feet carry him where they wanted to go, trusting the instincts that had guided him through the duet's endless corridors. Up a staircase that moved beneath him, through a tapestry that hid a shortcut, down a passage that smelled of dust and disuse. He ended up in a room he'd never seen before. It was small, circular, with windows that looked out on the moonlit grounds. The only furniture was a massive mirror, ornate and old, standing against the far wall. Words were carved into the frame, backwards, as if meant to be read in reflection. Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Harry stepped closer, curious despite himself. His reflection looked back at him, but it wasn't quite right. The reflection showed Harry as he was: black hair, green eyes, lightning scar, Gryffindor pajamas. But behind his reflection stood figures that weren't in the room. A man with messy hair and glasses. A woman with red hair and familiar green eyes. And behind them, barely visible, a tall figure with the head of a jackal, his parents. Both sets. Standing together, watching him with expressions of pride and love. Harry's breath caught in his chest. He reached out toward the mirror, and his reflection did the same. But no matter how close he got, he couldn't touch the figures behind him. They were there and not there, real and impossible, present and utterly beyond reach. I wondered when you'd find your way here. Harry spun around. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his robes slightly rumpled, his expression unreadable. His soul was complicated. More complicated than Snape's, even. Layers upon layers of guilt and calculation and genuine care and pragmatic cruelty, all wrapped around a core of burning determination. This was a man who had done terrible things for reasons he believed were right. A man who saw people as pieces on a chessboard, but who also loved them in his own limited way. Professor Dumbledore. Harry straightened, forcing himself to look away from the mirror. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to violate curfew. I just couldn't sleep. Dumbledore smiled gently. Perfectly understandable, given your first day. Hogwarts can be overwhelming for anyone, let alone someone who has been away for so long. There was a question buried in that statement. Harry chose to ignore it. What is this mirror? He asked instead. The mirror of Erist. Dumbledore walked closer, his footsteps silent on the stone floor. It shows us the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Nothing more, nothing less. I see my parents. Harry's voice was steadier than he felt. Both sets. Together. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Both sets. The Potters. And my adoptive father. Harry met the old man's eyes. You know who I am. Where I've been. You've known since the night I disappeared. For a long moment, Dumbledore said nothing. Then he sighed, suddenly looking very old. I suspected, he admitted. When you vanished from the ruins of your parents' home, I searched for you with every method at my disposal. I found traces of magic I didn't recognize, ancient magic, older than our traditions, older than Rome or Greece. Egyptian magic. Death magic. I suspected you had been taken by forces beyond my reach. I hoped you would return someday. And now that I have. Now I find myself facing a young man who is far more than I expected. Dumbledore's twinkle was completely absent. His voice was serious, careful. You see things, Mr. Potter. The ghosts respond to you differently than to anyone else. And when you look at people, at me, just now, there is something in your gaze that weighs and measures. I was raised to judge souls. Harry saw no point in hiding it. It's what I was trained for. I can't turn it off. And what do you see when you look at mine? Harry considered lying. Considered deflecting. But there was something in Dumbledore's expression, not vulnerability exactly, but a kind of weary acceptance, that made him choose honesty instead. I see someone who's been carrying too much for too long, he said quietly. Someone who's made hard choices and lives with the consequences. Someone who cares about people but isn't always good at remembering that they're people and not pieces in a game. Someone who's afraid of what he might become if he takes the easy path, so he always takes the hard one, even when the easy path would actually be better. Dumbledore was silent. I also see, Harry continued, someone who knows more about what's happening in this castle than he's letting on. The Philosopher's Stone is here, isn't it? That's what you're protecting on the 3rd floor. And Voldemort, or at least part of him, is possessing Professor Quirrell, trying to steal it. The silence stretched longer. How do you know about Quirrell? Dumbledore asked finally. I can see the corruption in his soul. 2 consciousnesses fighting for control. One of them has the same taint as the thing in my scar. Harry touched his forehead. You know about that too. The Horcrux. You've known since you examined me as a baby. You are far better informed than I anticipated. I was raised by a god who's been dealing with dark wizards since before your civilization existed. Voldemort's tricks aren't new. They're just unusually thorough. Dumbledore turned to look at the mirror. His reflection showed something Harry couldn't see, something that made the old man's face twist with grief. I had a plan, he said quietly. For how tonight would go. I was going to find you here, explain the mirror's dangers, gently guide you away before you became obsessed with its visions. I was going to begin the process of shaping you into the weapon we need to defeat Voldemort. I was going to manipulate you, Mr. Potter. Carefully. Kindly. But manipulation nonetheless. And now? Now I find that you are not the lost, confused boy I expected. You are something else entirely. Something I don't know how to manipulate. Dumbledore turned back to face him. So I am going to do something I rarely do. I am going to be honest with you. That would be appreciated. Voldemort is here. You're correct. He has possessed Quirrell in a desperate bid to return to power. The Philosopher's Stone could give him a new body, an immortal body, if he uses it correctly. I brought the stone here deliberately, both to protect it from him and to draw him into a trap. I intended to use you as bait without telling you. I intended to put you in danger, controlled danger, so that you would learn to face him gradually rather than being thrown against him unprepared. Harry felt anger stir in his chest. You were going to use me. As bait. Without asking. Yes. Why are you telling me this now? Because you already know too much for manipulation to work. Dumbledore's voice was tired. And because I am old, Mr. Potter. Very old and very tired. I have been playing chess with the world for over a century, and sometimes I forget that the pieces are people. You reminded me of that, just now, when you described my soul. You saw the truth of me. The least I can do is give you truth in return. Harry studied the old man's soul again, looking for deception. He found none, just exhaustion and something that might have been hope. What happens now? He asked. That depends on you. Dumbledore gestured at the mirror. The stone is hidden beyond this mirror. Only someone who wants to find it but not use it can retrieve it, a safeguard against Voldemort's greed. I had planned to guide you there eventually, to let you discover it on your own. Instead, I am telling you directly, the stone is there, Voldemort wants it, and you are the prophesied one destined to destroy him. What would you like to do with that information? Harry looked at the mirror. At his parents' reflections, still watching him with love. At the jackal-headed figure standing behind them all. I'd like to talk to my father, he said finally. Get his advice. He's been dealing with souls and dark magic longer than either of us have been alive. That can be arranged. Anything else? I want to help. I want to stop Voldemort. But I'm not going to be your pawn, Professor. If we're going to work together, it has to be as allies. Honest allies. No more manipulation. No more treating me like a piece on a chessboard. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I believe I can accept those terms, Mr. Potter. It will be refreshing, actually. Having an ally who sees through my games. A ghost of his usual twinkle returned to his eyes. I suspect you will keep me honest in ways I have not been kept honest in a very long time. That's the idea. Then welcome to Hogwarts, son of Anubis. Dumbledore offered his hand. I look forward to seeing what you make of it. Harry shook his hand. The old man's grip was firm, his soul settling into something that looked almost like peace-an alliance, then. Strange and unexpected, but potentially powerful, Harry just had to make sure Dumbledore kept his end of the bargain. The next morning dawned bright and clear, and Harry discovered that he was famous, not just regular famous. Infamous. Legendary. The kind of famous that made people stop and stare and whisper whenever he walked past. That's him, that's Harry Potter. I heard he killed a dragon on the train. No, that's rubbish, he just talked to a ghost for an hour. I heard he's actually a vampire. Harry did his best to ignore the whispers as he made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Hermione and Ron were waiting for him at the Gryffindor table, both of them looking concerned. You look terrible, Hermione said bluntly. Didn't you sleep? Not much. I went for a walk, met the headmaster, had an interesting conversation. You met Dumbledore? In the middle of the night. Ron's eyes went wide. What did he want? To talk. He's not what I expected. Harry grabbed a piece of toast and bit into it. I'll tell you later. What's our first class? The answer was Transfiguration, taught by Professor McGonagall, who turned out to be exactly as strict and competent as her soul had suggested. She spent most of the class lecturing about the theory behind transformation, occasionally demonstrating by turning her desk into a pig and back again. Harry found the theory fascinating. It matched some of his own ideas about energy conversion, but the actual practice of magic with a wand was harder than he'd expected. His blackthorn wand worked well enough. It channeled his power without complaint. But wand magic felt different from the divine magic he'd grown up with. Less intuitive. More formulaic. He managed to turn his match into a needle eventually, but it took significantly more effort than he'd anticipated. You're overthinking it, Hermione said, watching him struggle. You keep trying to understand what the spell is doing instead of just doing it. Force of habit. My father always taught me to understand magic before using it. Muggle-born here. Hermione tapped her own perfectly transformed needle. I had to learn everything from books. Just follow the instructions first, understand later. Harry tried her approach. It worked better than he wanted to admit. Potions, on the other hand, was a disaster. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon classroom like a malevolent bat, his black robes billowing dramatically behind him. His complicated soul was locked down tight, his expression giving away nothing as he surveyed the first-year students with obvious disdain. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began, his voice barely above a whisper but somehow carrying perfectly to every corner of the room. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. His gaze found Harry, and something cold flickered in its depths. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Harry met his eyes without flinching. He could see the pain there, the guilt, the tangled mess of emotions that Snape kept locked away from the world. This man had loved his mother. Had betrayed her. Had spent years consumed by regret. And now here was Harry, looking at him with eyes that saw too much. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry didn't know. It wasn't in any of the books he'd read, but Hermione's hand shot up, and Harry sensed an opportunity. I don't know, sir, he said calmly. But Hermione does. Maybe you should ask her instead of testing me on things that aren't in the first-year curriculum. Snape's expression didn't change, but his soul flickered with surprise. Most students cowered when he targeted them. They didn't push back. 10 points from Gryffindor for cheek, Snape said smoothly. And another 10 for your apparent inability to do basic reading. Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. Perhaps next time you'll open a book before opening your mouth. The class was miserable after that. Snape seemed determined to find fault with everything Harry did, criticizing his technique, his ingredients, his posture, his breathing. By the end of the period, Harry had lost Gryffindor 30 points and earned himself a detention for brewing with malicious incompetence. That was brutal, Ron said as they escaped the dungeon. Snape really has it out for you. He has it out for everyone. But Harry was thinking about the pain in Snape's soul, the love twisted into bitterness, the guilt that never seemed to fade. There was a story there. A history. He needed to understand it before he could figure out how to deal with the man. The rest of the week passed in a blur of classes and homework and the constant pressure of being the boy who lived. Harry learned to fly a broomstick, surprisingly natural, like the sky had been waiting for him. He discovered that history of magic was taught by a ghost so boring that even Harry's death sense couldn't make him interesting. He started mapping the castle, finding shortcuts and secret passages that even the Weasley twins didn't know about, and he kept watching Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts professor was getting worse. His stutter had increased. His turban smelled increasingly of garlic, which he claimed was to ward off vampires but which Harry suspected was to mask the rotting smell of Voldemort's corruption. And sometimes, when Quirrell thought no one was looking, his face would twist into an expression of malevolent intelligence that didn't match his bumbling persona at all. Voldemort was getting stronger. Whatever power source he was drawing from, possibly the unicorns Harry had heard were being attacked in the Forbidden Forest, was allowing him to exert more control over his host. They were running out of time. On Friday evening, Harry sent a message to his father through the sacred flame he'd learned to kindle in his dormitory, hidden, carefully, behind his bed curtains. The response came within hours. Anubis would visit during the full moon, using the thinning of barriers between worlds to manifest briefly in the mortal realm. That gave Harry 8 days to prepare. He spent them gathering information. He learned that the third-floor corridor was protected by a three-headed dog named Fluffy, owned by the groundskeeper Hagrid. He learned that the protections beyond Fluffy had been set by each of the Hogwarts professors, creating a gauntlet of challenges designed to stop anyone trying to reach the stone. He learned that Dumbledore had acquired the stone from Nicholas Flamel, a 600-year-old alchemist who had used it to produce the elixir of life for centuries. He also learned that Daphne Greengrass was dying. This was not information he sought out. It simply became impossible to ignore. Harry first noticed her in herbology, the one class where Gryffindors and Slytherins worked side by side. She was pale, blonde, beautiful in a cold sort of way, and her soul was dimming. Not like the souls of the dead, who faded naturally as they prepared to move on. Her soul was being eaten. Consumed from within by something dark and hungry and relentless. A blood curse. Ancient, vicious, passed down through generations. Harry recognized the signature from Anubis's lessons on dark magic. Someone in the Greengrass family line had been cursed centuries ago, and the curse had been weakening the bloodline ever since. In Daphne, it had found a host it could finally kill. She had maybe 5 years left. Possibly less. The first time they spoke was in the library, 3 days before the full moon. Harry had claimed a table in the restricted section, a privilege granted by McGonagall after he'd demonstrated an unusual aptitude for magical research, and was reading through a treatise on soul magic when a shadow fell across his book. "You're staring at me." He looked up. Daphne Greengrass stood over him, her ice-blue eyes sharp with accusation. "I wasn't aware I was. In every class we share. At every meal. In the corridors." She sat down across from him, uninvited. "I've been watching you watch me for a week. I want to know why." Harry considered his options. He could lie, claim coincidence, deflect attention. But Daphne's soul was already so fragile, so close to breaking. Lies wouldn't help her. Only truth might. "You're sick," he said quietly. "A blood malediction. You've probably known about it your whole life, though your family might have tried to the details. It's getting worse. You can feel it, can't you? The cold inside you, spreading a little more each day." Daphne's composure cracked, just for a second. Something like fear flickered across her face before she locked it down again. "How do you know that?" "I can see souls. It's a gift from my father. Yours is, damaged. Being consumed from within. I noticed it in herbology and I couldn't stop noticing." "So you're just casually watching my soul die? That's not creepy at all. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to help." That stopped her. She stared at him, searching for deception, finding none. No one can help, she said finally. The curse has been in my family for 8 generations. Every healer in Europe has examined us. There's no cure. European healers don't know everything. Harry closed his book and met her eyes directly. My father has records of soul curses going back millennia. He's seen things the modern magical world has forgotten. I'm not promising anything, but maybe there's something in his knowledge that could help. Why would you help me? I'm a Slytherin. Your friend Weasley hates Slytherins. I don't hate anyone based on what house they're in. And I don't like watching people die when they don't have to. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Her soul flickered with conflicting emotions, hope and fear and suspicion and something that might have been gratitude, all fighting for dominance. What would you need? She asked. Information about your curse. When it started, how it manifests, what the symptoms are. Anything your family knows about its origins. I can send the details to my father and see if he recognizes the pattern. That's actually reasonable. She sounded surprised. I expected you to ask for something in return. A favor. Loyalty. Something. Would you like me to? No. A tiny smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. I'm just not used to people helping me without wanting something back. Get used to it. We're going to be spending a lot of time together if I'm going to research your curse. Is that your way of asking me to study with you? That's my way of telling you I'm not going to let you die if I can help it. Daphne stared at him for another long moment. Then she laughed, a short, surprised sound, like she hadn't expected to find anything funny about her own mortality. You're weird, Potter. I was raised by a death god. Weird is a baseline. Fair point. She stood up, gathering her things. I'll write to my parents about the curse details. It might take a few days, they don't like talking about it. Take whatever time you need. The curse has been there for generations. A few days won't matter. No. Her voice was softer now, some of the ice melting away. I suppose they won't. Thank you, Potter. I'm not sure what else to say. You could call me Harry. If we're going to be friends. Are we going to be friends? Harry smiled. I hope so. I don't have many. Daphne nodded slowly. Something in her soul shifted, warmed, became slightly brighter despite the curse gnawing at its edges. Then thank you, Harry. I'll let you know what I find out. She walked away, and Harry watched her go, already composing the message he'd send to his father about ancient blood curses and impossible hopes. The full moon rose over Hogwarts like a silver coin suspended in darkness. Harry stood alone on the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle, watching the moon climb through the clouds. Hermione and Ron knew where he was. He told them about the meeting, though not all the details, and they'd promised to cover for him if anyone asked. The night air was cold, crisp, carrying the scent of autumn leaves and distant wood smoke. Far below, the forbidden forest stretched toward the horizon, dark and full of secrets. Harry could feel things moving in its shadows, creatures that didn't know or care about human politics, living their ancient lives as they had for thousands of years, and then, between one breath and the next, his father was there. Anubis materialized from moonlight and shadow, his jackal head silverlit, his golden eyes gleaming with warmth that would have terrified anyone who didn't know him. He was wearing the traditional robes of his office, white linen, gold embroidery, the ancient symbols of judgment and guidance, but his posture was purely parental, concerned, loving, slightly exasperated. You look tired, Anubis said. Have you been sleeping? When I can. Harry hugged him, breathing in the familiar scent of myrrh and ancient stone. It's good to see you. And you, my son. Anubis held him at arm's length, examining him with eyes that saw more than flesh and bone. You've changed. Already. Only a month in the mortal world, and I can see it. You're becoming more. I don't feel more. I feel confused and overwhelmed and like I'm juggling 100 problems with no idea how to solve any of them. That's called growing up. Anubis's voice was wry. It doesn't get easier. You just get better at handling the confusion. They sat together on the tower's edge, legs dangling over the precipice, looking out over the moonlit grounds. It should have felt dangerous. Instead it felt like home, like the countless nights Harry had spent sitting with his father on the edges of impossible cliffs in the Duat, watching souls drift past toward their eternal rest. "Tell me everything," Anubis said. "I want to hear it all." So Harry told him that he told him about the sorting and the feast and the ghosts who responded to him differently than to anyone else. He told him about Dumbledore and their late-night conversation and the alliance they'd formed. He told him about Snape and the tangled pain of the man's soul, and about Quirrell and the Voldemort presence that was growing stronger by the day that he told him about Daphne. Anubis listened without interruption, his golden eyes thoughtful, his jackal ears tilting occasionally to catch nuances in Harry's tone. When Harry finished, they sat in silence for a long moment. "The curse you describe is familiar," Anubis said finally. "I believe it originated in ancient Egypt, a punishment levied against a family that betrayed the temples. If I'm right, it's designed to consume the soul slowly, allowing the victim to live long enough to produce heirs who will also be cursed. A generational punishment. Is there a cure? Possibly. If it is what I think it is, the curse can be lifted by someone who has the authority to forgive the original crime. Someone who speaks for the temples that were betrayed." Anubis paused. "Someone like me. Or, by extension, you." Harry's heart leaped. "I could cure her." "You could try." "But Harry," Anubis's voice was gentle. "Curing a blood curse is not simple. It requires understanding not just the magic but the justice behind it. You would need to judge whether the family has suffered enough, whether the debt has been paid. It would mean taking responsibility for a decision that could affect generations. I've watched you make decisions like that my whole life. And did it ever seem easy?" Harry thought about the merchant. About the hours Anubis had spent listening to his story before rendering judgment. "No," he admitted. "It never seemed easy. It isn't. But that's the burden of those who judge. We must be willing to make hard choices and live with the consequences." Anubis placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "I will teach you what I know about the curse. If you choose to attempt the cure, I will support you. But the choice must be yours." "I understand." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the clouds drift across the moon. Then Anubis spoke again, his voice more serious. "The other matter. Voldemort. This is more troubling than I anticipated. Because he's here. In the castle. Because of what his presence means." Anubis turned to face Harry fully. "You carry a piece of his soul, Harry. A fragment anchored to your very being. While that fragment exists, he cannot be truly killed. His soul will simply flee to another anchor, another piece of himself, and wait for an opportunity to return. I know. I've known since I was a child. You explained what Horcruxes are. What I didn't explain, what I hoped I'd never have to explain, is what removing that fragment would require." Harry's blood went cold. "You mean, killing me?" "No." Anubis's voice was firm. "Destroying a Horcrux does not require destroying its host. But it does require separating the fragment from the host's soul, which is delicate. Dangerous. If done wrong, it could damage you permanently. If done right, what happens if done right? The fragment is drawn out and judged like any other soul. If the fragment is truly separate from Voldemort's main consciousness, which I believe it is, based on your descriptions, then its destruction would weaken him. Remove one anchor, and the rest become less stable. So I could help kill him by letting you remove the thing from my head? Theoretically, yes. But Harry," Anubis's eyes were heavy with something that looked like grief. "I will not perform that procedure without your full understanding and consent. It would require entering your mind in ways that are profoundly intimate. You would experience the fragment's memories, its emotions, its perspective. You would know what it is like to be a piece of Voldemort. And that knowledge cannot be unlearned. Harry stared at his father. How bad are we talking? I don't know. No one has ever attempted this before, removing a Horcrux from a living host without killing them. I believe it's possible, but I cannot guarantee it will be painless or that you will emerge unchanged. But it would help stop Voldemort. It would be one step. There are other Horcruxes, scattered across the mortal world. Each one would need to be found and destroyed. Only then could Voldemort be killed permanently. Harry thought about it. About the weight of carrying Voldemort's soul for the rest of his life. About the alternative, facing the Dark Wizard's memories, his emotions, his perspective, letting that knowledge become part of himself. Not now, he said finally. I need time to prepare. To understand what I'm agreeing to. But, probably yes. Eventually. Anubis nodded, something like pride flickering in his golden eyes. You're braver than you know, my son. And wiser than your years. When you're ready, we'll do it together. Together. Harry leaned into his father's shoulder, taking comfort from the ancient, solid presence. That's all I've ever wanted. They talked for another hour, discussing strategy and plans and the slow unraveling of Maat that Anubis had noticed even from the Duat. Something was destabilizing the cosmic balance, set, almost certainly, working through Voldemort and other agents to collapse the barriers between realms. The situation was more serious than Harry had realized, but his father had a plan. They had time. Not much, but enough. When the moon began to set, Anubis embraced Harry one last time. Be careful, he said. Trust your instincts. And remember, death is not an ending. Whatever happens, I will be there to catch you. I know. Harry's voice was thick with emotion. I love you, father. And I love you, my son. More than words can express. Then Anubis was gone, dissolving into moonlight and memory, and Harry was alone on the tower with a head full of plans and a heart full of hope. Dawn found Harry back in Gryffindor Tower, pretending to sleep. He didn't actually sleep, there was too much to think about, too many pieces to fit together, but he lay still with his eyes closed, running through the conversation with his father again and again. The Horcrux in his scar. The curse on Daphne. Voldemort's slow resurgence. The cosmic imbalance. Everything connected, everything important, everything requiring careful handling. When the dormitory finally stirred awake, Harry rose with the others and went about his day as if nothing had changed. Breakfast. Classes. Homework. The comfortable rhythm of school life, hiding the undercurrents of fear and hope and desperate planning. At lunch, an owl dropped a letter in front of him, not a school owl, but a sleek black bird that looked like it had flown straight out of an ancient painting. The letter was sealed with the crest of House Greengrass. Harry opened it to find Daphne's handwriting, neat and precise. Potter, my parents responded faster than expected. They're willing to share what they know about the curse, but they want to meet you first. Assess your intentions, as my mother put it. I've arranged for us to have tea in an empty classroom this Saturday. Bring whatever research materials you think might be relevant. And try not to do the creepy eye thing. My parents don't know about your abilities and I'd rather keep it that way for now. DGPS. Thank you. I know I said it before, but I mean it. No one else has ever tried to help. Harry smiled despite himself. The creepy eye thing. He'd have to work on making that less obvious. He wrote back a quick acceptance and sent it off with the black owl, then returned to his lunch with something that felt almost like optimism. One problem at a time. One piece at a time. And maybe, just maybe, some of those pieces would start to fit together. The castle hummed around him, ancient and alive and full of secrets. The ghosts drifted past, watching him with eyes that recognized something they couldn't name. And somewhere, in a shadowed corridor or a hidden chamber, Voldemort plotted his return, unaware that the son of Anubis was already plotting his destruction. Let him come, Harry thought. Let him try that I was raised in the land of the dead. I know exactly how stories like his end, and then he went to Charm's class, because even prophesied heroes had homework. Chapter 3, Blood and Sand. The troll was a distraction. Harry knew at the moment he smelled the stench rolling through the corridors, that particular combination of rotting meat and swamp gas and something else, something wrong, something that didn't belong to any creature that had evolved naturally on Earth. Everyone else was panicking. Dumbledore had just announced that a troll had somehow gotten into the castle, and the Great Hall had erupted into screaming chaos. Students were trampling each other trying to reach the doors. Teachers were shouting instructions that nobody could hear over the din. Percy Weasley was attempting to organize the Gryffindors into orderly lines, which was going about as well as could be expected. Harry stood perfectly still in the middle of the chaos, his eyes half closed, his awareness spreading outward through the castle. There. And there. And there. Three separate wrongnesses, pulsing in the magical fabric of Hogwarts. The troll was the loudest, a beacon of crude, violent energy lumbering through the dungeons, but it was also the simplest. Trolls were stupid. Trolls were obvious. Trolls didn't sneak into heavily warded castles on Halloween night without help. The second wrongness was Quirrell. The professor had been the one to announce the troll, bursting into the Great Hall with theatrical terror before fainting dramatically on the floor. But Harry could see his soul from here, could see the way Voldemort's presence was coiled inside him like a snake waiting to strike. Quirrell wasn't unconscious. He was waiting. The third wrongness was new. It felt like sand. Like the desert winds that blew through the Duat, carrying whispers of gods older than memory. Like something ancient and patient and deeply, fundamentally hostile to everything Harry's father represented. Harry's blood went cold. Harry! Ron grabbed his arm, shouting to be heard over the noise. Come on, we have to get back to the tower. Hermione. Harry's voice was calm, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Where's Hermione? Ron's face went pale. She wasn't at dinner. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon. Lavender said she was crying about something. The girls' bathroom. On the first floor. Harry was already moving, pushing against the flow of students heading for the dormitories. The troll's heading that way. I can feel it. Feel it? What do you mean feel it? Harry, wait, but Harry was gone, slipping through the crowd with the fluid grace of someone who'd spent years navigating the twisting corridors of the Underworld. Ron swore and followed, fighting his way through the press of bodies. They reached the first-floor corridor just as the screaming started, not the general screaming of panicked students. This was different. This was Hermione, her voice high and terrified, coming from behind a bathroom door that was currently being battered by 12 feet of mountain troll. Harry didn't slow down. Didn't think. Didn't plan that. He raised his wand, the blackthorn wand that sang of endings, and spoke a word that wasn't Latin, wasn't English, wasn't any language that had been spoken by living tongues for 3,000 years. The word meant stop. The troll stopped, not because Harry had frozen it with magic. Not because he'd stunned it or paralyzed it or done any of the things a normal wizard might attempt. The troll stopped because Harry had spoken with the authority of the Duat, with the weight of judgment behind his voice, and for one frozen moment the creature's tiny brain had recognized that it was facing something far more dangerous than itself. Then the moment passed, and the troll roared, and it swung its massive club directly at Harry's head. Harry ducked. The club whistled over him, close enough to ruffle his hair, and smashed into the stone wall hard enough to crack it. The troll was already winding up for another swing when Ron appeared behind it, his face a mask of terrified determination. Oi! Ugly! Over here! The troll turned. Ron threw a piece of broken stone at its head. It bounced off harmlessly, but the troll's attention shifted, its tiny eyes tracking this new annoyance. The club! Harry shouted. Levitate the club! Ron's wand came up. Wingardium Leviosa. Nothing happened. The troll was still holding the club, and Ron's levitation charm wasn't strong enough to pull it free. Together. Hermione's voice came from the bathroom doorway. She'd emerged, her face tear-streaked but her wand steady. On 3. 1, 2, 3, three voices spoke the incantation in unison. 3 wands directed the spell at the Trolls Club. And the combined force was enough, barely, to rip the weapon from the creature's grip and send it spinning into the air. Harry caught it with his mind, not his wand. His mind. The telekinetic gift that Anubis had helped him develop over years of training, the ability to move objects through pure will. He'd never used it in front of anyone except his father, had always kept it hidden as a secret advantage. But there was no time for secrets now. The club hung in the air above the troll's head. The creature looked up at it, confused, too stupid to understand what was happening. Harry let it drop. The impact was tremendous. The troll crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing to the floor hard enough to crack the stones. It didn't get up. Silence fell over the corridor, broken only by the sound of 3 children breathing hard. Did you just? Ron's voice was strangled. Did you just kill a troll? With its own club? It's not dead. Harry walked over to the massive body, checking for signs of life. The troll was breathing, its chest rising and falling in slow, ponderous rhythm. Just unconscious. Trolls have thick skulls. It'll wake up with a headache, nothing more. But how did you? The club just floated. You didn't even use your wand. Later. Harry turned to Hermione, who was staring at him with an expression that mixed shock with something that looked almost like awe. Are you okay? Yes. I think so. She stepped out of the bathroom, moving carefully around the unconscious troll. It came out of nowhere. I was just washing my face and suddenly there was this horrible smell and then the door was breaking and, she stopped, swallowed hard. Thank you. Both of you. If you hadn't come, don't think about that. Harry put a hand on her shoulder, letting a tiny bit of calming energy flow through the contact. A trick he'd learned from Anubis, not mind control, just a gentle suggestion that panic wasn't necessary right now. You're safe. That's what matters. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rounded the corner and stopped dead at the sight before them, 3 first-years standing over an unconscious mountain troll, looking disheveled but unharmed. What on earth? McGonagall's voice was sharp with shock. What happened here? The troll, Professor. Harry kept his voice calm, respectful. It was attacking Hermione. We came to help. You came to help? Against a mountain troll? Snape's eyes were narrow, suspicious. 3 first-year students decided to take on a fully grown mountain troll rather than alert a teacher. There wasn't time. Ron stepped forward, his Gryffindor courage finding its footing. We heard Hermione scream. We couldn't just leave her. McGonagall looked at the troll. At the club lying beside it. At the crater in its skull where the club had landed. Her expression cycled through several emotions before settling on something that looked almost like reluctant pride. 5 points from Gryffindor, she said finally. For sheer foolishness. You could have been killed. Then, quieter, and 15 points to Gryffindor. For dumb luck and extraordinary bravery. Now get back to your dormitory. All 3 of you. Before I change my mind. They went, but Harry paused at the corner, looking back. Quirrell was still standing there, staring at the troll with an expression that didn't match his usual nervous demeanor. His soul was roiling with frustration, with anger, with the cold calculation of a plan gone wrong. The troll had been his doing. His distraction. And whatever he'd been planning to accomplish while everyone was focused on the creature, Harry had just ruined it. Good, Harry thought. Let him know I'm watching. Their eyes met across the corridor. For just a moment, the mask slipped, and Harry saw Voldemort looking out through Quirrell's face, ancient malice, calculating intelligence, and something that might have been recognition. Then Quirrell turned away, and the moment passed. Harry followed his friends back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind already racing through implications and possibilities. The troll had been a distraction. That meant Voldemort had been trying to accomplish something tonight. Something that required the entire school's attention to be elsewhere. The obvious target was the 3rd-floor corridor, the Philosopher's Stone, but Dumbledore would have anticipated that. Would have increased security. Would have been watching that. So what had Voldemort actually been after, Harry didn't know. But he intended to find out. The next morning, the castle was buzzing with rumors about the troll attack. Theories ranged from the plausible, someone had let it in as a prank, to the absurd, the troll had been summoned by Slytherin students trying to kill Muggleborns, to the genuinely concerning, you know who was somehow behind it. The last theory was closer to the truth than anyone realized. Harry sat in the great hall, pushing eggs around his plate, half listening to the chatter around him while his mind worked through the puzzle. Hermione was sitting across from him, buried in a book as usual, but he could tell she wasn't really reading. Ron was inhaling breakfast with his typical enthusiasm, apparently unbothered by the previous night's near-death experience. "We should talk," Hermione said quietly, her eyes still on her book. "About what happened. About what you did." "Not here." Harry glanced around at the crowded hall. "Too many ears." "The library. After breakfast. The restricted section, you have access, right? McGonagall gave me a pass. Something about unusual research interests." "Perfect." Hermione closed her book with a decisive snap. "Ron, are you coming?" Ron looked up from his bacon. "What? Where?" "Library. Emergency meeting. Harry's going to explain how he levitated a club without using his wand." "Oh." Ron considered this while chewing. "Yeah, all right. But can I finish eating first?" 20 minutes later, they were ensconced in a quiet corner of the restricted section, surrounded by books old enough to remember when Hogwarts was new. Harry had cast a privacy charm, one Anubis had taught him, stronger than anything in the standard curriculum, and was trying to figure out where to begin. "You're not just a wizard," Hermione said before he could speak. "I've suspected it since that conversation on the train. The thing with the ghost, the way you talk about death, the gold in your eyes when you're doing something unusual. And last night, with the troll, that wasn't normal magic. I've read about levitation. It requires a wand, an incantation, and focused intent. You just looked at the club and it moved. It's called telekinesis." Harry figured honesty was the best approach at this point. "My father taught me. It's one of the abilities I inherited from him, not magical in the way you're thinking, but adjacent. Divine, I suppose." "Divine," Ron repeated flatly. "As in, from a god. An actual god." "Yes. Your father. Anubis. The Egyptian death god." "Also yes." Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a slightly hysterical sound, but genuine. "You know what? At this point, I'm just going to accept it. My best friend is half god." "Sure. Why not? Nothing about my life has been normal since I met you anyway. I'm not half god." Harry smiled despite himself. "I'm fully human. But I was raised in the divine realm, exposed to divine magic from infancy. Some of it rubbed off. What else can you do?" Hermione's voice was clinical, curious. "Besides the telekinesis and the soul reading and the talking to ghosts. I can walk between worlds, though I need an anchor point, a gateway or a place where the barriers are thin. I can sense death and dying. I can communicate with the spirits of the dead, though not compel them. And I can judge souls, though I haven't been fully trained in that yet." "Judge souls? What does that mean?" "It means I can look at someone's heart, their real heart, the sum of everything they've ever done and felt and chosen, and determine its weight. Whether they've lived a good life or a bad one. What they deserve when they die." Hermione was quiet for a moment, processing. "That's terrifying." "It's supposed to be." Harry's voice was soft. "The power to judge is the power to define good and evil. My father takes it very seriously. He spent decades teaching me the importance of fairness, of understanding, of giving everyone a chance to tell their story before deciding their fate. Have you judged any of us? Ron asked, his voice carefully neutral. I can see your souls. I can't help that, it's like seeing colors or hearing sounds. But I haven't judged you. That's a formal thing, with consequences. I wouldn't do it to a living person without their consent. What do you see? When you look at us? Harry considered the question. Ron, you're loyal. Desperately loyal, to a degree that sometimes makes you jealous of people who seem to threaten your friendships. You want to be special, to stand out from your brothers, but you're afraid you never will. Your heart is good, though. Really good. The kind of heart that would sacrifice everything for the people you love. Ron's ears went red. That's a lot. Hermione, you're brilliant, but you already know that. What you don't know, what you're afraid to believe, is that you're also brave and kind and deeply caring. You behind your intelligence because emotions are harder to control. But underneath all the books and the logic, you're one of the most compassionate people I've ever met. Hermione's eyes were suspiciously bright. You're good at this. I had a good teacher. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of revelation settling over them. Then Hermione straightened up, her practical nature reasserting itself. Right. So. You're the semi-divine son of an Egyptian death god, you have powers that most wizards don't know exist, and you can literally see into people's souls. Is there anything else we should know? Any other massive secrets you've been keeping? Harry thought about Voldemort possessing Quirrell. About the Horcrux in his scar. About Set moving in the shadows, destabilizing the cosmic balance. About Daphne's curse and his potential ability to cure it. A few things, he admitted. But they're complicated. And some of them aren't just my secrets to share. Fair enough. Hermione nodded briskly. But if there's anything we can help with, anything at all, you'll tell us? I will. I promise. Good. She stood up, brushing dust off her robes. Now, I have homework to finish. Ron, you should probably start that potions essay, it's due Monday. Ron groaned. You're worse than my mum. Someone has to be. They left the restricted section together, three friends bound by secrets and shared danger and the strange, fierce loyalty that comes from facing death together and surviving. Harry watched them go, something warm settling in his chest that he'd never had friends before. Not real friends, not people his own age who chose to stand beside him despite everything they knew. In the Duat, he'd had his father and Amit and the various gods who came and went, but that wasn't the same. That was family, this was different. This was chosen. And it meant more than he'd expected. The wrongness Harry had sensed on Halloween didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. Over the following weeks, he felt it spreading through the castle like a slow-growing infection. Not everywhere, the core of Hogwarts was still healthy, still alive with ancient magic, but at the edges. In the shadows. In the places where students didn't usually go, the Forbidden Forest was the worst. Harry could feel something hunting there, something that wore the darkness like a cloak and left trails of violated magic in its wake. The groundskeeper, Hagrid, had mentioned that unicorns were being attacked, sacred creatures, their blood a powerful magical substance. Someone was killing them, not Voldemort, Harry was fairly certain. The Dark Lord was focused on the stone, on returning to power, on his grand plans for immortality. Hunting unicorns was beneath him, this felt like Set. Like chaos for chaos's sake. Like someone testing the boundaries, probing for weaknesses, Harry started spending more time exploring the castle, mapping the places where the wrongness was strongest. The third-floor corridor, obviously, whatever protections Dumbledore had placed there were doing their job, but the constant magical strain was creating tiny fractures in the castle's defenses. The dungeons, where the troll had originally entered and where the Slytherin common room sat like a cold heart in Hogwarts's chest. And the room of requirement that he'd found it by accident, wandering the 7th floor while searching for anomalies. The room had simply appeared in the wall when he walked past it 3 times, thinking about needing a place to think. Inside, it had shaped itself into a comfortable study with a fire crackling in the hearth and bookshelves filled with texts on Egyptian mythology that it had also shown him something else. In one corner of the room, behind an illusion that Harry's death sense cut through like paper, was a cabinet filled with lost things. Forgotten objects. Items that students had hidden and never recovered, some of them dating back centuries, and among those objects, pulsing with dark magic that made Harry's scar burn, was a diadem. A tiara, really, beautiful and ancient, the kind of thing a queen might have worn 1,000 years ago. But its beauty was a mask for something hideous. Harry could feel the Horcrux inside it, the torn fragment of soul screaming silently in its prison of gold and sapphires, another piece of Voldemort. Hidden here, in Hogwarts, probably for decades, Harry didn't touch it. Didn't get close enough to trigger any protective curses that might be woven into its structure. He just stood there, looking at it, understanding finally how deep Voldemort's contingency plans ran, the scar on his forehead. The diadem in the cabinet. The diary that Anubis had mentioned during their conversation, another Horcrux, location unknown. And who knew how many others, scattered across the world, each one an anchor keeping the Dark Lord tethered to existence. This was going to be harder than he'd thought. Saturday came faster than expected. Harry arrived at the empty classroom Daphne had specified, his bag filled with notes from his father's teachings on blood curses. He'd spent 3 nights transcribing everything relevant, translating from hieratic script into something that modern witches could understand. Daphne was already there, along with 2 adults who could only be her parents. Lord Cyrus Greengrass was a tall man with silver blonde hair and ice blue eyes that perfectly matched his daughter's. His soul was complicated, political ambition, deep love for his family, and a constant undercurrent of fear that everything he'd built could be taken away at any moment. The curse lived in him too, Harry realized. A slower version, less aggressive, but still eating away at his vitality year by year. Lady Aurora Greengrass was dark-haired and elegant, her soul wrapped in layers of protective anger and desperate hope. She wasn't cursed herself. The malediction passed through the Greengrass bloodline specifically, but she'd spent years watching her daughter die slowly and being unable to stop it. Mr. Potter. Lord Greengrass's voice was carefully neutral. My daughter has told us interesting things about you. I imagine she has. Harry set his bag down and took a seat across from them, keeping his posture open and unthreatening. I appreciate you being willing to meet with me. To be frank, we weren't sure we should. Lady Greengrass's tone was sharper. A boy claiming he can cure a curse that has defied the greatest healers in Europe for 8 generations? It sounds like either delusion or confidence trickery. Mother, Daphne started. It's all right. Harry held up a hand. She's right to be skeptical. In her position, I would be too. He reached into his bag and pulled out the notes he'd prepared. I don't know yet if I can cure Daphne. I need more information before I can even begin to assess that. But I can tell you what I know about the curse, and you can decide for yourselves whether I'm delusional. He spread the notes across the table. Diagrams of soul structure. Histories of Egyptian curses. Detailed analyses of the magical signatures involved in generational maledictions. The curse on your family originated in ancient Egypt, he began. Approximately 2,000 years ago, during the Ptolemaic period. A Greengrass ancestor, not called Greengrass then, obviously, was serving as a priest in a temple dedicated to Osiris. He betrayed that temple, stealing sacred and selling them to foreign collectors. When he was caught, the punishment was severe, a curse on his bloodline that would slowly consume the souls of his descendants until the debt was repaid. Lord Greengrass had gone very pale. How do you know this? My father has records of the judgment. The curse was levied by the temple's high priest, acting with the authority of the gods themselves. Harry pulled out a specific page, covered in hieroglyphs. This is of the original sentence. It specifies the nature of the crime, the terms of the punishment, and, importantly, the conditions under which the curse could be lifted. Lady Greengrass snatched the page, studying it even though she obviously couldn't read hieratic script. What conditions? The curse ends when the debt is repaid. That means either the stolen are returned to the temple, or someone with authority over the temple officially forgives the crime. Harry met their eyes steadily. My father is Anubis. He has authority over the Egyptian temples. By extension, so do I. Silence stretched through the classroom. Daphne's parents exchanged a look that communicated years of shared suffering and desperate hope. You're claiming, Lord Greengrass said slowly, that you are the adopted son of an Egyptian god, and that this god has the power to forgive a curse laid 2,000 years ago. Yes. And you expect us to believe this? I expect you to verify it for yourselves. Harry gestured at the notes. Everything there is real. The history. The magical theory. The language. Take it to any expert in ancient Egyptian magic, there are a few at the ministry, and more in Cairo, and ask them if it's genuine. If they say it's fake, I'll apologize for wasting your time and never bother you again. Lord Greengrass stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh. It wasn't a mocking laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had spent decades watching his family die, who had tried everything, who had given up hope, and who was suddenly being offered something so improbable that laughing was the only reasonable response. You're either the greatest fraud I've ever met, he said, or you're exactly what you claim to be. I can't decide which possibility is more terrifying. I'm not trying to terrify anyone. I'm trying to help. Harry looked at Daphne, whose soul was flickering with an emotion he couldn't quite identify. Your daughter is dying. Slowly, but dying. I felt it the first time I saw her, and I couldn't just ignore it. I had to try. Why? Lady Greengrass's voice cracked slightly. Why do you care? You don't know us. You have no obligation to our family. Because my father raised me to help people face death. Not to fear it, not to fight it pointlessly, but to understand it. And sometimes that means helping people live longer. Daphne doesn't have to die from this curse. The crime was committed 2,000 years ago by someone she's never met. Punishing her for it isn't justice, it's cruelty. And cruelty isn't something I can tolerate, not when I have the power to stop it. The silence that followed was different from before. Heavier. More meaningful. Then Lady Greengrass did something Harry hadn't expected. She stood up, walked around the table, and hugged him. Thank you, she whispered. Whether this works or not, thank you for trying. Harry awkwardly returned the hug. Physical affection from strangers was still something he was getting used to. I'll need to examine Daphne's curse directly, he said when she released him. That means looking at her soul in detail, understanding how the malediction is integrated into her being. It might be uncomfortable. It might be painful. And I can't promise it will work. We understand. Lord Greengrass's voice was steadier now. What do you need us to do? Leave us alone for an hour. What I'm going to do requires concentration, and having observers would make it harder. Harry paused. And maybe pray, if you're the praying type. We're going to need all the help we can get. The Greengrass parents exchanged another look. Then they nodded and left the room, the door clicking shut behind them. Harry turned to Daphne. Ready? He asked. She took a deep breath. Her soul flickered with fear and hope and determination, all tangled together in a knot that she was too young to have learned to untangle. No, she said. But do it anyway. Harry closed his eyes and opened his inner sight. The world dissolved into patterns of light and shadow, life and death, the visible world giving way to the deeper truths underneath. Daphne's soul blazed before him like a star, but a star with dark veins running through it, cracks where the curse had burrowed deep, places where the light was being consumed by ancient, patient hunger. He reached out with his awareness and began to trace the curse's origins. It was old. Older than he'd expected, with roots that went deep into the magical substrate of reality itself. The original caster had known what he was doing, had woven the curse into the very bloodline of the greengrass family, making it as much a part of them as their hair color or eye shape, but old magic had patterns. Rules. Weaknesses that could be exploited by someone who understood how such things worked. Harry followed the curse's threads back through generations. He saw echoes of all the greengrasses who had suffered before Daphne, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, each one dying a little younger than their parents, each one carrying the weight of a crime they hadn't committed, and at the very center of it all, he found the knot, the place where the curse was anchored. The magical construct that kept it active, feeding off the bloodline's life force, growing stronger with each generation it consumed. It was hideous. Beautiful in its complexity, but hideous in its purpose. A machine designed to cause suffering, running for 2,000 years without maintenance, without mercy, without end. Harry looked at it. Studied it. Understood it, and then he did something that no one had been able to do for 8 generations, that he began to untie the knot. An hour later, Harry opened his eyes that he was lying on the floor, which was unexpected. His head was pounding, his vision was blurry, and someone was shaking his shoulder with increasing desperation. Harry. Harry. Wake up, please wake up, I'm awake. His voice came out as a croak. Stop shaking me. Daphne's face swam into focus above him. She looked different. It took him a moment to realize why. Her eyes were brighter. The dull, faded quality he'd noticed before, the look of someone slowly dying, was gone. She looked alive in a way she hadn't since he'd met her. Did it work? She asked, her voice trembling. I felt something. Inside me. Like a knot being untied. Like pressure I'd lived with my whole life suddenly releasing. Did it work? Harry sat up slowly, taking stock of himself. He was exhausted, soul work always cost him, but he could feel the results of what he'd done. The curse was still there. He hadn't been able to remove it completely, not with just one session. But he'd loosened it. Weakened its hold. Given Daphne's soul room to breathe, to heal, to fight back. Partially, he said. The curse isn't gone, but it's dormant now. It should stay that way for years, probably. Maybe decades. We'll need to do more sessions to remove it completely, but the immediate threat is gone. You're not dying anymore. Daphne stared at him, then she was crying, which Harry had not anticipated. She wasn't a crier, he'd figured that out quickly, but apparently discovering that you weren't going to die young was enough to break through even her defenses. I'm going to live, she said, the words coming out in hiccuping gasps. I'm actually going to live. I never thought, I'd accepted it, you know. That I'd be dead before I was 20. I'd made peace with it. And now you have to figure out what to do with a whole lifetime. Harry managed a tired smile. That's the hard part, actually. Dying is easy. Living well is the challenge. Daphne laughed through her tears, a choked, surprised sound. You have the strangest way of being comforting. Death God's son. It comes with the territory. They sat there together on the cold classroom floor, both exhausted, both fundamentally changed by what had just happened. Harry could feel something new between them, a connection forged by the intimacy of what he'd done. He'd touched her soul. Had seen the deepest parts of her. Had understood her in a way that no one else ever had. That kind of bond didn't form without consequences. Thank you, Daphne said finally. Her voice was steady now, the tears dried. I'll never be able to repay you for this. I don't want repayment. I told you, I did it because it was right. Because you deserved better than a death sentence for a crime you didn't commit. Still. She met his eyes, and for the first time, Harry saw the real Daphne underneath all the masks and defenses, fierce and passionate and burning with a will to live that the curse had never quite managed to extinguish. You saved my life. That means something. Whether you want it to or not, that means something. Okay. Harry accepted this, because arguing seemed pointless. Just, don't turn it into a debt. Don't feel like you owe me. We're friends. Friends help each other. That's all this has to be. Friends. Daphne tested the word like it was unfamiliar. I've never really had friends before. Not real ones. Just allies. Contacts. People who wanted something from the Greengrass name. Well, I don't care about your name. I care about you. The person I just spent an hour getting to know better than anyone else ever has. Harry struggled to his feet, offering her a hand up. So yeah. Friends. If you want. Daphne took his hand and let him pull her up. Her grip was stronger than he expected, the curse had been stealing her vitality, and now that it was dormant, her natural strength was already starting to return. I want, she said quietly. More than I can say. They let her parents back in. Harry explained what he'd done, what it meant, what the next steps would be. Lord and Lady Greengrass listened with expressions that cycled through disbelief, hope, and overwhelming gratitude. By the time Harry left the classroom, evening was falling over Hogwarts. He was exhausted beyond measure, his soul stretched thin from the work he'd done. But he was also satisfied in a way that no amount of academic success or house points could match. He'd saved a life today. Not by fighting or casting spells or defeating enemies, but by understanding, by healing, by doing the work his father had trained him for his whole life. This was what it meant to be Anubis's son. Not judgment and condemnation. Not death and endings. But the quiet, patient work of setting things right. Harry was halfway back to Gryffindor Tower when he felt it, the wrongness. Stronger than before. Coming from outside the castle. He stopped, reaching out with his senses, trying to locate the source. The Forbidden Forest. Something was happening in the Forbidden Forest, something that reeked of divine power and ancient malice. Harry looked toward the entrance hall, where warmth and safety and the company of friends waited. Then he looked toward the front doors, toward the darkness beyond. He should tell Dumbledore. Should alert the professors. Should do the sensible thing and let adults handle whatever was happening, but the forest was calling to him. The wrongness was calling to him. And somewhere deep in his heart, Harry knew that this was connected to everything, to Voldemort, to the Horcruxes, to the cosmic unbalancing that his father had warned him about. He made his choice. The front doors of Hogwarts opened silently under his touch. The cold November air hit his face like a slap. And Harry Potter, son of Anubis, walked into the darkness. The Forbidden Forest at night was a different creature than the Forbidden Forest by day. During daylight hours, it was merely ominous, dark and deep and full of things that didn't want to be disturbed. But at night, with the moon hidden behind clouds and the stars offering only faint illumination, it became something else entirely. Primal. Hungry. Alive in ways that had nothing to do with the mere presence of biological organisms. Harry moved through the trees without fear. Death didn't scare him. Darkness didn't scare him. He'd spent his childhood in the Underworld, surrounded by things far more dangerous than anything this forest could throw at him, but he was careful nonetheless. Whatever was out here had power. Real power. Divine power. The wrongness led him deeper into the forest than he'd ever gone before. Past the giant spiders' territory, he felt them watching, felt their alien hunger, but they didn't approach. Past the centaurs' gathering grounds, he caught glimpses of them among the trees, their human halves tense with anxiety, their horse halves ready to bolt. Past the places where the trees grew too close together and the undergrowth became nearly impassable. Finally, he reached a clearing. The unicorn was already dead, its body lay in the center of the clearing, silver-white fur stained with the mercury-bright blood that was unique to its species. The blood was everywhere, splashed across the grass, dripping from the leaves of nearby trees, pooling around the body in a spreading lake of violated innocence, and crouched over the body, drinking from the wound in its neck, was a cloaked figure that radiated wrongness so intense that Harry's scar immediately erupted in agony. Quirrell. Or rather, the thing wearing Quirrell. Harry pressed his hand against his forehead, trying to force down the pain, trying to think through the screaming of the Horcrux in his scar. The fragment of Voldemort recognized its creator, was responding to the proximity, was trying to reach out. The cloaked figure raised its head, silver blood dripped from lips that had once been human. Eyes that glowed with red light fixed on Harry with predatory intensity. And then the face shifted. Quirrell's features melted away, revealing something else underneath. Something that had been hiding on the back of his head all along. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed. His voice was wrong, thin and reedy, barely held together by whatever magic was keeping him tethered to Quirrell's body. "The boy who lived. Come to witness my return. I came to stop you." Harry's voice was steady despite the pain. "Whatever you're doing here, whatever you're planning, it ends now." Voldemort laughed. The sound was horrible, high and cold and completely devoid of anything human. "Stop me. You." A child barely out of diapers, presuming to challenge the greatest wizard who ever lived. "You're not the greatest wizard who ever lived." Harry let his eyes shift to gold, let a hint of his father's power flow through him. "You're a broken soul hiding in someone else's body, drinking unicorn blood to survive. You're pathetic." The laughter stopped. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed, and Harry felt the air pressure change as dark magic began to gather around the clearing. "Interesting. There's something different about you. Not just the scar. Something else. Something that tastes of old gods and older magic. My father is Anubis." Harry saw no point in hiding it. "Lord of the dead. Guide of souls. Judge of hearts. I was raised in the Duat, trained in the old ways, and I know exactly what you are, Tom Riddle. I've seen your kind before." "My kind?" "Soul destroyers. Oathbreakers. Men so afraid of death that they tear themselves apart trying to escape it." Harry stepped forward, into the clearing, his wand in his hand. "You've split your souls so many times there's barely anything left. You're not immortal, you're just a collection of broken pieces, desperately clinging to existence." Voldemort's face twisted with rage. "You dare, I dare because I'm not afraid of you." Another step forward. The pain in Harry's scar was excruciating now, but he pushed through it. "You've spent your whole life making people fear you. Fear of death. Fear of power. Fear of what you might do if they cross you. But I've lived with death my entire life. I've eaten dinner with the god who judges souls. I've watched hearts weighed against feathers and found wanting. You're not the scariest thing I've seen, Riddle. You're not even close." For a long moment, Voldemort just stared at him. Then something shifted in those red eyes, calculation replacing rage, strategy replacing instinct. "Interesting," he said again, quieter this time. "Very interesting. Anubis's son. I wondered why my servants in the divine realm had been so quiet lately. Now I understand." Harry's blood went cold. "Your servants in the divine realm? Did you think I only made alliances with mortals?" Voldemort rose from his crouch, Quirrell's body moving with unnatural fluidity. "The old gods remember me, Potter. They remember the offerings I made, the deals I struck, the promises I fulfilled. Set, in particular, has been very helpful." Set, the name hit Harry like a physical blow. "You're working with Set," he breathed. "The Chaos God. The betrayer. The enemy of everything my father stands for. Working with is perhaps too strong." Voldemort began to circle the clearing, keeping Harry in his sights but maintaining distance. "Let's call it a mutually beneficial arrangement. I help destabilize the mortal world. He helps destabilize the Divine One. Together, we tear down the barriers that have kept our kind separated for millennia. You're kind. You're mortal. You have nothing in common with Set. I am beyond mortality." Voldemort's voice rose with conviction. "I have conquered death itself. My soul is anchored in so many vessels that no force in any realm can truly destroy me. I am immortal, Potter. I am eternal. And when the barriers fall, when the Duat spills into the mortal world and chaos reigns supreme, I will take my rightful place among the gods." He was insane. Completely, utterly insane, but he was also powerful. And he had allies that Harry hadn't anticipated. And somewhere, in all his ranting, there was a plan. A real plan, with real consequences. "I won't let that happen," Harry said. Voldemort smiled. It was a terrible expression on Quirrell's face. "You won't have a choice. But I'll give you Cr, Potter, you've surprised me tonight. I expected a frightened child. Instead, I find a warrior. A worthy enemy. I'm not your enemy. I'm your ending." The smile widened. "We'll see. But not tonight, I think. I have what I came for." He gestured at the dead unicorn. "The blood of innocence, to sustain me a little longer. Soon I'll have the stone, and then, you'll never get the stone. Won't I?" Voldemort's laughter echoed through the forest. "Dumbledore's protections are clever, but I've been studying them for months. I know their weaknesses. And I have allies within Hogwarts that even you haven't discovered." He was bluffing. He had to be bluffing, but there was something in his voice, a confidence that couldn't be entirely faked, that made Harry wonder. "Until we meet again, Potter." Voldemort raised his wand, Quirrell's wand, pressed into service by a will not its own. "I look forward to our next encounter. Perhaps by then you'll have learned some proper fear." He vanished. One moment he was there, the next, gone, dissolved into shadow and dark magic that Harry couldn't follow. Harry stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by the dead unicorn's blood, his scar still burning with phantom pain. Things were worse than he'd thought. Much worse. Voldemort wasn't just trying to return to power. He was trying to collapse the boundary between worlds, to merge the mortal realm with the divine, to create chaos on a cosmic scale, and he had help from a god who hated everything Harry's family stood for. Harry looked up at the dark canopy above him, at the stars barely visible through the leaves. "Father," he whispered, "I'm going to need backup." Then he turned and began the long walk back to the castle, his mind racing through plans and possibilities and the terrible weight of everything he'd just learned. The message he found waiting on his pillow was not from Anubis. It was written in hieroglyphs, burned into a piece of papyrus that shouldn't have been able to exist in the mortal world. The writing style was ancient, older than the pyramids, older than the pharaohs, older than almost anything Harry had encountered in his studies. The message was simple: the son of dogs plays games he does not understand. The scales will fall. The order will burn. And when the chaos comes, he will kneel to the true king of endings. Tell your father, his time is over. The age of Set has begun. Harry read the message 3 times. Then he set it on fire with a thought, watching the papyrus crumble to ash. Set was making his move. Voldemort was his pawn. And somehow, Harry had become the center of a conflict that spanned both worlds. He lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling, listening to his dormmate's peaceful breathing, feeling the weight of secrets that he couldn't share with anyone. Tomorrow, he would contact his father. Tomorrow, he would plan. Tomorrow, he would find a way to fight back against forces that made Voldemort look like a minor nuisance. But tonight, he was just a boy who had seen too much, learned too much, and understood that the world was far more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with dreams of sand and darkness and a red-haired god laughing as the universe burned around him. Chapter 4. What the Dead Remember. 3 days after the forest, Harry stopped sleeping, not by choice. His body wanted to rest, demanded it with the bone-deep exhaustion that came from too much soul work and too little recovery time. But every time he closed his eyes, Set was there. The Chaos God didn't speak in these visions. Didn't threaten or mock or make demands. He just watched. Red eyes burning in a face that shifted between jackal and man and something far older than either. Standing at the edge of Harry's dreams, waiting. It was worse than any nightmare. "You look terrible," Hermione said on the 4th morning, sliding into the seat across from him at breakfast. "Like actually terrible. Have you been sleeping at all?" "Some." Harry pushed scrambled eggs around his plate without enthusiasm. "It's complicated. Everything with you is complicated." She reached across and stole a piece of his toast. "Ron's worried too, you know." He just doesn't know how to say it. Where is Ron? Still in bed. Neville's toad escaped again and landed on his face at 3 in the morning. He's traumatized. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. Poor Ron. Poor Trevor. That toad has serious anxiety issues. Hermione studied him with the clinical intensity she usually reserved for difficult homework problems. Are you going to tell me what's wrong, or do I have to guess? Harry glanced around the great hall. Students eating, chatting, complaining about homework. Professors at the high table, pretending not to watch the student body. Quirrell conspicuously absent. He'd been ill since Halloween, according to official announcements, though Harry knew the truth was far darker. Not here, he said quietly. Tonight. The room of requirement. Bring Ron. Hermione nodded, accepting this without question. That was one of the things Harry appreciated most about her. She knew when to push and when to wait. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and careful observation. Harry watched the professors, looking for any sign of the allies within Hogwarts that Voldemort had mentioned. Snape was the obvious suspect, given his history, but his soul told a more complicated story than simple treachery. McGonagall was beyond reproach. Flitwick radiated genuine enthusiasm for teaching that couldn't be faked, but there was something off about the castle itself. Harry felt it during Transfiguration, when the walls seemed to shiver at his touch. Felt it during lunch, when the ghosts clustered closer to him than usual, their translucent faces tight with anxiety. Felt it during History of Magic, when Professor Binns, usually oblivious to everything except his own droning, actually stopped mid-lecture and stared at Harry for several seconds before continuing. The cosmic imbalance was getting worse. Whatever Set and Voldemort were doing, it was affecting Hogwarts directly now. Harry needed to move faster. The room of requirement configured itself differently tonight. Instead of the comfortable study it had become during Harry's solo visits, the room had shaped itself into something that looked almost like a war room. A large table dominated the center, covered with maps and documents that Harry didn't remember requesting. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with texts on defensive magic, divine intervention, and the history of conflicts between pantheons. The room knew what he needed, even when he didn't. Ron and Hermione arrived together, both of them stopping short at the threshold. Blimey, Ron breathed. This is intense. The room reads intent, Harry explained. I must have been thinking about strategy without realizing it. What kind of strategy requires? Hermione moved to the nearest bookshelf, her eyes going wide. Harry, these books don't exist. I mean, they're not in any catalog I've ever seen. Divine Warfare, a primer for mortal combatants. The Set Horus Conflicts, lessons from the First War of Chaos. The room of requirement can create things that are needed, even if they don't exist anywhere else. Harry sat down at the head of the table. Which tells me that I'm going to need that information. Ron dropped into a chair, looking pale. Okay. You've officially scared me. What's going on? Harry told them everything that he told them about the forest, about finding Voldemort drinking unicorn blood, about the revelation of his alliance with Set. He told them about the message burned into papyrus, the threat against his father, the cosmic scale plan to collapse the barriers between worlds. He told them about the dreams, Set's constant watching, the feeling that something terrible was building toward an inevitable conclusion. When he finished, the room was silent. Let me make sure I understand, Hermione said slowly. The darkest wizard in British history has allied with an Egyptian god of chaos to destroy the boundary between the mortal world and the afterlife, which would cause, what exactly? Chaos. Harry's voice was flat. Literal, cosmic chaos. The dead would walk among the living. The rules that govern reality would break down. Magic would become unstable, unpredictable, dangerous in ways we can't even imagine. And in that chaos, Set would thrive. He feeds on disorder. The more the universe burns, the more powerful he becomes. And Voldemort gets what he's always wanted. Immortality. Power. The chance to remake the world according to his vision. Harry rubbed his temples, trying to push back the exhaustion. He doesn't understand what he's dealing with. He thinks Set is a tool, an ally, a means to an end. He doesn't realize that Chaos Gods don't have allies. They have victims who haven't been consumed yet. So we need to stop them both. Ron's voice was surprisingly steady. Voldemort and a god. That's the plan. That's the plan. And how exactly do we do that? Harry looked at his friends, really looked at them, with the soul sight that Anubis had taught him. Ron's loyalty burned bright, a golden flame that refused to dim even in the face of impossible odds. Hermione's determination was equally fierce, tempered by rational calculation and the unshakable belief that any problem could be solved with enough information. They were just kids. All three of them. Kids playing at games that could destroy the world, but they were also exactly what Harry needed. First, he said, we deal with the immediate threat. Voldemort is weak right now, surviving on unicorn blood, hiding in Quirrell's body, waiting for the right moment to make his move on the stone. We have a window to act before he gets stronger. The stone. Hermione leaned forward. That's what he's really after, isn't it? The Philosopher's Stone. If he gets it, he can make the elixir of life, and restore his body. Yes. Harry pulled one of the maps toward him, a schematic of Hogwarts that the room had helpfully provided. Dumbledore has it hidden behind protections on the 3rd floor. Each professor contributed a layer of security. The idea is that no single person could get through all of them. But Voldemort's been studying them for months, Ron said. That's what he told you in the forest. He's been studying. Learning. Preparing. Harry traced the path from the 3rd floor corridor to the chamber beneath. And he has help. Someone inside the castle, someone we haven't identified yet. Snape. Ron's voice was flat with certainty. Has to be. He was a Death Eater. Everyone knows it. Everyone suspects it. Harry shook his head. But I've seen Snape's soul. He's not working for Voldemort. Whatever he did in the past, whatever darkness is in him now, his loyalty is to Dumbledore. Then who? I don't know yet. Harry looked at the map, at the countless rooms and passages that made up the castle. That's what we need to find out. Before Voldemort makes his move. They talked for hours, planning, theorizing, arguing about approaches and contingencies. The room of requirement kept shifting around them, providing books when they needed information, creating models of the 3rd floor corridor when they needed to visualize the protections. By the time they finished, they had something that resembled a plan. Step 1, identify Voldemort's inside ally. Harry would use his soul sight, watching the professors and staff for anyone whose heart showed signs of corruption or deception. Step 2, strengthen Hogwarts's defenses. The castle was alive, sentient in its own way. If Harry could communicate with it, something his unique nature might make possible, he could potentially warn it about the threat. Step 3, contact Anubis. Harry's father had been strangely quiet since the full moon visit. The message from Set might have something to do with that. Harry needed to establish communication, learn what was happening in the divine realm. Step 4, prepare for confrontation. If all else failed, they might need to face Voldemort directly. That meant training, research, and a willingness to do whatever was necessary. This is insane, Ron said as they finally gathered their things to leave. You know that, right? We're first years. We're 11. And we're planning to fight a Dark Lord and a god. Not fight, Harry corrected. Outmaneuver. There's a difference. Is there? My father always said that the most powerful force in any conflict isn't strength or magic or even cunning. It's understanding. Harry looked at his friends, feeling the weight of what he was asking them to undertake. If we understand what Voldemort and Set want, what they fear, what drives them, we can find ways to use that against them. We don't have to be stronger. We just have to be smarter. And if being smarter isn't enough? Harry thought about the message burned into papyrus. About Set's red eyes watching from the edges of his dreams. About the cosmic-scale destruction that was coming if they failed. "Then we die trying," he said simply. "But I'd rather die fighting than live knowing I didn't try." Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. Then Ron grinned, that slightly manic grin that meant he'd accepted the insanity and was ready to commit. "Well," he said, "at least it won't be boring." The next week was a masterclass in paranoid observation. Harry watched everyone. Staff. Students. Ghosts. He studied souls during meals, during classes, during the rare moments of peace in the common room. He was looking for anything that suggested alliance with Voldemort, corruption, hidden loyalties, the subtle markers of dark bargains that he found nothing obvious. Oh, there were plenty of imperfect people. Students with petty cruelties in their hearts. Professors with old regrets and buried shames. The castle was full of flawed souls, because that's what people were, flawed, imperfect, struggling to be better than their worst impulses, but none of them seemed to be actively working against the school's safety. Until Thursday, Harry was walking back from the library when he felt it, a pulse of wrongness coming from a corridor he didn't usually travel. Not the cosmic wrongness of Set's influence, but something more personal. More immediate. He followed it without thinking, his instincts guiding him through passages that grew narrower and darker as he went. The castle seemed to shift around him, as if responding to his intent, creating shortcuts where none had existed before. He emerged in a dungeon corridor near the Slytherin common room. Two figures were talking in hushed voices near a shadowed alcove. One of them was Draco Malfoy. The other was a house elf Harry had never seen before, a creature wearing a filthy tea towel as clothing, its huge eyes filled with obvious distress. "Can't keep doing this," the house elf was saying. "Dobby is not supposed to be here. If Master finds out, I don't care about your master." Draco's voice was sharp, but underneath the sharpness Harry could hear something unexpected, concern. "You said there was danger at Hogwarts. Real danger. You came all this way to warn me. The least you can do is tell me what the danger actually is." Dobby cannot say. The house elf, Dobby, wrung his hands miserably. Dobby has already said too much. Dobby will have to punish himself very badly for this. But young Master Malfoy must be careful. Must not trust who? Dobby opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. His huge eyes had found Harry, standing at the end of the corridor. "The son of endings." Dobby squeaked. "Dobby has heard of you, sir. Dobby knows what you are." Harry stepped forward slowly, keeping his hands visible. "You know me?" "All house elves knows, sir." Dobby was trembling now, but not with fear, with something closer to awe. "The child raised in the land of the dead. The one who walks between worlds. Dobby has dreamed of you, sir. Terrible dreams. Wonderful dreams." "Dobby," Draco said sharply. "What are you talking about?" "The danger is real, young master." Dobby turned back to Draco, his voice urgent. "More real than Dobby can say. Bad wizards make bad plans. Old gods make worse plans. And the boy with the scar," he pointed at Harry, "is the only one who can stop them." Then he vanished with a crack of displaced air. Harry and Draco stared at each other across the empty corridor. "I suppose you have questions," Harry said finally. "Several dozen." Draco's voice was carefully controlled, but his silver soul was roiling with confusion and uncertainty. Starting with, what the hell was that house elf talking about? How much time do you have? Curfew isn't for another hour. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been watching Draco for weeks, trying to determine if the Malfoy heir was part of Voldemort's network. What he'd seen was complicated, a boy raised on poisonous beliefs, struggling with doubts he didn't know how to express, wanting to be more than his father's but not knowing how. Maybe it was time to give him a chance to be something different. "Let's walk," Harry said. "I'll tell you what I can." They walked the dungeon corridors together, two boys from opposite sides of a conflict they hadn't chosen. Harry told Draco about Voldemort, not the full story, but enough to convey the threat. He told him about the alliance with Set, the plan to collapse the barriers between worlds, the danger that Hogwarts faced that he didn't tell him about the Horcruxes. Didn't tell him about the prophecy. Didn't tell him about his father's divine nature. Some secrets were too dangerous to share, but he told him enough. When he finished, Draco was pale. His silver soul had darkened with something that looked like fear, but also something else, something that might have been resolve. My father, Draco said slowly. He was a Death Eater. Is a Death Eater, probably, if what you're saying is true and the Dark Lord is coming back. I know. If I help you, I'm betraying my family. Everything I've been taught. Everything I'm supposed to be. That's your choice to make. Not mine. Draco stopped walking. They were in a narrow passage between two larger corridors, alone except for the flickering torchlight and the weight of the moment. Why are you telling me this? He asked. You don't trust me. You can't trust me. I could run to my father right now and tell him everything you've said. You could. Harry met his eyes steadily. But you won't. How do you know? Because I can see your soul, Draco. I've been watching it since we met on the train. And underneath all the prejudice and fear and desperate need to please your parents, there's something else. Something that knows the difference between right and wrong. Something that's been waiting for a chance to prove itself. Draco's composure cracked, just for a moment. Harry saw the boy underneath the mask, frightened, uncertain, wanting so badly to be better than the path laid out for him. I don't know if I can be what you're looking for, Draco said quietly. I don't know if I'm strong enough to stand against my own family. You don't have to decide right now. Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. Just think about it. And when the time comes, if the time comes, remember that you have a choice. You're not your father's, Draco. You're your own person. What you do with that is up to you. They parted ways at the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory. Draco didn't say goodbye, just nodded once and disappeared through the hidden door. Harry watched him go, wondering if he'd just made a terrible mistake. Friday night brought another sleepless vigil. Harry sat in the room of requirement, surrounded by the books it had created for him, trying to make sense of everything he'd learned. The room had configured itself into a matte ion space tonight, soft cushions, gentle lighting, the faint sound of running water from somewhere deeper in the chamber. He closed his eyes and reached out with his awareness, searching for the connection to his father that had always been there before. Nothing. The path between worlds was there, but it was blocked. Muffled. Like someone had thrown a heavy curtain over a window. Set's doing, almost certainly. The Chaos God was interfering with the connections between realms, weakening the bonds that held the cosmic order together. Harry tried again, pushing harder, throwing more of himself into the attempt. For a moment, he felt something, a flicker of familiar warmth, a whisper of his father's presence. Pain exploded through his scar. Harry gasped, doubling over as agony lanced through his skull. The Horcrux was reacting to something, writhing against its prison like a trapped animal. Images flashed through his mind, fragments of Voldemort's consciousness, leaking through the connection they shared. A corridor. Stone walls. A three-headed dog, snarling but subdued. A trapdoor opening. A harp, still playing. And beyond it, Harry wrenched himself free of the vision, panting, his face drenched in sweat. Voldemort was moving. Tonight. Right now. He stumbled to his feet, grabbing his wand, racing for the door. The room of requirement opened before him, and he burst into the 7th floor corridor, already running. He had to get to the 3rd floor. Had to stop whatever was happening. Had to, Harry. Hermione's voice, coming from behind him. He spun to find her and Ron racing up the corridor, both of them out of breath, both of them looking terrified. We saw, Hermione gasped. The corridor, Quirrell, I know. Harry didn't slow down. Come on. They ran together through the castle, the moving staircases seeming to cooperate for once, creating a direct path to the third floor. The corridor was empty when they reached it, no Fluffy, no protections, just an open trapdoor leading down into darkness. "Someone's already gone through," Ron said, his voice tight. "The harp's still playing. Someone put Fluffy to sleep and went through." Voldemort. Harry approached the trapdoor, looking down into the void below. "Or Quirrell." "Same thing, really. Then what do we do?" Harry looked at his friends. They were scared, he could see it in their souls, feel it in the energy they were projecting. But they were also determined. Ready to follow him into whatever waited below. "I go down," Harry said. "You too, if you say, 'Stay here,' I will hex you." Hermione's voice was steady despite the fear. "We're in this together." "That's what we agreed." "She's right, mate." Ron moved to stand beside her. "You're not doing this alone." Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to protect them from what was coming. But looking at their faces, at the unshakable resolve in their souls, he knew it would be pointless. "Together, then." He managed a small smile. "Try not to die." "Same to you," Ron said. "You first." Harry jumped into the darkness, the protections were already broken. Devil's snare, dead and withered. Flying keys, scattered across the floor. A chest set in ruins, pieces smashed and broken. A troll, already unconscious. A riddle involving potions, already solved. Someone had gone through before them, clearing the path. Making it easy, too easy. "This is a trap," Hermione whispered as they passed the seventh chamber. "It has to be." "Probably." Harry pushed open the final door. "But we can't turn back now." The chamber beyond was massive, lit by torches that burned with violet flame. In the center stood the mirror of Eriste, the same mirror Harry had found on his midnight wandering, the same mirror where Dumbledore had told him the stone was hidden, and standing before the mirror, his back to them, was Professor Carl.No turbaned. No stutter. No pretense. "I wondered how long it would take you to arrive," Quirrell said, his voice clear and confident. "I've been waiting." "Where's the stone?" Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between his friends and the professor. "You haven't gotten it yet, have you? The mirror won't give it to you." "Clever boy." Quirrell turned, and Harry saw his face clearly for the first time, saw the intelligence behind his eyes, the calculation, the complete absence of the bumbling persona he'd worn for months. "The mirror shows only desire, not possession. I want to use the stone, so it won't show me where it is." A clever trap. Dumbledore's design, I assume. "So you've failed." "Not yet." Quirrell smiled, and there was nothing human in the expression. "I have one more option." "Use the boy." That voice. Not Quirrell's voice. Something else, something speaking through him. "Master?" Quirrell's face shifted, suddenly uncertain. "Are you sure?" "He is dangerous, the boy is the key. He does not want to use the stone. Only to protect it. The mirror will show him where it is." Harry's blood went cold as understanding dawned. "You want me to get it for you," he said. "You want me to look in the mirror and see where the stone is hidden. Very good." Quirrell gestured toward the mirror. "Come here, Potter. Look. Tell me what you see. And if I refuse?" Quirrell raised his wand. Behind Harry, Hermione made a small sound of fear. "Let me speak to him. Face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this." Quirrell nodded jerkily and reached up to begin unwrapping his turban. The fabric fell away, revealing, Harry heard Hermione scream. Heard Ron swear violently. But he couldn't look away. Voldemort's face stared at him from the back of Quirrell's head. It was barely human, noseless, pale, with eyes like burning coals and a mouth that seemed too wide for the skull it occupied. A parasite wearing its host like a mask, twisted by years of existence as something less than alive. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "We meet again. You're exactly as pathetic as I expected." Harry forced his voice to stay steady. "The greatest Dark Lord in history, reduced to living on the back of someone else's head. Your soul must be even more broken than I thought." Brave words, from a child. Voldemort's lips twisted into something that might have been a smile. "But bravery won't save you. Won't save your friends. Look in the mirror, Harry. Get me the stone. And perhaps I'll let them live." "You're lying. You'll kill us all regardless." "Perhaps. But this way, you have a chance. A small one, but a chance." The red eyes burned with hunger. "Or you can refuse, and I'll simply take what I need by force. Your friends will die screaming. And you, well. There are worse things than death, Harry. Much worse things. Set has taught me that." The mention of Set sent a spike of cold through Harry's chest. The Chaos God was involved in this too. Of course he was. Harry looked at the mirror that he didn't want to. Every instinct screamed at him to refuse, to fight, to do anything except give Voldemort what he wanted. But his friends were behind him, helpless, and Voldemort wasn't bluffing about the torture. The hunger in his soul was too real, too desperate. He stepped forward and looked into the mirror. His reflection stared back at him. And behind his reflection, his parents, all of them, birth and adoptive, watching with expressions of love and encouragement. Then his reflection winked and reached into its pocket. It pulled out a blood-red stone and dropped it into the pocket of its robes. The same moment, Harry felt something heavy appear in his own pocket, the stone. He had the stone, but Voldemort didn't know that. Couldn't see what the mirror had shown him. "What do you see?" Voldemort demanded. "What does the mirror show you?" Harry turned to face him, his mind racing through possibilities that he could lie. Could describe a false vision, buy time, hope for rescue, but rescue wasn't coming. Dumbledore was away. Harry had overheard McGonagall mentioning it at dinner. The other professors didn't know what was happening. And even if someone came, Voldemort had hostages. There was only one way out of this. "I see the truth," Harry said. "I see what you really are." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "And what is that?" "A failure." Harry let his eyes shift to gold, let his father's power flow through him. "A pathetic, broken soul who's so afraid of death that he's willing to destroy himself to escape it. You've torn your soul apart, Voldemort. Shattered it into pieces. And you think that makes you immortal? I am immortal. I have conquered death. You haven't conquered anything. Death isn't something to be conquered. It's a transition. A passage from one state to another. My father has been guiding souls through that passage for longer than your species has existed, and he's never once seen anyone successfully escape it." Voldemort's face twisted with rage. "Your father is a primitive deity, worshipped by people who have been dead for millennia. My father is the judge of souls. And when you finally die, when all your anchors are destroyed and your broken pieces are finally gathered together, he will be waiting. And he will weigh your heart against the feather of Maat. And you know what he'll find." Harry stepped closer, ignoring Quirrell's wand, ignoring the danger, letting the full weight of his inheritance settle into his voice. "He'll find nothing. Because you don't have a heart anymore, Voldemort. You carved it out of yourself, piece by piece, trying to escape something that was never your enemy. And now there's nothing left. You're not immortal. You're not even alive. You're just empty." For a moment, something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Something that might have been doubt, then rage replaced it. "Kill him!" Voldemort screamed. "Kill them all!" Quirrell raised his wand. Harry moved faster. He'd been training for this his whole life, not combat magic, not dueling, but something far more fundamental. The ability to channel divine power. The authority of judgment. He reached out with his will and touched Quirrell's soul. The professor screamed. His wand clattered to the floor. His hands flew to his head, clutching at the parasitic face on the back of his skull. What are you doing?" Quirrell gasped. "Separating you." Harry's voice was calm, despite the enormous effort the working required. "You let him in willingly, didn't you? Let him possess you, thinking it would bring you power. But he's killing you, Quirrell. He's been killing you all year. Eating your soul from the inside. Master, help me, pull back. Let him go." Voldemort's voice was panicked now. "The boy has power, real power, I can save you." Harry met Quirrell's terrified eyes. "I can pull him out, send him back to whatever shadow he's been hiding in. You'll live. You'll be weak, but you'll live. All you have to do is let go." I can't," Quirrell was crying now, tears streaming down his face. "He promised me, power, respect, everything I ever wanted, he promised you lies. That's what he does. That's all he can do." Harry pushed harder, and Quirrell screamed again. "Let go, Quirrell. Choose to live." For a long moment, the professor stood frozen between two impossible forces, the parasite that had promised him everything and the boy who was offering him a chance at redemption. Then he made his choice. "No," Quirrell whispered. "No." He lunged at Harry, hands outstretched, and the moment their skin touched, everything changed. Voldemort's presence slammed into Harry's consciousness like a battering ram. The Horcrux in his scar responded, reaching out to its creator, trying to reconnect. Harry felt his sense of self beginning to blur at the edges, felt the boundaries between his mind and Voldemort start to dissolve, and then something else pushed back, the power of the Duat. The protection of Anubis. The accumulated weight of 11 years of love and training and preparation for exactly this moment. Harry's mother had died protecting him with love. His father had raised him surrounded by death. And together, those two forces, love and death, the greatest powers in any universe, created something that Voldemort couldn't touch. Couldn't survive. Quirrell's hands began to burn, not metaphorically. Actually burn, blisters forming, skin blackening, the smell of cooked meat filling the chamber. He screamed and tried to pull away, but Harry grabbed his wrists and held on. "You want to possess me?" Harry shouted over Quirrell's screams. "You want to take my body? Come and try." He opened himself fully to the power of his heritage. Let the golden light flood through him, burning away the darkness of Voldemort's touch. Let the authority of judgment flow from his hands into Quirrell's corrupted flesh. Quirrell's body couldn't handle it. Already weakened by months of possession, already compromised by Voldemort's presence, it simply fell apart. The professor collapsed, his skin crumbling to ash, his bones dissolving into dust. And from the wreckage rose something dark and terrible, a shadow, a wraith, the disembodied essence of what had once been Tom Riddle. "This isn't over," Voldemort hissed. "I will return. And when I do, when you do, I'll be ready." Harry's eyes blazed gold. "Now get out." The wraith fled, screaming, dissolving through the chamber walls and vanishing into the darkness beyond. Harry stood alone in the center of the room, surrounded by dust that had once been a man. Then his knees buckled, and the world went black. He woke in the hospital wing. 3 days later, sunlight was streaming through tall windows. The smell of potions and clean linen filled the air. Someone was holding his hand. "Harry?" Hermione's voice, thick with tears. "Harry, can you hear me?" Loud and clear. His voice came out as a croak. "Water?" Someone pressed a glass to his lips. He drank gratefully, letting the cool liquid soothe his parched throat. When his vision cleared, he found himself surrounded by faces. Hermione, looking like she hadn't slept in days. Ron, his arm in a sling from some injury Harry didn't remember. Dumbledore, his expression grave but relieved. And, standing slightly apart from the others, Daphne Greengrass, her ice-blue eyes bright with an emotion Harry couldn't quite identify. "You're an idiot," Daphne said. "Thank you for that assessment. You nearly died. You did die, actually, for about 30 seconds. Madame Pomfrey had to restart your heart. 30 seconds isn't that long. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but serious. Do you remember what happened? Harry closed his eyes, sorting through fragmented memories. The mirror. Quirrell. Voldemort's face. The burning. The wraith fleeing. I remember. Is everyone okay? Your friends are fine, thanks to your quick thinking. Dumbledore moved closer to the bed. But I'm afraid we need to discuss what happened. Certain aspects of the confrontation have raised questions. Questions. You destroyed Quirrell with a touch, Harry. You burned him alive. That's not a power any 11-year-old wizard should possess. I'm not any 11-year-old wizard. No. Dumbledore's eyes held a complicated mix of emotions. No, I don't suppose you are. Which brings us to the matter of your father. Harry's heart skipped. What about him? He arrived last night. Dumbledore stepped aside, revealing a figure that had been hidden behind the privacy curtains. Anubis stood at the foot of Harry's bed, resplendent in his true form, jackal head, golden eyes, the full regalia of the Lord of the Dead. The other occupants of the hospital wing were pointedly looking anywhere else, their memories clearly modified to explain away the impossible sight. Father, Harry breathed. My son. Anubis's voice was warm, but his eyes held worry. You've been busy. You could say that. We have much to discuss. About what happened here. About Set's movements. About the war that is coming. Anubis glanced at the mortals gathered around the bed. But first, I believe your friends need reassurance that you're going to survive. Harry looked at Hermione, at Ron, at Daphne. They were all staring at Anubis with varying degrees of shock and awe, their minds clearly struggling to process what they were seeing. It's okay, Harry said. He's family. He's a god, Ron managed weakly. Yeah. Harry smiled. That too. And somehow, despite everything, the pain and the fear and the cosmic scale danger still lurking on the horizon, Harry felt something like hope settling into his chest that he had his father. He had his friends. He had allies he was only beginning to discover. Voldemort would return. Set would continue his schemes. The war between order and chaos would escalate, but for now, in this moment, surrounded by people who loved him, Harry allowed himself to rest. The stone was safe, hidden in Dumbledore's protection, its secrets preserved for another day. And somewhere in the divine realm, the scales of Maat trembled, the balance was shifting, everything was about to change. Chapter 5. The Chamber of Lost Souls. Summer in the Duat was not like summer anywhere else. The Egyptian underworld didn't have seasons in the mortal sense. No changing leaves, no winter snows, no spring flowers pushing through thawed earth. But it had rhythms. Cycles of activity and rest, periods when the flow of souls increased and periods when it slowed to a trickle. And this summer, for the first time in millennia, those rhythms were wrong. Harry stood in the Hall of Two Truths, watching his father work. The soul on trial was a young woman, barely older than Harry himself, killed in a car accident somewhere in the mortal world. Her heart sat on the scales, trembling, while the feather of Maat waited to deliver its verdict. Normally, this would be a straightforward judgment. The woman had lived a short life, made small mistakes, loved her family, dreamed of becoming a teacher. Her heart was light. The scales should have balanced easily, instead, they wobbled. Shook. Refused to settle. It's getting worse, Harry said quietly. Yes. Anubis's voice was grim. The instability is affecting everything now. Even the most basic judgments are becoming difficult. Because of Set. Because of what Set is doing to the barriers. Anubis gestured, and the scales finally, grudgingly, tipped in the woman's favor. Her soul brightened with relief as the door to the eternal fields opened before her. The boundaries between realms are weakening. Energy that should flow in predictable patterns is becoming chaotic. The very laws that govern existence are starting to fray. Harry watched the woman's soul drift toward its final rest. She paused at the threshold, looking back at him with an expression of wonder. Thank you, she whispered. I don't know who you are, but, thank you. Then she was gone, and the hall was empty except for Harry and his father. I have to go back, Harry said. To Hogwarts. I know you want me to stay, but, I know. Anubis sat down on the steps of his throne, looking more tired than Harry had ever seen him. You have responsibilities there. Friends who need you. A war to fight. It's not just that. Harry sat beside his father, their shoulders almost touching. I found another Horcrux. In the castle. A diadem, hidden in something called the Room of Requirement. I need to destroy it. Anubis was silent for a long moment. You understand what that will require? Destroying a piece of Voldemort's soul. Yes. Not just destroying. Judging. Anubis turned to face him fully. A Horcrux is not simply a container. It's a fragment of consciousness, torn from its source, preserved in a state of eternal torment. To destroy it properly, to ensure it doesn't simply flee to another anchor, you must weigh it. Judge it. Render a verdict on the piece of soul it contains. I'm not ready for that. No. But you may not have a choice. Anubis placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. The fragment in your scar. We discussed removing it before. Are you ready now? Harry touched his forehead, feeling the slight throb of the Horcrux beneath his skin. It had been quieter since the confrontation with Quirrell, almost dormant, but it was still there. Still a connection to Voldemort. Still a piece of the dark wizard lodged in his very being. Will it help? Against the diadem? It might. If you understand what a Horcrux truly is, how it feels, how it thinks, how it experiences existence, you'll be better equipped to judge one. Anubis's golden eyes were serious. But the process will change you, Harry. You will experience Voldemort's memories. His emotions. His perspective on reality. You will know him as intimately as you know yourself. And if I can't handle it, then the fragment will consume you instead of being consumed. Your consciousness will be overwhelmed by his. You will cease to exist as Harry Potter and become something else. Something neither fully you nor fully him. Harry stared at his father. You're really selling this. I am telling you the truth. You deserve that. For a long moment, Harry was silent. He thought about his friends, Hermione and Ron, waiting for him at Hogwarts. Daphne, whose life he'd saved and who had become something more than an ally over the past months. The people who were counting on him to stop Voldemort, to prevent the cosmic catastrophe that Set was engineering. That he thought about the merchant in the Hall of Two Truths. The man who had been given a choice, who had faced the truth of himself and found the courage to change. Let's do it, Harry said. Before I lose my nerve. Anubis nodded slowly. Very well. But not here. The procedure requires a place of transition, somewhere that exists between states of being. The boundary between the hall and the fields of reeds will serve. They walked together through the Duat, past the eternal monuments and the wandering souls and the strange, impossible geography of the Underworld. Amit padded alongside them, her massive head pressed against Harry's hip, as if she sensed what was coming and wanted to offer comfort. Whatever happens, Harry told her, don't eat my heart, okay? Amit made a sound that might have been agreement or might have been offense at the suggestion. They reached the boundary just as the eternal sunset began to paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The fields of reed stretched out before them, endless and peaceful, filled with souls who had found their final rest. Behind them, the Hall of Two Truths loomed, massive and imposing, the scales of Ma'at visible even from this distance. Lie down, Anubis instructed. Close your eyes. And whatever you see, whatever you feel, remember who you are. You are Harry Potter. Son of James and Lily. Son of Anubis. Friend, brother, ally. Those things are true. Hold on to them. Harry lay down on the soft grass. Closed his eyes. Felt his father's hand come to rest on his forehead, directly over the scar. "I love you," Anubis said softly. "I need you to know that. Whatever happens next, I love you." "I know," Harry whispered. "I love you too." Then the world dissolved into memory. He was 7 years old, and his name was Tom. The orphanage was cold, always cold, even in summer. The other children avoided him. The matrons watched him with fear poorly hidden behind professional concern. He didn't understand why. He hadn't done anything wrong, not really. The rabbit hadn't suffered. He'd made sure of that. He'd just wanted to see what was inside, wanted to understand how things worked. Was that so terrible? The other children killed ants and pulled wings off flies, and nobody called them monsters. But when he'd opened up one small rabbit, suddenly everyone was afraid of him. He'd learned to after that. Learn to smile when smiling was expected. Learn to say the right words, make the right faces, pretend to feel the right things. It was easy, once you understood that other people were just puzzles to be solved. Push this button, get this response. Pull this lever, achieve this result. By the time he was 11, he'd perfected it, and then a strange man came to visit him and told him he was magic. He was 15, and his name was Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he had just discovered the truth about his heritage. His father was a muggle. A muggle. His mother had been a witch from an ancient family, but she died giving birth to him, and his father, the man whose name he'd been forced to carry, had abandoned him to rot in an orphanage. The rage was extraordinary. Cleansing. Pure. He'd always known he was special. Had always known he was destined for greatness. And now he understood, his mother's blood was the key. The Slytherin blood, running through his veins, connecting him to the greatest wizard who had ever lived. His father would pay. They would all pay, but first, he needed to become something more than human. The book he'd found in the restricted section had spoken of Horcruxes. Of splitting the soul. Of binding pieces of yourself to objects, creating anchors that would keep you tethered to existence even if your body was destroyed. Immortality. True immortality. The power to live forever, to never fear death, to become something that could not be killed. The price was murder. But Tom had never valued other people's lives particularly highly. What was one death, or 2, or 7, compared to eternal existence? The first time he split his soul, it felt like tearing himself in half. The second time was easier. He was 43, and his name was Lord Voldemort, and he had just discovered something extraordinary. The prophecy spoke of a child. A boy born at the end of July, whose parents had defied him 3 times. A child with the power to vanquish him. His followers had brought him 2 possibilities. Longbottom and Potter. Both pure blood, both born to Order members, both potentially the threat the prophecy warned of. He chose Potter. Something about the boy's blood called to him. The mother was Muggle-born, true, but the father's line was old and pure. And there was something else, something he couldn't quite identify, that drew him toward the child. He went to Godric's Hollow on Halloween night. The father died first. Quick, clean, almost disappointing. He'd expected more resistance from a member of the Order. The mother was more interesting. She'd begged. Not for herself, but for the child. Sacrificed herself willingly, stepping between him and the baby, offering her life in exchange. Such foolishness. Such waste. But he respected her, in a way. The purebloods could learn something from her dedication. He pointed his wand at the baby. Spoke the killing words, and then, pain, the worst pain he'd ever experienced. His soul tearing. His body burning. The world coming apart around him. What happened? What went wrong? Why? He was less than nothing, and his name was Hunger. For 10 years, he drifted. A wraith. A shadow. Less than a ghost, more than a memory. He possessed animals, but their minds couldn't contain him. He fled Albania, hiding in the darkest forests, waiting for a chance to return. He thought about the boy often. The child who had done this to him. The child who had survived the unsurvivable. How? The question consumed him. The killing curse had never failed before. Had never rebounded. Had never destroyed the caster instead of the target. What was Harry Potter? By the time Quirrell found him, he had theories. The mother's sacrifice. Something about love, about willing self-destruction, creating a protection he hadn't accounted for. It made sense, in a twisted way. He had never understood love, never valued it, and so he had been blindsided by its power. He would not make that mistake again. That he was a parasite wearing a professor's face, and his name was Vengeance. Quirrell was weak, but useful. A vehicle, nothing more. A means to an end. The stone was within reach. Just a few more months, a few more obstacles, and he would have a body again. Would have power. Would have the ability to crush the boy who had ruined everything. But then the boy arrived at Hogwarts, and Voldemort realized that nothing was as he'd expected. There was something wrong with Harry Potter. Something different. The child walked through the castle like he belonged there, but also like he was visiting from somewhere far away. The ghosts followed him with their eyes. The magic of Hogwarts itself seemed to respond to his presence. And when their eyes met across the Great Hall, Voldemort felt something he had not experienced in decades: fear. What was Harry Potter? Harry gasped and tore himself free of the memories. That he was lying on the grass at the boundary of the fields, his body shaking, tears streaming down his face. Anubis was kneeling beside him, one hand still pressed to his forehead, the other gripping his shoulder. "Harry," his father said. "Harry, can you hear me?" "I hear you." His voice came out as a croak. I felt everything. Everything he felt. The loneliness, the rage, the fear. I know. He's not evil because he chose to be. Harry struggled to sit up, his mind still reeling from the flood of foreign memories. He's evil because he was broken. From the very beginning. He never learned how to feel things properly, never learned that other people were real. By the time anyone might have helped him, it was already too late. Does that change how you feel about him? Harry thought about the question seriously. Thought about the child in the orphanage, dissecting rabbits to understand how they worked. Thought about the teenager, burning with rage at his Muggle father. Thought about the man, convinced that love was weakness and death was the enemy. "No," he said finally. "Understanding someone isn't the same as forgiving them." He made choices. Terrible choices. He had opportunities to be different and he rejected them. But... Harry wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "I don't hate him anymore. I can't hate him. I've been inside his head. I know what it's like to be him. And it's awful. It's the most awful thing I've ever experienced." Anubis helped him to his feet. "And the fragment? Do you still feel it?" Harry reached up to touch his scar. The Horcrux was still there, but it felt different now. Smaller. Quieter. Like a sleeping animal instead of a caged beast. "It's still there. But it's not fighting anymore." He looked at his father. I think I understand it now. What it is. What it wants. It's not a piece of Voldemort, exactly. It's a piece of Tom Riddle. The child he used to be, before he made all those terrible choices. That part of him has been trapped in my head for 11 years, and it just wants to rest," Anubis finished quietly. "To finally be at peace." "Yeah." Harry's voice was thick with emotion. Can we help it? Can we let that part of him go, without destroying me in the process?" "Perhaps. But not today." Anubis pulled him into a hug. "Today, you rest. You've done something extraordinary, Harry. You've faced the darkness inside your own head and emerged stronger for it. Let yourself recover before you attempt anything else." Harry let himself be held, drawing comfort from his father's presence. Around them, the eternal sunset painted the sky in colors that didn't exist in the mortal world. The souls in the fields continued their peaceful existence. And somewhere, far away, the scales of Maat trembled, waiting for the next judgment. "I have to go back," Harry said eventually. To Hogwarts. There's a Horcrux there that needs to be dealt with. And my friends need me. I know. Anubis released him, stepping back. But you will not go alone this time. Set has made his move too openly. It is time for me to act as well. What are you going to do? I am going to do what I should have done centuries ago. Anubis's golden eyes burned with determination. I am going to war. The Hogwarts Express was crowded with returning students, buzzing with summer gossip and excitement for the new year. Harry sat in a compartment with Hermione, Ron, and Daphne, watching the countryside roll past and feeling the weight of everything that had happened that he told them about the summer. About the Horcrux extraction, the partial extraction, he reminded himself, since the fragment was still there, and the war that was coming. About his father's decision to take a more active role in opposing Set that they'd taken it better than he expected. So let me make sure I understand, Hermione said, her voice clinical despite the concern in her eyes. You absorbed Voldemort's memories. All of them. You know everything he knows, feel everything he felt, experienced his entire life from the inside. More or less. And this is supposed to be a good thing. It helps me understand him. Predict him. Find his weaknesses. Harry watched a flock of birds whirl past the window. It's not comfortable. It's not pleasant. But it's useful. Useful. Ron's voice was flat. You have a Dark Lord's entire life story in your head, and you're calling it useful. What would you call it? Horrifying. Traumatizing. Definitely worth at least a few months of therapy. Harry smiled despite himself. Fair points. Daphne had been quiet through most of the conversation, her ice-blue eyes thoughtful. Now she spoke up, her voice carrying that precise diction that marked her as a pure-blood aristocrat. You said there's a Horcrux at Hogwarts. In the Room of Requirement. Are you planning to destroy it this year? If I can. And the one in your scar? Harry touched his forehead. That's more complicated. The fragment is dormant now. Almost peaceful. Destroying it might require a different approach than the others. Because it's part of you. Because it's been part of me for 12 years. Because it's not really Voldemort, it's who he was before he became Voldemort. And because. Harry hesitated. Because I'm not sure destroying it is the right thing to do. Hermione leaned forward. What do you mean? The soul fragment wasn't created willingly. It was torn off by accident, when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded. It's been trapped in my head ever since, cut off from the rest of him, unable to move on. If I destroy it, I'm condemning that piece of soul to. I don't know. Oblivion, maybe. But if I could find a way to release it, to let it move on naturally, that might be better. You want to save a piece of Voldemort's soul, Ron said slowly. That's what you're saying. I want to save a piece of Tom Riddle. The child he was before everything went wrong. Harry met Ron's eyes. Is that so terrible? Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed, running his hand through his hair. No. No, I suppose it isn't. It's just, a lot to process, mate. I know. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just, give us time to catch up, yeah. The train continued its journey north. Outside, the landscape grew wilder, the signs of civilization fading as they approached the Scottish Highlands. Harry watched it all, feeling the strange combination of anticipation and dread that always accompanied his return to Hogwarts. Another year. Another battle. Another step closer to the confrontation that was coming that he just hoped he'd be ready when it arrived. The feast was unchanged from the previous year, same magnificent food, same welcoming atmosphere, same sense of ancient magic permeating every stone of the castle. But Harry noticed differences that the other students missed. The ghosts were agitated. Not obviously so, but there was a tension in their movements, a wariness in their eyes. They kept clustering near Harry, as if his presence offered some kind of protection. The castle itself felt different too. More alert. More watchful. Like Hogwarts had sensed the danger approaching and was preparing to defend itself, and there was a new face at the staff table. The defense against the dark arts position had been filled by Gilderoy Lockhart, a handsome man with wavy blonde hair and a smile that showed too many teeth. His soul was a mess of vanity and insecurity, with curious gaps where memories should have been. Harry studied him during the welcoming speech, trying to understand what he was seeing. The man was a fraud. That much was obvious. His confidence was a performance, his charm a practiced skill. But underneath all the pretense, there was something else, something that looked almost like genuine fear. What was Lockhart afraid of? Harry filed the question away for later investigation. After the feast, as students streamed toward their common rooms, he caught Daphne's eye and nodded toward a shadowed alcove. She peeled away from the Slytherin crowd and joined him, her expression curious. "The diary," Harry said without preamble. "The one I mentioned in my letters. Have you found anything?" Daphne nodded slowly. "I've been asking careful questions. Very careful. I didn't want to alert anyone. But I think I know where it came from." "Where?" "The Malfoys." Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Draco let something slip over the summer. His father was cleaning out Old Dark, getting rid of things before some kind of ministry raid. One of the items was a diary. Old, leather-bound, with a name embossed on the cover. Tom Riddle. That's what Draco said. His father put it somewhere. Draco didn't know where exactly, but he was planning to use it somehow. To cause problems for someone. Harry's mind raced through the implications. Lucius Malfoy had a Horcrux. Had probably had it for years, since the First War. And now he was planning to deploy it, to use a piece of Voldemort's soul as a weapon. Do you know who he was planning to target? Someone at Hogwarts. That's all I could get without being obvious. Daphne's ice-blue eyes were worried. "Harry, if a Horcrux gets loose in the castle, I know." Harry thought about the diary in his father's records. A piece of 16-year-old Tom Riddle, preserved in a book, capable of possessing anyone who wrote in it. Capable of opening the legendary Chamber of Secrets and unleashing whatever horror Slytherin had hidden there. "We need to find it," he said. "Before it finds a victim." "How?" "We don't even know what it looks like." "I do. I've seen it, in Voldemort's memories." Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the knowledge that had been burned into his brain over the summer. Black leather. About the size of a journal. The name, T.M. Riddle, embossed in faded gold on the cover. It looks ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of thing you'd find in any second-hand shop. That describes half the books in this castle. I know. But I can feel Horcruxes now. I know what they taste like. Harry opened his eyes. "If it's here, I'll find it. I just need time." "What do you want me to do?" "Watch the younger students. Especially the Gryffindor first years. If Lucius was planning to embarrass someone, he might have targeted someone close to his enemies. The Weasleys, maybe." Daphne nodded slowly. "Draco mentioned something about his father having a grudge against Arthur Weasley. Something about a proposed law that would let the Ministry search pure-blood homes for dark. The Weasleys have a daughter starting this year. Ginny." Harry remembered her from Platform 9 3/4, a small, red-haired girl with Ron's freckles and a soul that blazed with fierce energy. "If the diary found its way into her things, I'll watch her," Daphne said. Carefully. Without being obvious. "Thank you." Harry reached out and squeezed her hand briefly. "For everything. Not just this, for all of it. The summer letters, the research, the support." Daphne's cheeks colored slightly. "We're friends. That's what friends do. Still. It means a lot." They parted ways, Daphne heading for the Slytherin dungeons while Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower. His mind was churning with plans and possibilities, trying to anticipate every angle of the threat that was coming. The diary was in the castle. He was almost certain of it, now he just had to find it before it found someone to possess. 2 weeks into the term, the attacks began, not physical attacks, not yet. But something was hunting in the castle. Harry felt it in the way the magic shifted, the way the walls seemed to shudder when he touched them, the way the ghosts grew more and more agitated with each passing day. Mrs. Norris was the first victim. Harry arrived at the scene moments after the crowd gathered, a second-floor corridor, the caretaker's cat hanging stiff and cold from a torch bracket, and words written on the wall in what looked like blood: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The cat wasn't dead, according to Dumbledore. Just petrified. Frozen in time, alive but unaware, suspended between one moment and the next. A form of magical stasis that could only be achieved with extremely dark magic, or with the gaze of a creature Harry had read about in his father's books. A basilisk, the king of serpents. A snake so large and so deadly that its very eyes could kill, or, if the victim only saw its reflection, petrify. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd, his mind racing. The Chamber of Secrets was real. The basilisk was real. And someone had opened the chamber, released the monster, and was directing it to attack. The diary. It had to be the diary that he pushed through the crowd, ignoring the whispers that followed him. Did you see the message? Enemies of the air. Potter's probably the air himself. Look at the way he's looking at the wall, and made his way to where Dumbledore stood examining the scene. Professor, Harry said quietly. I need to speak with you. Privately. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with understanding. Of course, Mr. Potter. My office, in 1 hour. The headmaster's office was exactly as Harry remembered, cluttered with magical instruments, lined with portraits of former headmasters, dominated by the massive desk where Dumbledore sat like a king on his throne. But tonight, there was an additional presence, Fawkes, the Phoenix, who watched Harry with eyes that seemed to see straight through to his soul. You know what's causing the attacks, Dumbledore said without preamble. Don't you? A Horcrux. Harry sat down across from the desk. A diary belonging to Tom Riddle, created when he was 16 years old. It's capable of possessing anyone who writes in it, accessing their thoughts and emotions, eventually taking control of their body completely. And it knows how to open the Chamber of Secrets, because Tom Riddle opened it himself 50 years ago. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. How do you know this? I have Voldemort's memories now. All of them. Including his memories of creating the diary and using it to open the chamber during his time at Hogwarts. The procedure your father performed over the summer. Yes. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Fawkes trilled softly, the sound carrying notes of both warning and encouragement. I suspected something similar, the headmaster said finally. The parallels to the attacks 50 years ago are too precise to be coincidental. But I didn't know about the Horcrux. That changes things significantly. How so? Because a Horcrux cannot be destroyed by ordinary means. If we find the diary, we cannot simply burn it or tear it apart. The soul fragment inside will simply flee to another anchor. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. Unless, of course, we have someone capable of judging that fragment. Weighing its heart. Rendering a verdict that cannot be appealed. You want me to destroy it. I want you to do what you believe is right. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. You have abilities I cannot match, Harry. Knowledge I cannot access. If anyone can deal with this threat, it's you. But I won't pretend to command you. I've learned that lesson, at least. Harry thought about the diary. About the fragment of 16-year-old Tom Riddle trapped inside, endlessly reliving the moment of its creation, consumed by the same rage and ambition that had driven its creator to such terrible acts. Do you know who has it? He asked. Who's been possessed? I have suspicions. But suspicions aren't proof. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking very old. The attacks are being orchestrated carefully. Whoever is opening the chamber is doing so at specific times, targeting specific victims. They're intelligent, cautious, and they're probably not even aware of what they're doing. The diary takes over gradually. The victim thinks they're just having blackouts, losing time. By the time they realize what's happening, it's too late. Which means we need to find the diary before its control becomes complete. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window to look out over the darkened grounds. I've increased security around the castle. Professors are patrolling in pairs. Students have been warned to travel in groups. But I cannot watch everyone, and the basilisk can move through the walls themselves. The pipes, Harry said. It's using the plumbing system. That's how it's getting around without being seen. Dumbledore turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. You're certain? Tom Riddle figured it out 50 years ago. The chamber's entrance is in a bathroom, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, on the second floor. The same place where the first message was written. Moaning Myrtle. Dumbledore's expression flickered with something like grief. She was the student who died when Tom opened the chamber. Killed by the basilisk's gaze. She's been haunting that bathroom ever since. Then she might know something. About the entrance, about the chamber, about what's happening now. It's possible. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I'll speak with her. And Harry, be careful. If the diary's host realizes you're a threat, they may try to direct the basilisk against you. I've faced worse. Harry stood, feeling the weight of the task ahead. But I appreciate the warning. He was at the door when Dumbledore's voice stopped him. Harry. The fragment in your scar. Does it respond to the presence of other Horcruxes? Harry paused, considering. Sometimes. When I'm close to one, I feel a kind of resonance. Like recognizing a family member in a crowd. Then you may be able to sense the diary directly. Find it before it finds another victim. That's the plan. Harry left the office with his mind already turning over possibilities. The diary was in the castle. Someone was using it, or being used by it, to open the chamber and release the basilisk. And somewhere in the walls, a 1,000-year-old serpent was waiting for its next command that he had worked to do. 3 more attacks followed over the next month. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been trying to take Harry's picture. Found petrified in a corridor, his camera melted to slag by the basilisk's gaze. Justin Finch Fletchley, a Hufflepuff who'd made the mistake of mentioning his Muggle-born status too loudly in the wrong company. Petrified in the library, his body frozen in a pose of absolute terror, nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. Petrified as well, something that shouldn't have been possible for a being that was already dead. Harry's father had confirmed it when Harry sent a message through the sacred flame. The basilisk's gaze could freeze even spirits, trapping them between life and death in a way that was cosmically disturbing. The castle was in a state of barely contained panic. Students traveled in tight groups, jumping at shadows, suspicious of everyone around them. The pure-blood supremacists were having a field day, spreading rumors about the heir of Slytherin, and who it might be. Most of them seemed to think it was Harry. He couldn't entirely blame them. He was strange, they all knew that now. He could do things that other wizards couldn't. He spoke to ghosts and made professors nervous, and sometimes his eyes turned gold for no apparent reason. And he was a Parselmouth, something that had come out during a dueling club demonstration when Lockhart, who was even more useless than Harry had suspected, had conjured a snake and Harry had instinctively told it to back off. In English. Or so he'd thought. To everyone else, it had sounded like hissing. They think I'm doing it, Harry said to Daphne one evening, sitting in the room of requirement while rain lashed against non-existent windows. They think I'm the one attacking people. They're idiots. Daphne's voice was dismissive. You've been trying to stop the attacks since they started. You've spent more time researching the chamber than anyone. But they don't know that. All they see is a strange boy who talks to snakes and has mysterious powers. Harry rubbed his temples. I need to find that diary. I know Ginny has it, I've been watching her soul, and there's something wrong with it. Something eating at her from the inside, just like the curse was eating at you. Then confront her. Take the diary. And do what? She doesn't even know she's being possessed. If I accuse her of opening the chamber, she'll panic. The diary will panic. And then. Harry shook his head. I need to be smart about this. I need to catch her in the act, get the diary away from her before it can take full control. How much time do we have? I don't know. The attacks are coming faster now. The diary's getting stronger, more confident. Soon it'll have enough control to keep Ginny awake during the attacks, to make her remember what she's doing. And then? And then it won't need her anymore. Harry's voice was grim. The last time Tom opened the chamber, he drained his victim's life force to restore himself. If the diary does the same to Ginny, she'll die. Yes. They sat in heavy silence. Outside, the phantom rain continued its assault on the phantom windows. We could tell Dumbledore, Daphne said finally. Let the adults handle it. Dumbledore can't destroy a Horcrux. He doesn't have the authority, it's not his jurisdiction. Harry met her eyes. And even if he could, he'd have to go through the chamber to reach Ginny. That means facing the basilisk. So does your plan. Yes. But I have advantages Dumbledore doesn't. Harry's eyes flickered gold. I can talk to the basilisk. It's a serpent. Serpents respond to Parseltongue. You're going to try to reason with a 1,000-year-old killing machine? I'm going to try to judge it. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. The basilisk isn't evil, Daphne. It's an animal. A very dangerous animal that's been twisted by dark magic and used as a weapon, but still just an animal. If I can show it that the person giving it orders isn't its true master, if I can break the diary's hold on it, that's a lot of ifs. I know. Harry smiled without humor. Welcome to my life. The breaking point came on Valentine's Day. The diary had grown bold. Too bold. It sent Ginny into the chamber during dinner, when the great hall was full of witnesses, when her absence would be immediately noticed. Harry felt it happen, felt the wrongness spike, felt the resonance between his scar and the distant Horcrux as the diary forced its host to act. He was on his feet before he consciously decided to move, pushing through the crowd of students, ignoring the confused shouts behind him. Harry. Hermione's voice, somewhere in the chaos. Harry, wait. He didn't wait. Couldn't wait. The diary was making its final play, and if he didn't stop it now, Ginny Weasley would die. The second-floor bathroom was empty when he arrived, but he could feel the entrance standing open, a hole in the wall where a sink had been, leading down into darkness that he jumped without hesitation. The slide was long and twisted, carrying him deep beneath the castle, through layers of stone that hadn't seen light since Salazar Slytherin himself had carved them out. He emerged in a tunnel lined with the bones of small animals, the air thick with the smell of old death. The chamber was ahead. He could feel it. Harry walked forward, his wand in his hand, his soul sight open wide. The darkness didn't bother him. He'd grown up in the Duat, where darkness was just another form of light. He could see the magic woven into the walls, could feel the ancient protections that Slytherin had built, could sense the massive presence that waited at the chamber's heart. The basilisk that he reached, a door carved with serpents, their emerald eyes gleaming in the wand light. Open, he said in Parseltongue. The door obeyed. The Chamber of Secrets was vast, a cathedral-sized space dominated by a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin himself. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The floor was covered in shallow water that reflected the green torchlight. And at the base of the statue, lying crumpled like a broken doll, was Ginny Weasley. Standing over her, holding a diary that dripped with malevolent power, was a boy who looked almost solid. Almost real. Almost alive. Tom Riddle smiled. Harry Potter, he said, and his voice echoed through the chamber like the tolling of a funeral bell. I've been waiting for you. Chapter 6, When Gods Go to War. Tom Riddle looked exactly like Voldemort's memories. 16 years old. Handsome in a cold, calculated way. Dark hair swept back from a high forehead. Eyes that had once been brown but now glowed with an eerie, crimson-tinged light, the mark of a soul too damaged to maintain even the pretense of humanity. Harry stood at the entrance to the chamber, water lapping at his shoes, and studied the boy who would become the darkest wizard in a century. "You're not surprised to see me," Tom observed. His voice was smooth, cultured, carrying traces of the orphanage accent he'd worked so hard to eliminate. "Most people would be screaming by now. Or running. Or both. I'm not most people." "No. You're not." Tom stepped away from Ginny's unconscious form, the diary still clutched in one hand. "I've been watching you through her eyes, you know. All year. The way the ghosts follow you. The way the castle responds to your presence. The way you look at people like you can see straight through them." His smile widened. "What are you, Harry Potter? I could ask you the same question." "I'm a memory." Tom spread his arms, gesturing at his semi-transparent form. "Preserved in a diary for 50 years. Waiting for someone foolish enough to pour their secrets into my pages." Young Ginny was so obliging, so lonely, so desperate for someone to understand her. She told me everything. About her family. About her fears. About you. And you used her. I used what she gave freely. Tom's expression didn't change, but something cold flickered in his eyes. She wanted a friend. I gave her one. She wanted someone to listen. I listened. Is it my fault that the price of my attention was her soul? Yes. Harry's voice was flat. It is. He started walking forward, his footsteps splashing softly in the shallow water. Tom watched him approach with the curiosity of a scientist observing an interesting specimen. "You're not afraid," Tom said. "Why aren't you afraid?" "Because I know you." Harry stopped 10 feet away, close enough to see the way Tom's form flickered at the edges, not quite solid, not quite real. "I know everything about you, Tom. Every memory. Every emotion. Every choice you ever made. I've been inside your head. I've felt what it's like to be you." For the first time, something like uncertainty crossed Tom's face. "That's not possible. Your soul is fractured, Tom. Broken into pieces and scattered across the world. One of those pieces has been living in my head since I was a baby." Harry tapped his forehead, indicating the scar. "The night you tried to kill me, you accidentally made me into a Horcrux. And over the summer, I absorbed its memories. All of them." Tom stared at him. The crimson light in his eyes flickered, dimmed, then blazed brighter than before. "You're lying." "Am I?" Harry took another step forward. "I know about the orphanage. About Mrs. Cole and the children who were afraid of you. I know about the cave by the sea, where you took Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop and did something so terrible they never spoke again. I know about the rabbit you dissected when you were 7, trying to understand how things worked." Tom's face had gone pale. His semi-transparent form was flickering more rapidly now, destabilizing. "I know about the Gaunt Shack," Harry continued. "About your grandfather and your uncle, raving about pure blood while they lived in squalor. I know how much you hated your father, the muggle who abandoned your mother, who left her to die in childbirth, who couldn't even be bothered to claim the son who bore his name. Stop. I know about the murders. Your father first, then your grandparents. Framing your uncle for the crime. Creating your first Horcrux from your father's death, because you wanted him to be useful for something." Harry's voice was quiet, relentless. "I know about the diary, Tom. I know you created it to preserve the version of yourself that opened the chamber. The version that killed Myrtle Warren and blamed Rubeus Hagrid." I said stop. Tom's form convulsed. The diary in his hand pulsed with dark light, and Harry felt the Horcrux inside it screaming in rage, in fear, in the desperate denial of someone whose deepest secrets had been exposed. You can't know these things, Tom hissed. You're a child. A half-blood nothing. You can't possibly. I know what you're most afraid of, Harry said, and his voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Death. You're terrified of it. Have been since you were old enough to understand what it meant. The idea of ceasing to exist, of becoming nothing, of losing everything you've built, it haunts you. Every choice you've made, every atrocity you've committed, has been in service of escaping that fear. Tom was shaking now. His form had become almost translucent, barely visible against the green torchlight. But here's the thing, Tom. Harry let his eyes shift to gold, let the power of his heritage flow through him. Death isn't what you think it is. It's not an ending. It's not oblivion. It's a transition. A passage from one state to another. And my father has been guiding souls through that passage since before humans had words for fear. Your father? Anubis. Harry spoke the name with quiet pride. Lord of the dead. Judge of souls. The one who weighs hearts against the feather of Ma'at. He raised me in the Duat, Tom. I grew up surrounded by death. And I can tell you, with absolute certainty, that everything you've done, every murder, every Horcrux, every violation of cosmic law, was for nothing. Tom's form solidified slightly as rage replaced fear. Nothing. I am immortal. I have conquered death itself. You haven't conquered anything. Harry's voice cracked like a whip. You've mutilated yourself. Torn your soul into pieces and scattered them across the world like trash. You're not immortal, Tom. You're just broken. A collection of fragments pretending to be a person. The chamber fell silent. The only sound was the soft dripping of water somewhere in the darkness, and the ragged breathing of Ginny Weasley's unconscious form. Then Tom laughed that it wasn't a pleasant sound. It was the laugh of someone who had just discovered something terrifying and was trying to convince himself it was funny. You're remarkable, Tom said. Truly remarkable. I've never met anyone like you. He raised the diary, and dark light began to pulse from its pages. But it doesn't matter what you know, Harry Potter. It doesn't matter what you understand. Because in a few minutes, young Ginny will be dead, and I will be alive. Truly alive. And then we'll see whose power is greater. He gestured toward the massive statue of Slytherin. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth began to open. Harry felt the basilisk before he saw it, a massive presence, ancient and cold and utterly deadly. It emerged from the darkness of Slytherin's stone throat, coil after coil of scaled muscle, its eyes squeezed shut but its head already turning toward the sound of its master's voice. 60 feet of serpent. Fangs the size of swords. Venom that could kill in seconds, and eyes that could murder with a glance. Kill him, Tom commanded. The basilisk's head swung toward Harry. Stop. Harry spoke in Parseltongue, pouring every ounce of authority he possessed into the word. The language of serpents, the gift that had branded him a dark wizard in the eyes of his classmates, now turned to its true purpose. The basilisk stopped, its massive head hung in the air, frozen between one moment and the next. Its tongue flickered out, tasting Harry's scent. And then, slowly, it began to lower itself until its snout was level with his face. Who speaks? The basilisk's voice was like gravel sliding over glass. Who commands me? I am Harry Potter. Son of Anubis. Walker between worlds. Harry kept his voice steady, his gaze fixed on the serpent's sealed eyelids. I speak with the authority of the Duat. And I'm asking you, not commanding, asking, to stop. The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Harry could feel its confusion, its uncertainty. For 1,000 years, it had known only one voice, the heir of Slytherin, whoever that might be at any given time. Now there was another voice, speaking with power it didn't understand. The young master commands, the basilisk said finally. I must obey. The young master isn't your master. Harry gestured toward Tom, whose form was flickering with barely contained fury. He's a fragment. A piece of a broken soul, preserved in a book. He's not Slytherin's heir, he's not even fully alive. He's using you. All masters use, the basilisk replied. That is the nature of service. But not all masters lie. Harry took a deep breath. Tom told you to kill the enemies of Slytherin. But I'm not Slytherin's enemy. I'm a student at his school. I sleep in his castle. I eat at his tables. I'm as much Slytherin's heir as Tom is, more, actually, because I'm actually alive. The basilisk's head tilted, considering. The young master speaks with the voice, it said. You also speak with the voice. Two speakers. One commands death. One commands, what? Life. Harry smiled despite the danger. I command life. I was raised by death, but I chose to live. I came down here not to kill you, but to stop a murder. Ginny Weasley hasn't done anything wrong. She was tricked, manipulated, used by something she didn't understand. Killing her would be unjust. Justice. The basilisk seemed to taste the word. I do not understand justice. I understand command. I understand obedience. I understand the kill. Then let me show you. Harry reached out with his soul sight, not to attack, but to connect. He let the basilisk feel what he felt, the weight of his heritage, the responsibility of judgment, the fundamental understanding that every soul deserved a chance to be weighed fairly. The basilisk shuddered. What is this? Its voice had lost its confidence. I feel something. Inside. Where there was nothing, now there is, wait. That's your soul, Harry said gently. Even creatures like you have souls. They're different from human souls, simpler, more instinctual, but they exist. And they can be judged. Judged. The basilisk's head swung back toward Tom, who was watching the exchange with an expression of absolute fury. The young master's soul. What does it weigh? Harry looked at Tom Riddle's fragment. Looked at the diary pulsing with dark light in his hand. Looked at the twisted remains of a boy who had been broken from birth and had spent his whole existence making everyone else pay for it. Less than a feather, he said. Less than nothing. He tore himself apart trying to escape death, and now there's barely anything left. He's not a master, not really. He's just a wound that won't stop bleeding. The basilisk was still for a long moment. Then it turned away from Harry and faced Tom Riddle. You lied, it said. You claimed to be the heir. You commanded me as Slytherin commanded. But you are not whole. You are fragment. Piece. Nothing. Kill him. Tom screamed. I am your master. I command you, you command nothing. The basilisk's voice was final. I served Slytherin because he created me. I served his heirs because they carried his blood. But you are not heir. You are echo. And I will not serve an echo. Tom's face twisted with rage. He raised the diary, dark magic crackling around his form, and Harry felt the Horcrux preparing to strike. The basilisk moved faster, its massive body uncoiled in a blur of scales and muscle, its tail sweeping through Tom's semi-transparent form. The fragment destabilized, flickering wildly, the diary flying from his grasp and skidding across the wet floor. Harry dove for it, his fingers closed around the leather cover, and the Horcrux screamed. He felt Tom's consciousness slamming against his mental defenses, trying to possess him, trying to escape into a new host. The fragment in his scar responded, reaching out toward its other piece, no. Harry spoke the word with the full authority of his heritage. Spoke it in the language of souls, in the tongue of judgment, in the voice that his father had taught him to use for exactly this purpose. That he opened his soul sight fully and looked at the diary's heart. That it was dark. Twisted. Corrupted beyond recognition. 16-year-old Tom Riddle, preserved at the moment of his first murder, endlessly reliving the rage and ambition that had driven him to kill. There was no redemption here. No hidden goodness waiting to be awakened. Just pain and hatred and the desperate hunger of a soul that had been broken before it ever had a chance to heal. "I judge you," Harry said, and his voice echoed through the chamber with the weight of divine authority. "I weigh your heart against the feather of Ma'at. And I find you wanting." The diary began to glow. Not with dark light, but with something else, golden light, pure and clean, the light of judgment that could not be denied. Tom Riddle's form solidified one last time, his eyes wide with terror. "No," he whispered. "No, please, I don't want to." "You don't get to choose," Harry said. "That's what judgment means. You had your choices, Tom. A lifetime of them. And you chose wrong, every single time. Now it's over." The golden light intensified. Tom screamed, a sound of pure, existential horror, the sound of a soul being unmade. The diary shuddered in Harry's hands, its pages riffling wildly, ink bleeding from words that had been written 50 years ago, and then, with a final flash of light, it was over. The diary crumbled to ash. Tom Riddle's fragment dissolved into nothing. And Harry fell to his knees in the shallow water, exhausted beyond measure. "It is done," the basilisk said quietly. "The false master is gone." Harry looked up at the massive serpent, at the ancient creature that had just helped him destroy one of the most dangerous in existence. "Thank you," he said. "Do not thank me." The basilisk's voice was tired now, weighted with centuries of existence. "I am old. Too old. I have lived beyond my purpose, served masters who did not deserve my service. Perhaps it is time for me to rest." "Rest? Death, young speaker. The thing my masters always feared." The basilisk lowered its head until its snout was touching the water. "I have lived for 1,000 years. I have killed countless times, not from hunger, but from command. The weight of those deaths. I feel it now. For the first time, I feel it." Harry understood. The connection he'd forged, the moment of shared awareness, it had changed something in the basilisk. Given it consciousness where before there had been only instinct, given it a soul that could be judged. "If that's what you want," Harry said gently, "I can help. I can guide you through the transition. Make sure you don't get lost." The basilisk's sealed eyes seemed to soften. "You would do that? For a creature that has killed so many?" "Everyone deserves a guide," Harry said. "That's what my father taught me. Even the ones who don't deserve forgiveness, they still deserve someone to walk with them to the end." The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, it began to coil itself around the base of Slytherin's statue. "Not yet," it said. "The girl still needs help. Take her. Save her. And then perhaps we will talk again." Harry nodded and turned toward Ginny Weasley. Getting Ginny out of the chamber was harder than getting in. The slide that had carried Harry down was too steep to climb, but the basilisk offered an alternative, a hidden passage that led up through the walls of the castle, emerging in a disused classroom on the 7th floor. Harry carried Ginny through the darkness, her unconscious form light in his arms. She was alive, barely. The diary had drained most of her life force before Harry destroyed it, leaving her pale and weak and dangerously close to death. He needed help. More help than he could provide alone. The classroom's door opened onto a familiar stretch of corridor. Harry was halfway to the hospital wing when a voice stopped him cold. "Harry Potter." He turned. A man stood at the end of the corridor, blocking his path. Tall, thin, with skin like weathered leather and eyes that burned with red fire. He wore the shape of a human, but nothing about him was human. The proportions were wrong, the movements too fluid, the presence too heavy, set. The Chaos God smiled. "We meet at last," he said. "I've been watching you for some time, little godling. You've been interfering with my plans." Harry's arms tightened around Ginny. "Get out of my way." "Or what?" Set's smile widened. "You'll judge me?" Weigh my heart against a feather. I'm not one of your father's subjects, boy. I'm not bound by his rules. I am chaos. I am destruction. I am the storm that tears down everything your precious order has built. You're working with Voldemort. I'm using Voldemort. Set began to walk forward, each step leaving scorch marks on the stone floor. Just as I use all mortals. He thinks he's my ally. He thinks we share goals. But when I'm finished, when the barriers fall and the duet spills into the mortal world, he'll be nothing but another soul screaming in the endless dark. I won't let you. You. Set laughed, and the sound made the walls shake. You're a child playing at power you don't understand. Your father is a glorified bureaucrat, processing souls for eternity, never stepping outside his precious hall of two truths. He's weak. Old. Irrelevant. The age of order is ending. The age of chaos begins. You're wrong. Am I? Set stopped 10 feet away, his burning eyes fixed on Harry's face. Look at the world, child. Look at the hatred, the violence, the endless capacity for destruction that lives in every human heart. Your father weighs souls and renders judgment, but it means nothing. The darkness always returns. The chaos always wins. It's just a matter of time. Harry thought about the merchants and the murderers and the broken souls he'd seen judged in the Hall of Two Truths. Thought about Tom Riddle, twisted by circumstance and choice into something monstrous. Thought about the basilisk, centuries of killing weighing on a conscience it hadn't known it possessed. You're right that darkness exists, he said quietly. You're right that chaos is part of the universe. But you're wrong about what it means. Enlighten me. Chaos isn't the opposite of order. It's part of the same system. Without chaos, there's no change. No growth. No possibility of becoming something better. Harry met Set's burning eyes without flinching. My father doesn't judge souls because he wants to punish them. He judges them because judgment creates the opportunity for transformation. Even the darkest heart can be redeemed, if it chooses to be. Redemption. Set's voice dripped with contempt. The favorite fantasy of the weak. The favorite reality of the strong. Harry's voice was steady. Because it takes strength to change. To admit you were wrong. To choose a different path. Destruction is easy, Set. Anyone can tear things down. Building something new, that's hard. That's what takes real power. Set was silent for a long moment. The fire in his eyes flickered, dimmed, then blazed brighter than before. You're interesting, he said finally. More interesting than your father, certainly. He never had the courage to challenge me directly. He always hid behind his rules, his procedures, his cosmic bureaucracy. He's not hiding now. Set raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The shadows behind Harry shifted. Anubis stepped out of the darkness, his jackal head gleaming in the torchlight, his golden eyes blazing with divine fury. Behind him came others, Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, carrying a staff that crackled with pure knowledge. Batet, the cat goddess, her warriors' form bristling with barely contained violence. Horus, the falcon-headed god of war, his spear already raised to strike. Brother, Anubis said, and his voice echoed with the weight of millennia. You've gone too far. Set's smile didn't waver, but something shifted in his stance. Calculation replaced confidence. Ah, he said. The whole family, come to visit. How touching. The barriers are crumbling, Anubis continued. The cosmic balance is destabilizing. Souls are being lost, not judged, not guided, simply lost. The chaos you're creating will destroy everything, Set. Including you. That's the point. Set's voice rose with manic energy. Order has ruled for too long. The same patterns repeating endlessly, the same judgments rendered century after century, nothing ever changing. I'm going to tear it all down and see what grows from the ashes. Nothing will grow. Thoth's voice was calm, precise. I've run the calculations. If the barriers fall completely, the energy released will be catastrophic. Matter and spirit will blend chaotically. Reality itself will become unstable. The end result will be not chaos, but entropy. Total, universal entropy. You don't know that. I do. Thoth's ibis eyes were sad. I've watched civilizations rise and fall for longer than you've existed, Set. I've seen what happens when chaos is allowed to run unchecked. It doesn't create. It doesn't transform. It simply destroys until there's nothing left to destroy, and then it consumes itself. Set's smile finally faded. For a moment, he looked almost uncertain, then his face twisted with rage. Enough talk, he snarled. You want to stop me? Then stop me. He raised his hand, and chaos erupted. Harry threw himself backward as the corridor exploded into fire and darkness. The gods met Set's attack with power of their own, Anubis's authority of death, Thoth's crystallized knowledge, Bastet's savage combat instincts, Horus's pure martial fury. The collision of divine energies shattered the walls, tore holes in reality, turned the corridor into a battlefield between forces that mortals were never meant to witness. Harry ran, not away from the battle, toward the hospital wing. Ginny was still in his arms, still dying, and the gods could handle Set without his help. He needed to save the girl first. That was what mattered. The castle shook around him as he ran. Portraits screamed and fled their frames. Suits of armor collapsed into scattered components. The magic of Hogwarts itself was reacting to the divine conflict, the ancient ward straining to contain energies they were never designed to hold. He burst through the hospital wing doors to find Madame Pomfrey already on her feet, her wand drawn, her face pale with fear. Potter. What's happening? The castle, no time to explain. Harry laid Ginny on the nearest bed. She's been drained. Life force. A dark artifact was feeding on her. I destroyed it, but she needs help. Now. Pomfrey's healer instincts took over. She was casting diagnostic spells before Harry finished speaking, her hands moving with practiced efficiency. Her vitals are critical. She stopped, her eyes going wide. Potter. Your eyes. Harry caught his reflection in a window. His eyes were blazing gold, brighter than they'd ever been. The power of his heritage was fully awakened now, responding to the divine battle raging through the castle. I know, he said. Help her. I have to go back. Go back. Potter, you can't possibly. But Harry was already gone. The battle had moved. Harry followed the trail of destruction through the castle, collapsed walls, shattered windows, scorch marks that pulsed with residual divine energy. The path led upward, toward the towers, toward the highest point of Hogwarts. He emerged onto the astronomy tower to find Set standing alone, the Egyptian gods arranged around him in a loose circle. The Chaos God was battered, bleeding from wounds that leaked red fire instead of blood, but he was still fighting. Still defiant. You can't kill me, Set snarled. I'm a god. I'm eternal. We're not trying to kill you. Anubis's voice was weary but determined. We're trying to stop you. To bind you. To contain the chaos before it destroys everything. You can't bind chaos. That's the whole point. Chaos resists order by its very nature. Not entirely. Thoth stepped forward, his staff glowing with accumulated power. Chaos can't be eliminated, but it can be balanced. Channeled. Made part of a larger system instead of a force that tears systems apart. Balance. Set spat the word like a curse. Always balance. Always moderation. Never letting anything truly change. Change doesn't require destruction, Harry said. Everyone turned to look at him. Harry walked forward until he was standing between his father and Set, ignoring the warnings in Anubis's eyes. I've seen your memories too, Harry continued. Not directly, but through the echoes you've left in Voldemort's soul. You weren't always like this, Set. You were the god of the desert, of storms, of necessary destruction. You served a purpose. You were part of the balance. I was subordinate. Set's voice was bitter. Always second to Osiris, always overshadowed by Horus. Expected to play my role and never step beyond it. So you broke free. Killed Osiris. Tried to seize power for yourself. Harry met Set's burning eyes. And it didn't work, did it? You won battles, but you never won the war. Because chaos can't sustain itself. It needs order to push against. Without something to destroy, it just fades. Set was silent. You're not evil, Harry said quietly. You're just lost. You've been fighting so long that you've forgotten what you were fighting for. And now you're tearing everything down, not because you have a plan, but because destruction is the only thing you know how to do. You don't understand, I understand perfectly. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I've judged souls, Set. Hundreds of them. And the thing I've learned is that almost nobody is evil on purpose. They're scared, or hurt, or broken, and they lash out because they don't know any other way. But there's always another way. There's always a choice. What choice? Set's voice cracked with something that might have been despair. I've been the villain for 5,000 years. I've done things that can't be forgiven. What choice do I have except to keep fighting? You could stop. Harry took a step closer. You could choose differently. You could let us help you find a new purpose, a new role, a new way to exist that doesn't require burning everything down. Set stared at him. The fire in his eyes flickered, dimmed. You're asking me to surrender. I'm asking you to transform. Harry held out his hand. Isn't that what chaos is supposed to be about? Change. Becoming something new. You've been stuck in the same pattern for millennia, Set. Destroying and being defeated, over and over. Maybe it's time to try something different. For a long, terrible moment, the world hung in balance, then Set laughed that it wasn't his usual laugh, mocking, cruel, triumphant. This was different. Quieter. Almost sad. You're a remarkable creature, Harry Potter. He looked at Anubis. Your son has more wisdom than you've shown in 10,000 years, brother. I know. Anubis's voice was soft with pride. He always has. Set turned back to Harry. The fire in his eyes had died down to embers, and his battered form seemed somehow smaller than before. I won't surrender, he said. I can't. It's not in my nature. But. He hesitated. Perhaps I can, retreat. Withdraw from this conflict. Give you time to restore the balance I've disrupted. And Voldemort? I'll withdraw my support from him as well. He was always a means to an end anyway. Without me fueling his resurrection, without my power backing his schemes, he'll be much easier to defeat. Harry studied Set's face, looking for deception. He found only exhaustion in something that might have been relief. Why? He asked. Why agree now, after fighting so long? Set smiled, a real smile, without malice or cruelty. Because you reminded me of something I'd forgotten, child. Chaos isn't just destruction. It's possibility. The potential for change. And maybe. He looked up at the stars scattered across the night sky. Maybe it's time for me to change too. He began to fade, his form dissolving into shadow and starlight. We'll meet again, Harry Potter, he said as he vanished. You and I are not finished. But for now, I'll rest. And I'll think about what you said. Then he was gone. The aftermath was chaotic in a very different sense. The battle had caused significant damage to Hogwarts, and explaining it to the human authorities required some creative storytelling. Dumbledore, who had been alerted to the situation shortly after it began, handled most of the cover-up with his usual combination of charm and obfuscation. The official story was that a dark artifact had been discovered and destroyed, its magical backlash causing structural damage throughout the castle. No mention of Egyptian gods. No mention of cosmic-scale conflicts. No mention of the son of Anubis facing down the Lord of Chaos on the astronomy tower. Ginny Weasley recovered slowly but fully. The diary's destruction had released the life force it had stolen, allowing her to heal from the draining. She didn't remember most of her possessed episodes, which was probably for the best. Harry's friends took the news of what had happened with varying degrees of shock. "You fought a god," Ron said for the third time, his voice still disbelieving. "An actual god. On the astronomy tower." "I talked to a god," Harry corrected. "My father and the others did the actual fighting." "But you convinced him to stop." "Set. The Chaos God. You talked him into retreating." "I gave him an alternative." Harry shrugged. "Whether he takes it or not is up to him." "That's insane." Ron shook his head. "You know that, right? That's absolutely, completely, totally insane. Welcome to my life." Hermione was more analytical. "The basilisk," she said. "It's still down there. In the chamber. For now." Harry had visited the chamber again after the battle, checking on the ancient serpent. It had been sleeping, coiled around the base of Slytherin's statue, but it had stirred when he entered. They'd talked for a while, about death and judgment and the possibility of rest. The basilisk hadn't decided yet, but Harry sensed it was close. "I don't think it's dangerous anymore. I showed it something it never had before, the ability to feel the weight of what it's done. That changes creatures. You're collecting allies in strange places," Daphne observed. She was sitting slightly apart from the others, her ice-blue eyes thoughtful. "A chaos god who might reform. A basilisk contemplating mortality. What's next? Hopefully something boring." Harry leaned back in his chair. "I could use a few months of normal school life." "You say that like you believe it might happen." "A boy can dream." The summer term passed quickly. Classes, homework, the comfortable routine of academic life. Harry threw himself into his studies, partly to distract from the weight of everything that had happened and partly because he genuinely enjoyed learning that he visited the basilisk weekly. Their conversations ranged across every topic imaginable: the history of the castle, the nature of magic, the meaning of existence. The ancient serpent was surprisingly philosophical for a creature that had spent a millennium killing on command. Finally, on the last day of term, it made its decision. "I am ready," the basilisk said. "The weight is too heavy. I need to rest." "Are you sure?" "I am sure." The basilisk lowered its head until its snout touched the water. "I have lived too long, young speaker. Seen too much. Done too much. It is time for the journey to end." Harry nodded slowly. He reached out with his heritage, the power of guidance that was his birthright, and opened the path that the basilisk had been denied for 1,000 years. "Go in peace," he said. "Whatever waits on the other side, I hope you find the rest you're looking for." The basilisk's form began to glow, its ancient body dissolving into golden light. For a moment, Harry could see its soul clearly, huge and complex, weighted with centuries of obedience and violence, but also with the newer understanding that had emerged in their conversations that it wasn't a good soul. But it wasn't entirely bad either. It was a creature that had never been given a choice, had never known it could choose differently, and had finally found the courage to face what it had done. "Thank you," the basilisk whispered as it faded. "For seeing me. For letting me see myself." Then it was gone. Harry stood alone in the Chamber of Secrets, surrounded by the bones of a legend, and felt the tears running down his face. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with his friends, watching the countryside roll past, thinking about everything that had happened. The chamber. The Diary. Set's retreat. The Basilisk's death. Ginny's recovery. The cosmic balance, slowly stabilizing as the damage from months of chaos was repaired. That it had been a hard year. Harder than the first, in many ways. But he'd survived. He'd grown stronger. He'd learned things about himself and the universe that most people never got the chance to understand, and somewhere in the divine realm, his father was waiting to welcome him home. Harry? Hermione's voice pulled him from his thoughts. You okay? Yeah. He smiled at her. Just thinking about next year. What about it? I have a feeling it's going to be complicated. Ron groaned. Can't we have one normal year? Just one? Probably not. Harry looked out the window at the passing fields. But that's okay. Normal is overrated anyway. The train continued its journey south, carrying them towards summer and rest and the brief peace that came between storms. That in the distance, thunder rumbled. Chapter 7, The Final Judgment. The summer of Harry's third year began with a prison break. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban on July 31st, Harry's birthday, which felt less like coincidence and more like the universe's twisted sense of humor. The wizarding world went into immediate panic. Sirius Black, mass murderer, betrayer of the Potters, you-know-who's most devoted servant. Loose and presumably hunting for Harry Potter. Harry learned about it from the morning papers, sitting at the breakfast table in the Do It while his father reviewed the daily soul intake reports. He didn't do it, Harry said, studying Sirius's photograph. The man looked deranged, screaming silently from the moving image, but Harry had seen worse. Had seen souls far more damaged than this one appeared to be. Whatever they say he didn't do it. Anubis looked up from his reports. You're certain? I have Voldemort's memories. Harry set the paper down. Sirius Black wasn't the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was. Pettigrew betrayed my parents, framed Sirius, faked his own death, and has been hiding ever since. Hiding where? Harry thought about Ron's rat. About the human soul crammed into an animal body. About the guilt that had radiated from the creature like heat from a furnace. I know exactly where, he said. And I know exactly what he is. The next few weeks were spent planning. Harry couldn't simply accuse Pettigrew without evidence. The wizarding world's justice system was primitive by divine standards, but it still required some pretense of proof. He needed to expose the traitor in a way that couldn't be denied. That he also needed to deal with the Dementors. The Ministry had stationed the prison guards around Hogwarts, ostensibly to protect the students from Sirius Black. But Harry recognized them for what they were, corrupted death spirits, beings that had once served a legitimate function in the cosmic order but had been twisted by mortal magic into something parasitic and wrong. They shouldn't exist, he told his father during one of their evening discussions. Not like this. They're feeding on souls that haven't been judged yet, draining the life out of living people. It's an abomination. The wizards created them centuries ago, Anubis replied. A failed attempt to harness death magic for their own purposes. We've tolerated their existence because interfering would have required open conflict with mortal governments. Maybe it's time to stop tolerating. Harry's eyes flashed gold. I can feel them, Father. Every time they get close, I feel what they do to people. The despair. The hopelessness. The slow death of everything that makes life worth living. It's wrong. Anubis studied his son for a long moment. What would you have me do? Nothing yet. But if they threaten my friends, if they cross a line. Harry met his father's gaze steadily. I'm going to do something about it. And I need to know you'll support me. I will always support you. Anubis placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. You are my son. Your judgment is my judgment. Whatever you decide, I will stand beside you. The Hogwarts Express was subdued this year. Harry sat with his usual companions, Hermione, Ron, and Daphne, but the atmosphere in the compartment was tense. Everyone knew about Sirius Black. Everyone knew the Dementors were searching the train. And everyone was watching Harry, waiting to see how the boy who lived would react to the latest threat against his life. That he reacted by falling asleep. That it wasn't intentional. The summer had been exhausting, between the planning and the research and the long nights spent communicating with contacts in the divine realm. His body simply gave out somewhere around Birmingham, slumping against the window as the countryside blurred past. The nightmare came immediately that he was in the chamber again, but this time it was different. The water on the floor had turned to blood. The statue of Slytherin had been replaced by something else, a massive figure with the head of a beast that was neither fully jackal nor fully human, its eyes burning with chaos fire. Set. You thought you'd seen the last of me, the chaos god said. His voice echoed through the chamber, reverberating off walls that seemed to stretch toward infinity. You thought your pretty words had changed something. But chaos doesn't change, Harry Potter. It just waits. Adapts. Finds new angles of attack. I'm dreaming, Harry said, forcing himself to remain calm. You can't actually hurt me here. Can't I? Set smiled, and the chamber shuddered. Dreams are chaos territory, child. The one place where your father's rules don't fully apply. Here, I can show you things. Teach you things. Remind you of truths you've been trying to forget. What truths? That order always fails. Set began to circle him, his form shifting between human and beast with each step. That balance is an illusion. That no matter how many souls you judge, no matter how many villains you defeat, the darkness always comes back. Always. Because darkness is the natural state of the universe. Light is just a temporary interruption. You're wrong. Am I? Set stopped directly in front of him. Let me show you something. The chamber dissolved. Harry found himself standing in a different place, a battlefield, stretching to the horizon in every direction. Bodies everywhere, thousands of them, millions, piled in mounds that reached toward a sky choked with smoke and ash. This is what's coming, Set whispered. The war that will end all wars. Voldemort's return is just the beginning. He's gathering power, gathering allies, preparing to tear down everything your precious order has built. And when he does, chaos will reign. You said you were withdrawing. You said you'd give us time. I'm not doing this. Set's voice was almost gentle. This is Voldemort's doing. His plan. His ambition. I merely observed. Appreciated the artistry of it. He gestured at the battlefield. He's going to bring fire and blood to the mortal world, Harry. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. Watch me. Set laughed. That's what I like about you, child. That defiance. That refusal to accept the inevitable. It's admirable, in its own futile way. It's not futile. Harry turned to face the Chaos God directly. You showed me a possible future. One possible future. But the thing about the future is that it's not fixed. It changes based on the choices we make. And I choose to make different choices. Such confidence. Such certainty. Set's smile faded. Let me show you something else. The battlefield disappeared. Harry was in a small room now, intimate, familiar. His bedroom in the Duet, exactly as he remembered it, the star-painted ceiling, the shelves of books, the window that looked out on the eternal sunset. Anubis lay on the floor, unmoving. Harry's heart stopped. This is what your defiance will cost you, Set said quietly. Not today. Not tomorrow. But someday. Your father will fall, Harry. He'll fall because of you. Because you couldn't leave well enough alone. Because you kept fighting a war you were never meant to win. You're lying. Harry's voice shook despite his best efforts. This is just a dream. You're just trying to scare me. I'm showing you the truth. Set crouched beside Anubis's still form. Your father loves you, Harry. More than he's loved anything in 10,000 years. And that love is his weakness. It makes him vulnerable. It makes him take risks he'd never take otherwise. And eventually, those risks will catch up with him. Get away from him. Make me. Power surged through Harry, golden light, the authority of judgment, everything he'd learned in 12 years of training in the land of the dead. He hurled it at Set with everything he had, trying to banish the nightmare, trying to wake up, cold, real cold, physical cold, the kind of cold that seeped through skin and muscle and bone until it settled in the soul itself. Harry's eyes snapped open to find the train compartment filled with darkness and the figure of a Dementor hovering in the doorway. His friends were unconscious. Hermione had slumped against the window. Ron had fallen forward, his face pressed against the seat. Daphne was curled in on herself, her face twisted with pain even in unconsciousness. The Dementor was feeding on them. Draining their joy, their hope, their will to live. And behind it, barely visible in the darkness, more Dementors were crowding the corridor. Something broke inside Harry, not his spirit. Not his resolve. Something else, a barrier he hadn't even known existed, a limitation that had been holding him back since birth. His eyes blazed gold, brighter than they'd ever been. The power of the Duat flowed through him like a river breaking through a dam, ancient and terrible and absolutely unstoppable. Enough, he said. The word resonated on a frequency that mortals couldn't perceive. It echoed through the train, through the walls, through the very fabric of reality. The Dementor in the doorway froze, its tattered robes suddenly still. "You are corrupted spirits," Harry continued, his voice layering with harmonics that came from somewhere beyond the mortal world. "Death servants twisted by mortal arrogance. You have no authority here. You have no right to feed on souls that have not been judged. In the name of Anubis, Lord of the Dead, I command you, withdraw." The Dementor shuddered. Its form began to destabilize, the shadows that made up its body losing cohesion. "You cannot," it hissed, and Harry realized with shock that he could understand it, could hear the words buried in its rattling breath. "We are bound. Bound to the prison. Bound to the ministry. We cannot disobey. Then I release you." Harry stood, walking toward the creature, golden light streaming from his eyes and hands. "I break the bindings. I sever the chains. You are free to return to what you were meant to be, guides for the lost, shepherds of the dying, servants of the natural order. Go. Find your purpose again." The Dementor's form flickered. For a moment, Harry saw something else underneath the corruption, a glimpse of what these creatures had once been, before mortal wizards had twisted them into weapons. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, it dissolved, not destroyed. Transformed. Released from its tortured existence, allowed to return to the cosmic cycle it had been torn from. The other Dementors in the corridor were already fleeing, streaming away from Harry like shadows from a sudden light. He heard them screaming, not with rage, but with something closer to hope. One by one, they reached his influence and dissolved, their corrupted forms giving way to what they had been meant to be. By the time the train arrived at Hogwarts, there were no more Dementors. Harry stood alone in the corridor, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of students who would never know how close they'd come to having their souls consumed. He was trembling. The power that had flowed through him was fading now, leaving exhaustion in its wake. He'd done something impossible, something even his father might not have been able to do, and he had no idea how, but he knew one thing for certain: Set had been wrong. Order didn't always fail. Light wasn't just a temporary interruption. Sometimes, when the darkness got too deep, when the corruption got too thick, someone had to stand up and say enough. Harry had said it, and the universe had listened. The aftermath was complicated, the ministry was furious. The Dementors had been their weapons, their tools, their leverage over the magical world. Having them suddenly vanish represented a massive loss of power and prestige. Dumbledore was thoughtful. He'd felt the wave of divine energy that had swept through the train, had recognized it for what it was. He met with Harry privately that first evening, studying the boy with new eyes. "You've changed," he said. "Since last year. You've become something more." "I've become what I was always meant to be." Harry's voice was tired but certain. The Dementors were an abomination. They were feeding on innocent souls. I couldn't allow that to continue. And you had the power to stop them. I had the authority. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. There's a difference. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I suppose there is. He leaned back in his chair. The Ministry will want answers. They'll want to know what happened to their creatures. What should I tell them? Tell them the truth. The Dementors were corrupted spirits. Someone with the authority to judge such things decided they had strayed too far from their original purpose. They were released back into the natural cycle of death and rebirth. And if they ask who had that authority, tell them to mind their own business. Despite everything, Dumbledore laughed. I'm beginning to think you might be exactly what this world needs, Mr. Potter. Even if it doesn't realize it yet. The school year proper began with Harry hunting a rat. He knew where Pettigrew was hiding. Had known since first year, when he'd seen the human soul crammed into Scabrous' body. But he'd needed to wait for the right moment, needed Sirius Black free and searching, needed the wizarding world's attention focused on the escaped prisoner, needed the pieces to be in place for the revelation he was planning. The moment came on Halloween. Harry arranged things carefully. A whispered tip to Professor Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, who Harry had recognized immediately as a werewolf and, more importantly, as an old friend of his birth father's. A suggestion that they search the Gryffindor dormitory for any signs of dark magic. A coincidentally timed distraction that drew Ron away from his belongings just long enough. When the trap closed, Pettigrew had nowhere to run. No. The rat's transformation was involuntary, forced by Lupin's spell and Harry's will combined. Suddenly there was a man where the rat had been, small, balding, terrified, his watery eyes darting around the room looking for escape. Please, I can explain, you can. Harry stepped forward, and his eyes blazed gold. You can explain how you betrayed my parents. How you framed Sirius Black. How you've been hiding as a rat for 12 years while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. I didn't, I never. Pettigrew was babbling now, backing away from Harry until he hit the wall. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, I had no choice, everyone has a choice. Harry's voice was cold. You chose to betray your friends. You chose to let Sirius take the blame. You chose to spend a decade pretending to be a pet rather than facing the consequences of what you'd done. Harry. Lupin's voice was strained. He was staring at Pettigrew with an expression of absolute disgust. How long have you known? Since first year. I could see his soul from the moment I met him. Harry didn't take his eyes off the traitor. I've been waiting for the right time to expose him. Tonight seemed appropriate. Appropriate. Lupin's laugh was harsh. Sirius has been in Azkaban for 12 years. 12 years of torture, of Dementor exposure, of being treated as the worst kind of criminal. And you've known since you were 11 that he was innocent? I needed evidence. Harry's voice softened slightly. I couldn't just accuse someone without proof. The wizarding world doesn't work that way. But now. He gestured at Pettigrew. Now we have proof. Living, breathing, confessing proof. I haven't confessed anything. Pettigrew's voice was desperate. It's my word against the boys. He has no evidence. No, I can judge your soul. The words hung in the air. Pettigrew went very still. I can look at your heart, Harry continued, and see every choice you've ever made. Every betrayal. Every cowardice. Every moment you've spent hiding while others suffered for your crimes. And when I'm done, when I've weighed your heart against the feather of Ma'at, everyone will know exactly what you are. You can't. Pettigrew's voice was barely a whisper. That's impossible, let me show you what's possible. Harry reached out with his heritage, not to judge, not yet, but to reveal. He pulled the truth from Pettigrew's soul and projected it into the room, letting Lupin see everything the traitor had done, the betrayal of the Potters. The murder of 12 Muggles. The transformation, the escape, the years of hiding. Every lie, every deception, every moment of craven self-preservation at the expense of others. When it was over, Lupin was shaking. "I'll kill him," he said quietly. "I'll rip his throat out. For James and Lily. For Sirius. For everything he took from us." "No." Harry's voice was firm. "He deserves worse than death. He deserves justice." "What justice?" "Azkaban. The same prison Sirius has been rotting in. Better justice than that." Harry looked at Pettigrew, and something cold moved behind his golden eyes. "The wizarding world's justice system is broken. But mine isn't." He stepped forward and placed his hand on Pettigrew's forehead. "I judge you, Peter Pettigrew. I weigh your heart against the feather of Maat." Power flowed through the contact, divine power, the authority of judgment that Harry had been training his whole life to wield. He felt Pettigrew's soul in its entirety, felt every choice, every failure, every moment of weakness. The heart was heavy. Heavier than anything Harry had ever judged. "You are found wanting," Harry pronounced. "Not for the sins of a moment, but for the pattern of a lifetime. You have chosen cowardice over courage, betrayal over loyalty, self-preservation over sacrifice, again and again and again. There is no redemption for you. No long way that could teach you what you refuse to learn." "Please," Pettigrew was crying now, tears streaming down his face. "Please, I'll do anything, you'll face the consequences." Harry's voice was without mercy. "You'll spend the rest of your life in Azkaban, the real Azkaban, not the comfortable hiding place you made for yourself. You'll feel every moment of the suffering you caused. And when you finally die, you'll face final judgment, and the weight of your heart will determine what comes next." He released Pettigrew, and the man crumpled to the floor, sobbing. "That's it?" Lupin asked, confused. "He lives. Death is too easy." Harry turned away from the broken man on the floor. "Living with what he's done, knowing that everyone knows what he's done, facing decades of imprisonment with no hope of escape or redemption, that's the punishment he deserves." "And Sirius?" "Will be free by morning." Harry walked toward the door. "I've already contacted the ministry. Provided evidence they can't ignore. By the time the sun rises, Sirius Black will be a free man, and Peter Pettigrew will be taking his place in Azkaban." He paused at the threshold, looking back at Lupin. "I'm sorry I didn't do this sooner. I'm sorry Sirius had to suffer for 12 years. But I needed to be certain. I needed to be ready. And now I am." Then he was gone, leaving Lupin alone with the traitor who had destroyed everything he'd ever loved. Sirius Black was exonerated 3 days later. The trial was brief. Pettigrew's confession, extracted under Veritaserum, left no room for doubt. The ministry was embarrassed, the public was outraged, and Sirius walked out of the courtroom a free man for the first time in over a decade. Harry met him on the steps of the ministry building. They stood there for a long moment, godfather and godson, studying each other. Sirius was thin and pale, his eyes haunted by years of Dementor exposure. But underneath the damage, Harry could see the man he had once been, brave, loyal, fierce in his love for those he considered family. "You did this," Sirius said finally. "Remus told me. You've known since you were 11. You planned all of this. I wanted to free you sooner. But I needed to be sure. I couldn't risk accusing Pettigrew without proof. You're 12 years old." Sirius's voice cracked. "You're 12 years old, and you've done more for me than the entire ministry did in a decade. I had help." Harry smiled slightly. "My father taught me a lot about justice. About patience. About waiting for the right moment to act." "Your father?" Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Remus mentioned something about that too. Said your eyes glow gold. Said you can see souls. It's a long story. I've got time." Sirius reached out and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "I've got nothing but time, now. And I'd like to spend some of it getting to know the godson I should have been raising for the last 12 years. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. I'd like that too. They walked together into the autumn sunshine, leaving the ministry behind them. There was so much to discuss, so much to explain, so much lost time to make up for, but for the first time in a long time, Harry felt like maybe things were going to be okay. The rest of the year passed quickly, without the Dementors, without the threat of Sirius Black, without the constant undercurrent of danger that had marked his previous years at Hogwarts. Harry was able to focus on something he hadn't experienced in a long time, normal life. He attended classes. He studied for exams. He played Quidditch, badly, but with enthusiasm. He spent time with his friends, laughing and arguing and doing all the things that normal teenagers were supposed to do. He also spent time with Sirius. His godfather had taken up residence in a house in Hogsmeade, close enough to visit on weekends. They talked for hours about James and Lily, about the first war against Voldemort, about the life Harry should have had and the life he'd actually lived. Sirius took the news about Anubis surprisingly well. I always knew there was something different about you, he said one afternoon, sitting in his kitchen while Harry explained the full scope of his heritage. Even as a baby, you had this presence. Like you were looking at something the rest of us couldn't see. I probably was. Harry smiled. I could see souls even then. I just didn't know what they were. And now you're what, exactly? A death god in training? Something like that. Harry shrugged. I'm still figuring it out. My father says I'm unique, the first person to be raised in the Duat who wasn't actually dead. There's no precedent for what I am or what I'll become. That sounds terrifying. Sometimes it is. Harry looked out the window at the snow-covered village. But it's also amazing. I can do things nobody else can do. I can help people in ways nobody else can help them. And when Voldemort comes back, when? He's not gone, Sirius. He's still out there, gathering power, planning his return. The piece of his soul in my head has been quiet since I absorbed its memories, but I can still feel the connection. He's getting stronger. Sirius's face went hard. Then we'll fight him. Together. You, me, Remus, Dumbledore, everyone who stood against him before. And my father. And the other gods. Harry met Sirius's eyes. This isn't just a wizarding war, Sirius. It's bigger than that. Voldemort made an alliance with Set, the Egyptian chaos god. They're planning to collapse the barriers between the mortal world and the divine realm. If they succeed, everything burns. Everything. Harry nodded. But we're not going to let that happen. We have time. We have allies. And we have something Voldemort doesn't. What's that? Hope. Harry's eyes flickered gold. Voldemort thinks fear is the strongest force in the universe. He thinks if he makes people afraid enough, they'll do whatever he wants. But he's wrong. Hope is stronger. Love is stronger. The belief that things can be better, that tomorrow doesn't have to be like today, that's what wins wars. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, the first one Harry had seen from him. You know, James would have loved you, he said. He was like that too. Optimistic. Determined. Always believing that good would win in the end. Did it? In his war? Not entirely. Sirius's smile faded slightly. We beat Voldemort, but it cost us everything. James and Lily died. I went to prison. Remus lost everyone he cared about. The victory was hollow. Then this time, we'll do better. Harry stood, moving to the window. This time, we won't just win. We'll build something that lasts. A world where people like Voldemort can't rise to power. A world where justice actually means something. That's a big dream. I've got big shoulders. The summer arrived with warmth and possibility. Harry divided his time between the mortal world and the Duat, learning to balance his two lives in a way he never had before. He trained with his father, honing his abilities, preparing for the conflict that was coming. He spent time with Sirius and Remus, building the family he'd never had. He wrote letters to his friends, making plans for the next year, and he worked on the Horcrux in his scar. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul had been dormant since he'd absorbed its memories, but it was still there, still connected to Voldemort, still a potential weakness. Harry needed to deal with it before the final confrontation. "I've been thinking," he told his father one evening. "About the fragment. About what to do with it." Anubis looked up from the reports he'd been reviewing. "And what have you concluded?" "I don't want to destroy it." Harry touched his forehead. "The piece of Tom that's in me, it's not Voldemort. It's who he was before everything went wrong. A scared, lonely child who never had a chance to become anything else. You want to redeem it. I want to give it a choice." Harry met his father's eyes. "You always told me that everyone deserves the chance to be weighed fairly. Even the darkest heart has the potential to change. What if I could reach the piece of Tom inside me? What if I could show it that there's another way?" Anubis was silent for a long moment. "That would be extraordinarily difficult. Dangerous, even. The fragment has been shaped by Voldemort's choices for half a century. It may be beyond redemption. But it might not be." Harry's voice was determined. "And if there's even a chance, even a tiny possibility that I could save that piece of him, don't I have to try?" "Why?" The question hung in the air. Harry thought about it carefully before answering. "Because that's who I want to be," he said finally. "I could destroy the fragment. I could judge it and condemn it and send it to oblivion. That would be easier. Safer. But it would also be a failure." "How so?" "Because judgment isn't supposed to be about punishment. You taught me that. Judgment is about truth, about seeing what someone really is and giving them the chance to face it. If I destroy the fragment without even trying to reach it, I'm not being a judge. I'm being an executioner." Anubis's golden eyes softened. "You are wiser than I was at your age, my son. Wiser than I am now, perhaps. I learned from the best. Then try." Anubis stood and embraced him. "Reach for the fragment. Offer it the choice you believe it deserves. And whatever happens, whatever the outcome, know that I am proud of you." Harry returned the embrace, drawing strength from his father's presence, then he closed his eyes and turned inward. The landscape of Harry's mind was a strange place that it had elements of the Duat, the eternal sunset, the endless desert, the distant gleam of monuments built by gods. But it also had elements of Hogwarts, the towers and corridors, the moving staircases, the sense of ancient magic permeating every stone. The center of it all, in a place that was neither fully underworld nor fully castle, sat a boy. Tom Riddle looked younger than the diary fragment had. Smaller. Curled in on himself, arms wrapped around his knees, eyes staring at nothing. Harry approached slowly, giving him time to notice, to react, to flee if he wanted to. Tom didn't flee. He just watched, his dark eyes tracking Harry's movements with wary exhaustion. "You're different," Tom said finally. "From the others." "What others?" "The voices. The memories." Tom's voice was barely above a whisper. "For 50 years, all I've heard is him. The other pieces. The rage and the hatred and the hunger. But you're not like that." "No." Harry sat down across from him, maintaining distance. "I'm not. You're me. Partly. I can feel it." Tom's eyes narrowed. "But you're also something else. Something that shouldn't exist. I'm Harry Potter. I was raised in the land of the dead by the god Anubis. And I have a piece of your soul living in my head. I know. I've been watching, when I could." Tom uncurled slightly, his posture becoming less defensive. "You're not what I expected." Not what he expected. Voldemort? That's not his name. Tom's voice hardened briefly. That's what he calls himself now. But he used to be me. Used to be this. He gestured at his young form. Before everything changed. What changed him? Choices. One after another after another. Tom's eyes went distant. The first murder was the hardest. I didn't want to do it, didn't want to become what I knew I would become. But I was so angry, and so afraid, and there was no one to stop me. No one to show me another way. And after that? It got easier. Killing. Lying. Tearing myself apart to escape death. Tom's laugh was bitter. I used to think I was special. Different. Better than everyone else. But I was just broken. Just a scared little boy who couldn't face the truth of what he was. Harry was quiet for a moment, letting the confession hang in the air. You know what I am, he said finally. What I can do. You judge souls. Weigh hearts against feathers. Tom's voice was flat. You're going to judge me. I'm going to give you a choice. Harry leaned forward. You're not Voldemort, Tom. You're who he was before he made all those terrible choices. The piece of him that remembers being human. That remembers what it was like to be afraid and alone and desperate for something better. I'm still him. Still part of him. But not all of him. Harry's voice was gentle. You've been trapped in my head for 13 years. Separated from the rest of your soul. You've had time to think. To reflect. To see what your other pieces became. And I'm asking you, is that what you want to be? The monster that Voldemort became? The broken, hateful thing that's out there right now, planning to destroy everything? Or do you want something else? Tom stared at him. What else is there? Peace. Harry held out his hand. I can judge you, Tom. I can weigh your heart and render a verdict. But I can also release you. Let you move on. Let you find out what comes after, without carrying the weight of everything Voldemort did. You're offering me death. I'm offering you transition. It's not the same thing. Tom looked at Harry's outstretched hand. His face cycled through a dozen emotions, fear, hope, doubt, longing. If I go, he said quietly, will it hurt him? The other pieces? It might. Harry didn't lie. You're connected. All the fragments are connected. If you move on, he might feel it. Might lose something he didn't know he still had. Good. Tom's voice was fierce. He deserves to lose things. To feel what it's like when something precious is taken from you. Is that why you're considering this? Revenge? No. Tom's fierceness faded. No, I'm tired. 50 years of existing like this. Trapped in a book, then trapped in a scar, hearing his thoughts, feeling his hatred. I want it to end. I want to rest. Then let me help you. Tom looked at Harry's hand one more time. Then, slowly, he reached out and took it. The moment their hands touched, Harry felt the judgment begin, not harsh judgment. Not condemnation. Just truth, the clear, unvarnished truth of who Tom Riddle had been and who he might have become. A boy born to a loveless mother and an absent father. Raised in an orphanage where no one understood him. Desperate for power because power was the only thing that made him feel safe. Smart enough to see through everyone's pretenses, but not wise enough to see through his own. He could have been different. There had been moments, crossroads where another choice might have led to another outcome. But those moments had passed, and the choices had been made, and now there was only this, a fragment of a broken soul, asking for release. Harry gave it. The golden light of judgment flowed through them both, gentle and warm. Harry felt Tom's presence begin to dissolve, not destroyed, but transformed. Transitioning from what he had been to whatever came next. Thank you, Tom whispered as he faded. For seeing me. For letting me choose. Everyone deserves that much. Harry's voice cracked with emotion. Go in peace, Tom. Whatever waits for you on the other side, I hope you find what you're looking for. I hope so too. Then he was gone, and Harry was alone in his own mind. The scar on his forehead tingled once, then fell silent. The Horcrux was gone. Harry opened his eyes to find his father watching him with tears running down his jackal face. You did it, Anubis said. You actually did it. I gave him a choice. Harry wiped his own eyes. He chose to let go. That took extraordinary courage. For both of you. It felt like the right thing to do. Harry stood, feeling lighter than he had in years. Is this what it's like? Helping souls move on. Sometimes. Anubis embraced him. Sometimes it's exactly like this. The gratitude. The peace. The knowledge that you've helped someone find their way home. I want to do this. For the rest of my life. Harry's voice was fierce with determination. I want to help people like Tom. People who got lost. People who made terrible choices but still deserve a chance to find peace. Then you will. Anubis held him tighter. You will, my son. For as long as you live, and perhaps beyond. The school year arrived with new challenges and old friends. Harry returned to Hogwarts changed, though most people couldn't see how. The weight of the Horcrux was gone. The connection to Voldemort had been weakened. He walked through the world lighter, freer, more himself than he'd ever been, but the war was still coming. Voldemort was still gathering power in the shadows. Set was still plotting chaos in the divine realm. The barriers between worlds were still weakening, stressed by years of imbalance and manipulation. The final confrontation was approaching. Harry could feel it in his bones that he spent the year preparing. Training harder than ever, pushing his abilities to their limits. Building alliances, with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, with Sirius and Remus, with Draco Malfoy, who had finally chosen his side, and Daphne Greengrass and everyone else who was willing to stand against the darkness. And then, on the summer solstice, Voldemort returned. The ritual was performed in a graveyard, using Harry's blood, stolen during the chaos of the Triwizard Tournament, to give the Dark Lord a new body. Harry was there, bound to a tombstone, forced to watch as his enemy rose from the cauldron, fully restored, more powerful than ever, but Harry wasn't afraid. Hello, Tom, he said calmly. You look terrible. Voldemort's red eyes blazed with fury. You dare, I dare everything. Harry's voice was steady. I've seen your memories. I've judged your soul fragments. I released the piece of you that was trapped in my head, gave him peace, in the end. He was grateful. Lies. Truth. Harry's eyes flickered gold. That's what I deal in, Tom. Truth. And here's a truth for you, you're not going to win this war. You're not going to collapse the barriers between worlds. You're not going to achieve the immortality you've been chasing your whole miserable life. You're bound to a tombstone. Voldemort stepped closer, his wand raised. You're helpless. Am I? Harry reached for the power he'd been cultivating all year, the full authority of his heritage, the complete manifestation of everything he was meant to be. His bindings dissolved. He rose into the air, golden light streaming from his eyes and hands, the power of the Duat manifesting in the mortal world with a force that made the gravestones crack and the earth tremble. I am Harry Potter, he said, and his voice echoed with harmonics that came from beyond the veil. Son of James and Lily. Son of Anubis, Lord of the Dead. Walker between worlds. Judge of souls. And I'm here to end this. Voldemort raised his wand. Avada, no. The word stopped the curse before it left the wand. Stopped everything, actually. Time itself seemed to freeze, the Death Eaters caught mid-motion, the wind halted in mid-gust. You can't kill me, Tom. Harry descended until he was standing face to face with the Dark Lord. Not anymore. The piece of your soul that connected us is gone. The protection my mother gave me is still there, but it's not what you think. It's not just love, it's authority. She gave her life so that I could live, and that sacrifice gave me power over death itself." Voldemort's face twisted with confusion and fear. "That's impossible. Lots of things are impossible." Harry smiled grimly. "Let me show you what else is impossible." He reached out and placed his hand on Voldemort's chest. The Dark Lord screamed. "I judge you, Tom Marvolo Riddle." Harry's voice rang through the frozen graveyard. "I weigh your heart against the feather of Maat. I see every choice you made, every soul you destroyed, every piece of yourself you tore away trying to escape what you feared most." Voldemort tried to pull away, but Harry's grip was unbreakable. "You're found wanting. Not because you're evil, evil is too simple a word for what you became. You're found wanting because you had every opportunity to be different, and you rejected them all. You could have been a great wizard. You could have helped people, protected people, made the world better. Instead, you chose fear and hatred and destruction. Release me." "No." Harry's eyes blazed brighter. "Your Horcruxes are gone, Tom. I've been hunting them all year, the cup, the locket, the ring, the snake. They're all destroyed. You're mortal now. Truly mortal. And when you die, you'll face final judgment." "I won't die." Voldemort's voice was desperate. "I can't die. I am Lord Voldemort. I am. You're a scared little boy who never grew up." Harry's voice softened slightly. "And that's the tragedy, Tom. You could have been so much more. But you were too afraid to try." He released his grip. Time resumed. Voldemort stumbled backward, his face pale with terror, his wand trembling in his hand. Around them, the Death Eaters were staring at Harry with expressions of absolute horror. "This isn't over," Voldemort hissed. "I'll find new Horcruxes. I'll rebuild. You won't." Harry raised his hand. "Because I'm not going to let you." Golden light erupted from his palm, not a curse, not an attack, but something else. A calling. A summoning. The spirits of everyone Voldemort had ever killed appeared in the graveyard: James and Lily Potter, Cedric Diggory, Bertha Jorkins, Frank Bryce, Myrtle Warren. Hundreds of others, thousands of others, all the souls the Dark Lord had destroyed in his quest for immortality. They surrounded him. Pressed close. Reached out with insubstantial hands. "They've been waiting for this moment," Harry said quietly. "Waiting for justice. Waiting for you to face what you did to them." "No." Voldemort was backing away, his eyes wide with terror. "No, stay away." The spirits closed in. Harry didn't watch what happened next. He turned away, walking through the frozen Death Eaters, letting his power hold them in place until the Aurors could arrive. Behind him, he heard Voldemort scream one final time, then silence. The war was over. The aftermath took years to sort out: trials, rebuilding, the slow, painful process of healing a world that had been torn apart by conflict. Harry played his role, testified against Death Eaters, helped rebuild Hogwarts, worked with his father to restore the cosmic balance that Set had disrupted, but mostly, he did what he'd always been meant to do: that he judged souls, not just the evil ones. Not just the war criminals and the murderers and the broken monsters like Voldemort. He judged everyone who came to him, the merchants and the mothers, the soldiers and the students, the famous and the forgotten. He listened to their stories, weighed their hearts, helped them find peace. Daphne stood beside him through all of it. Her curse had been fully lifted. Harry had completed the work during his 4th year, finally giving her the long life she'd never thought she'd have. She used that life well, working alongside him, helping souls who were afraid or confused or lost. "You changed everything," she told him one evening, as they stood together in the Hall of Two Truths. "You know that, right? The wizarding world. The divine realm. The whole cosmic order. None of it is the same as it was before you came along. Change is good." Harry smiled at her. "That's what I learned from all of this. Chaos and order aren't enemies. They're partners. You need both, stability to build on, change to grow with. That sounds like something Set would say. He did say it, actually. Harry's smile faded slightly. We've been talking. Since the war ended. He's different now. Still chaotic, still difficult, but not actively destructive. I think losing Voldemort, losing the chance to tear down everything, I think it made him reconsider. You reformed a chaos god. I gave him a choice. Same as I give everyone. Harry took her hand. That's all any of us can do, in the end. Make our choices and live with the consequences. They stood together in the hall, watching the souls drift past, feeling the weight of eternity stretching out before them. The war was over. The world was healing. And somewhere, in the space between life and death, Harry's father was smiling. His son had become exactly what he'd always been meant to be. A bridge between worlds. A guide for the lost. A judge of souls, and, most importantly, a good person who had never forgotten what really mattered. Epilogue. 20 years later, the new student stood at the entrance to the Hall of Two Truths, her eyes wide with wonder. She was 12 years old, with wild black hair and her mother's ice blue eyes. Her name was Lily, and she had just discovered that her father was not just a wizard, but something far more extraordinary. I know it's a lot to take in, Harry said, standing beside her. I remember how I felt, the first time I saw this place. It's beautiful. Lily's voice was hushed. And terrifying. And, right. Like I've been waiting my whole life to see it. That's because you belong here. Partly. Harry smiled at his daughter. You're like me, born between worlds, at home in both. Your grandfather has been waiting to meet you. Anubis emerged from the shadows, his jackal head gleaming in the eternal torchlight. He was the same as ever, ancient, patient, filled with the quiet love that had sustained Harry through everything. Welcome, granddaughter, he said, and his voice was warm. I have waited a long time for this moment. Lily looked between her father and her grandfather, her young face filled with questions and wonder. What happens now? She asked. Harry placed his hand on her shoulder. Now. Now I teach you what my father taught me. How to see souls. How to weigh hearts. How to help people find their way home. And then you make your own choices. Harry smiled. That's what life is about, Lily. The choices we make and the people we become. Everything else is just details. They walked together into the Hall of Two Truths, 3 generations of soul guides, ready to face whatever the future held. The scales of Ma'at gleamed in the eternal light, the feather weighted, patient and sure, and somewhere in the space between worlds, a cosmic balance held steady, restored at last after millennia of conflict, order and chaos, death and life, judgment and mercy, all of it, woven together into something beautiful. Something eternal, something that would never, ever end.